Ladies, yes, can you hear me? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first panel today entitled Destruction and Resilience, the Demise of Traditional Land-Owning Elites. My name is Bartosz Dziewanowski-Stefańczyk. I'm a researcher at the Academic Department of the European Network Remembrance and Solidarity and at the German Historical Institute in Warsaw. But the story today is not about me. We have three great speakers today and a commentator. And I would like to introduce them one by one. So the first speaker will be Maciej Radziwiłł, who studied Arabic language, philosophy and sociology at the University of Warsaw. He was active member of the independent publishing movement under communism. He graduated from the Faculty of Management of the Warsaw University and holds MBA diploma from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. In the 90s, Maciej Radziwiłł worked as an equity research analyst in CS First Boston and UBS in London. After 2000, he became an investor, advisor, and non-executive director of a few Polish and international companies in Poland and Central Europe. He is a board member in a few charities in Central Europe. Maciej Radziwiłł is the chairman of the Princess Czartoryski Foundation. He set up the Trąby Foundation in 2017, which focuses on preserving the legacy of the aristocratic families, collects arts, sponsors cultural, charitable projects and scholarships. Maciej Radziwiłł actively preserves the Radziwiłł family legacy in Poland, Ukraine, Belarus, and Lithuania. And before we start, I would just like to address our online participants that should you like to ask any questions, please write them under the streaming on Facebook or YouTube. Okay, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you for inviting me for this conference. It's a privilege for me. University of Warsaw is my alma mater twice. I worked for 3 years in the Faculty of Sociology, but it was long time ago. Polish aristocracy, does it still exist? I had a unique opportunity to conduct a long participant observation, being probably the only sociologist among the members of the aristocratic families in Poland. This observation lasted more than 50 years. Obviously, when I was a child or a teenager, I did not have any sociological apparatus, but later when I studied sociology and at the University of Warsaw and worked as a tutor, my participant observation became more professional and I could analyze my earlier experience with sociological concepts. Aristocracy emerged in the 19th century from the old nobility elite, which historians in Poland call możnowładztwo, until the 16th century, and magnateria between 16th and 18th century. Due to an enormous differentiation between most of the nobles and magnates in the 17th and 18th century, the general word nobility does not mean much in the Polish context, where some nobles were less affluent than some peasants. Nobility accounted for about 10% of the population of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. In the Polish case, nobility and aristocracy are two separate groups. Polish aristocracy is a sociological phenomenon which has yet to be studied in a more systematical way. A study of Rafał Smoczyński and Tomasz Zarycki, Totem inteligencki, arystokracja, szlachta, ziemiaństwo w polskiej przestrzeni społecznej, represents one of a very few more systematical sociological researches of the Polish aristocracy. It is a valuable study, but in my opinion, the authors made two major mistakes in describing the phenomenon of the Polish aristocracy after World War II. First, in my opinion, the authors do not define this group very well. They seem to qualify each family with a certain aristocratic title as member of the group. This is wrong, as they do not acknowledge that there are over 200 families who had an aristocratic title. This does not mean that they are aristocrats. It was simply fashionable to get a title among a modest nobility in the 19th century. Many members of such families presented themselves as counts, even if the title was given to the most senior member of the family or restricted to one branch. It was easy to obtain a title of count from the Pope or some European monarchs. Such titles could have been simply bought. There is a well-known anecdote about a noble who sent a manager of his estate to Rome to get a title of count. The manager was very proud that he completed all the formalities and sent a message. "Sir, I got a title for you. It was cheaper than I expected, so I got one for myself as well." Moreover, there are a few very old families who are descendants of the Ruthenian or Lithuanian Grand Dukes, but they should not be qualified as aristocrats. A good example is the Giedroyć family, who have a prince title, but have not played any significant role since at least 15th century. I remember my conversation with Jerzy Giedroyć, a famous Polish intellectual, who told me once, "We, the Giedroyćs, have lost our wealth before you, the Radziwiłłs, became rich and powerful." Second, the authors of the study do not acknowledge the evolution of the group in the post-World War II times. This is perhaps because the study was conducted simply too late, when the generation of the aristocrats who reached adulthood before the war died out. The authors seem not to notice that the Polish aristocracy in the last few decades underwent a major change. They do not acknowledge that it was a group defined by a generational experience of people born in the end of the 19th century and the first 10 to 15 years of the 20th century. While most of the generation born in the 1920s or 30s inherited similar self-identity, only a few people born in the 50s, 60s, 70s consider themselves aristocrats. In the 19th century, the core of the Polish-Lithuanian aristocracy consisted of about 12 families who played a paramount role in the politics of the former Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth for more than 1 century and survived until then. These are Czartoryski, Branicki, Krasiński, Krasicki, Lubomirski, Potocki, Radziwiłł, Sanguszko, Sapiecha, Tarnowski, Tyszkiewicz, Zamoyski families. Until the collapse of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, there were quite a few new entrants into the group of the leading families. Talented politicians were able to build both political and economic positions within one generation. This is the case of, e.g., of the Zamoyski, Sapiecha or Sobieski, who entered the elite at the end of the Sapiechas and Zamoyski entered the elite at the end of the 16th century, the Sobieskis later. Politics was the way to build fortunes in one generation. In the 19th century, when the former Polish political elite lost its ability to run the country, new entrants could occur on the back of strong economic progress of some families. New way of entering the aristocratic elite came at a time when some of the leading families' wealth suffered badly due to the consequences of the Napoleonic Wars and confiscations after the November uprising of 1830, which badly hit families like the Czartoryskis and the Sapiechas. At the same time, landowners who owned large farms in today's Ukraine benefited from new export opportunities after Russia pushed the Turks out from the Black Sea coast. New harbors like Odessa opened new grain evacuation opportunities supported by the expansion of the railroad networks. It built the wealth of the families like the Belina, Brzozowski, Grocholski, Sobański, Jaroszyński, Pruszyński, Orłowski, Dzieduszycki, etc. The importance of magnate families in Italy is measured by the number of cardinals. Number of members of the Senate is the same measure for the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. While families like the Radziwiłłs, Potockis, Sapiechas had over 40 senators, the newcomers had usually 1 or 2 members of the Senate who sat on the backbenchers. The decline of a few leading families led to a few marriages between the old elite and the new one, thus absorbing the newcomers to the top of the league. A few other important families built their wealth in different regions than what is today Ukraine. Other entrants were the Dębińskis, Przeździeckis, Żółtowski, Race, etc. Some of those families have a long history and ancient aristocratic titles, but they did not belong to the top elite of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Obviously, all the newcomers belonged to the nobility, but none of those families played any significant role until the late 18th century. In the period between World War II and World War I and World War II, the broadened elite underwent a visible consolidation. Until 1918, when Poland regained independence, leading Polish families often married to German, Austro-Hungarian, Russian, Italian, or French aristocracy. Such marriages almost disappeared after World War I. While patriotism was an important value among aristocrats in the 19th century, the group was very cosmopolitan at the same time. They felt members of the European aristocratic community, but this changed dramatically after 1918. During World War II and early years of communism in Poland, economic strength, social and political position of the aristocracy in Poland were destroyed. Paradoxically, new adverse circumstances helped to consolidate the aristocratic milieu. This phenomenon occurred due to several factors. Firstly, it was a generational phenomenon. The concept of generation is often used in the Polish sociology in a non-demographic meaning. Polish sociologists often apply the concept of generation to a group of people who shared a dramatic experience when they were young. Such generational experience is often transformed into a generational myth which builds self-identity of a group. Thus, we are talking about the Warsaw Uprising, 1956, 1968, 1980 generations, etc. Dramatic events have always had a deep impact on a relatively small groups of people who were not only witnesses, but also took an active part in the drama. It was used, among others, by such respected sociologists as Jan Garewicz or Jerzy Mikułowski-Pomorski. A few years ago, Jeff Schatz used the sociological concept of generation to describe group of the Polish Jewish communists born in the early 20th century in his book, The Generation, The Rise and Fall of the Jewish Communists in Poland. The traumatic experience of the war, during which both the Germans and Soviets targeted the Polish elite, and particularly Polish landowners, was a generational experience that consolidated the group and built its self-identity for the rest of their lives. Although one could argue that the whole Polish society suffered similar hardship and the experience of aristocracy was particularly painful in relative terms. Their entire lifestyle changed. They lost significant wealth they lost homes which their families held for centuries. A very significant part of this group participated actively in the military, whether the regular army or the underground army. This dramatic change affected mostly people who were in the late 20s or 30s when the World War II started. When the war ended, the generation had to face the biggest challenges. They had to find new place in new adverse circumstances and take responsibility for their own children and their parents who are unable to adjust in the new situation. It should be stressed that a particularly difficult situation was faced by women who often lost their husbands and had to find jobs to support their families. In many aristocratic families, a disproportionate percentage of men lost their lives due to their military activities or repressions from both the Germans and the Soviets. Women usually play a more important role in transferring family traditions and values than the men. Secondly, almost all Polish aristocrats who used to live in their manors and castles scattered around a large territory of Poland before the World War II settled in Warsaw after 1945. Huge family gatherings were not very common in the period until 1939. This may be easily observed in the group photos of the weddings. There are very few pictures where you can see more than 50 people. In my opinion, at least 80% of those who did not emigrate found their place in Warsaw, with 10% in Kraków and the rest settling in Poznań, Wrocław, or Gdańsk. Concentration of aristocratic milieu in Warsaw enhanced their social life despite relatively remote genealogical links. Although large aristocratic family gatherings were difficult due to logistics and poverty, social life flourished. Many people who hardly knew each other before the World War II became close friends. Common destiny and common challenges strongly consolidated the group. The group of families also represented a certain safety network for those who were in a particularly difficult situation. Thirdly, the first 10 to 15 years after communists took over Poland, the aristocrats were considered class enemies and lived under a constant threat of communist revenge. In the Soviet Russia, just after the revolution and civil war, aristocrats were left in peace. But later, in the Stalinist period, they were exterminated. This history is well described by an American historian, Douglas Smith, in his book, The Former People. However, the destiny of the Russian nobility was well known to the Polish aristocracy, and their fear was absolutely justified. Finally, the Polish version of Stalinism lasted 4 years only, and later communist times were relatively mild. Only a few aristocrats were sentenced by Polish communist authorities after World War II, while during the Stalinist period, it was extremely difficult for aristocrats to enter any universities. After 1953, no similar restrictions were observed. Fourthly, there were no new entrants, since there were no criteria to enter the aristocratic milieu anymore. While in the 17th and 18th centuries, successful politicians could enter the elite, and in the 19th century, nobles of modest origins could achieve a status of aristocrats when they became rich, no entry was possible after World War II. Factors which contributed to the strength of the consolidation gradually disappeared when the generation of those who were in their 20s or 30s in 1939 and had their own estates and families before the World War II started passing away. New generations did not have the same common destiny which formed their parents' and grandparents' self-identity. While in the 1980s there was still a strong sense of belonging to one big family, this consciousness started to fade when the generation of former owners passed away. The last person from that generation, who belonged to one of the leading families, passed away in 2021 at the age of 104. She was the last representative of the group who was married, had offspring, and her own estate before World War II. Aristocracy has never been a formal group. Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth never had its own heraldry. Aristocracy was an informal network, as aristocrats had to have a clear will to be a part of the group. He or she had to live close to the core of the group as well. Those who, after World War II, lived far away from the main centers like Warsaw and Kraków in Poland, or Paris and London abroad, had little chance to become members of the group, even if they belonged to one of the leading families. To become an aristocrat, one had to be accepted by the key members of the club. Once these key members, who were guardians of the consistency of the group, passed away, there was no one to consolidate the group. External factors such as existential threats disappeared. More and more marriages with people from outside the aristocratic families or well-known noble families took place. While people entering aristocratic families, husbands or wives, are often ready to look after the tradition and keep the family links, it is very difficult for them to transfer the aristocratic self-identity to their children and grandchildren. This phenomenon is particularly strong among Polish aristocrats who emigrated during the World War II. Only a very few members of those families in the third generation speak any Polish and keep any Polish aristocratic self-identity. Today, new generations of the old aristocratic families who had no significant contact with the generation of former owners do not consider themselves aristocrats. They do not feel the members of any big family consisting of 20, 30 families. They feel some kinship with the people of the same surname, but nothing beyond that. There have been more attempts to stop the decline by forming different organizations, family unions, etc. The decline or disappearance of Polish aristocracy as a group is strengthened by adverse demographic trends in some of the families that formed the elite until 1939. Some of the leading families are no longer represented in Poland, and they have less than 2 or 3 members. None of the aristocratic families came back to the old lifestyle of their ancestors. Unlike Czechia, Hungary, or Slovakia, Poland did not make any systematic reprivatization. A few of the old manors were given back to the former owners, or rather their heirs, but most of them were unable to maintain former family seats. Polish aristocracy is a closed chapter. It does not mean that there is no role for the members of the aristocratic families, and that legacy of this group should be forgotten. The strengths and weaknesses of the aristocracy, its ups and downs, should be a lesson for the new political and business elites. Some patterns of elite are universal. Members of the aristocratic families play an important role in some local communities which have been strongly linked with some of those families. Presence of representatives of such families is often very welcome by local communities who want to keep their self-identity. Finally, members of the aristocratic families may play a very positive role in building strong relations with Belarus, Lithuania, and Ukraine. most of the former magnates were present in those territories for a few centuries. These families are a part of both Polish history and history of our neighbors. Despite a long period of Russian domination and Soviet totalitarianism, Polish-Lithuanian aristocratic families are well remembered in those countries and are considered an important element of their cultural heritage and self-identity. Just to summarize, Polish aristocracy has a long history, but paradoxically, the culmination of this social phenomenon occurred when it was about to disappear. The intensity of its life came when the group lost its social and economic position, which was its main feature in the past centuries. The culmination was built on the generational experience of the last generation of landowners and had to face the challenges of World War II and communism. Younger generations of the aristocratic families are unable to maintain this consistency of the group. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, let me introduce the second speaker. Ling is a PhD candidate at the Max Weber Center for Advanced Cultural and Social Studies of Erfurt University, Germany, specializing in the cultural governance model under the land transformation in Shenzhen, China. Sorry for my pronunciation. Ling's work delves deeply into the intersections of traditional governance and modern urban economies, drawing parallels across historical and cultural lines. With an educational background in design and law, Ling has honed an interdisciplinary approach to the social sciences. She has been involved in impactful research on ownership structures in state capitalism and cultural governance models, contributing significantly to prestigious projects on socioeconomic differentiation in Shenzhen. She is a recipient of numerous scholarships and awards, including a prestigious grant from the German Research Foundation, which is indeed an achievement. Ling's research interests span cultural governance, urban planning, and addressing inequality within urban village structures. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. May I get? Morning, everyone. Today, I will be discussing the central actor of my thesis, kinship organization and its power dynamics in modern society. As many of you have already familiar with the European background, so I will mainly focus on the case of Shenzhen. In the end, I will draw some comparative insights between Shenzhen case and the Europe case. When studying the kinship organization in Shenzhen, I noticed an interesting parallel with European gentry families, both of the power historically related to the land. This observation raised a key question for my research. Do these traditional authorities manage or control land and play a significant role in contemporary society? And how have they adapted to modern social economy changes? To explore this, I chose Shenzhen as a case study to understand how kinship organizations function in modern China. First, let me take a quick look of the Shenzhen location. Shenzhen is a metropolitan city in southern China. As you can see, it's next to Hong Kong. It was China's first special economy zone and a palette for socialism with Chinese characteristics. But in the past, Shenzhen was just a fishing village. But after the China reform and opening up in 1978, it became a hub for migrant workers, leading to rapid urbanization. Former rural villages transformed into urban villages. Initially, these urban villages were managed by village committees. During urbanization, these committees evolved into shareholding cooperatives, which are kinship organizations but still defend villagers' ownership claims due to their shared ancestry. Beyond land management, shareholding cooperatives continue to control the urban villages' collective assets and are responsible for promoting both economic and cultural development. Specifically, today, shareholding cooperatives have three more functions. They preserve clan spirit. They act as economic entities seeking profit. They assist the government in managing urban population. What's more, most of the shareholding cooperative leaders often hold political roles, like local people Congress representative. That means they also have access to give political voice to the public. And more importantly, the influence largely comes from managing collective land. To know more about kinship organizations, the shareholding cooperatives, I spent almost 5 years conducting field work in different urban villages in Shenzhen, building relationships with these shareholding companies, members, and local villagers. During this time, I conducted both formal and informal interviews, gathered participant observation data, and analyzed shareholding cooperatives' documents and official records. Through this research, I was able to gain deeper insights into the daily operations of these members and to see how they negotiate their role in the modern urban environment. In my investigation time, I found so many interesting cases. Temple is one important manifestation. As you might know, temples usually appear with ancestral hall in China, which deeply rooted in ancestral stories, making them perfect case studies for discuss about land transformation and power change between local kinship group and government. One of the most significant sites I studied is the Fengyan Temple, located in Fenghuang village. Most of the villagers' surname is Wen. The village's founding ancestor, Wen Yingling, is the grandson of Wen Tianxiang. Wen Tianxiang is the very famous patriotic hero of the early Song dynasty. This historical connection plays a huge role in how the local community and government view the land. Now, what's interesting here is the tension between villagers and the government over land rights. While the government owns the land, villagers still claim that the 600-year-old temple is proof of the ancestral connection to the land. The historical tie gives them a sense of ownership. They report this temple, rebuilt additional ones like the Earth God Temple and World God Temple to cater to different beliefs, and structured their one culture center to root themselves in the land's history. Besides of this, they also have proofs to prove the ancestors and the relatives made great contributions to the mountain instructions in the past. But the catch is, China has dual land system, whether the state owns urban land and collectives own rural land. Since Shenzhen's land was urbanized in 2004, all of the land belonged to the state-owned land. That means the government controls their decisions about all the land. The villagers, despite their strong ties to the temple and buildings, aren't allowed to build new constructions on the mountain. before getting the permission from the government, and any business efforts also face restraints. In 2006, the government designated Fenghuang Mountain as a forest park and made it a key development project for ecological conservation. This further restricted the villagers' autonomy over the mountain business choices. To work within these constraints, in 2011, the Fenghuang villagers and shareholding cooperatives established the Fenghuang Mountain Cultural Tourism Invest Company to manage mountains economy affairs, such as selling incense, souvenirs, and other products, which benefit all the villagers who are shareholders in this shareholding cooperative. And they built their own brand and restaurant to sell foods. However, when it comes to the temple, there is a twist. The villagers technically own the temple, but they can't profit from it because the temple is defined as a religious site. Therefore, the shareholding cooperatives set a charity foundation to use temple donations for community welfare and local activities, which tie back into the desire to honor their ancestors by giving back to the society. Besides, these shareholding cooperatives established a promotion association to manage temple operations and donations, keeping everything in line with the ancestor merit spirits. So, to sum up, the government owns the land, but the shareholding cooperatives own the constructions, the buildings. The tour company rents out spaces for commercial purposes, while the promotion association manages the temples, and the charity foundation handles the temple's income. This intricate relationship between shareholding cooperatives, subsidiary companies, organizations, the government, and the business operations shows how traditional kinship structures have tried their best to adapt it to modern economy frameworks. This case isn't isolated. Shanghe filial piety and modern garden is a good case to show the cultural resilience of kinship organizations in culture industry aspect. This place was originally a typical ancestral hall used to celebrate local villages' rituals, but now it turned into a public place for everyone to learn the villager ancestors' filial piety merit. Besides of tourists and residents, the government organized their official teams and the school organized students to be there to learn these merits regularly. For appealing tourists, shareholding cooperative also rebuilt and decorate the surrounding buildings to match the filial piety vibe. You can see it from the McDonald's construction. What's more, they organize different type activities to fit for diverse social demand. Other old architectures like Asian study room also get attention from shareholding cooperatives and governments. Shenzhen Xixiang Primary School was originally an ancient study room funded by villagers Ling's ancestor in 1895, and now it combined with some modern teaching building turned into a public school. Besides of organized lectures on various traditional culture, it designs a characteristic curriculum and set special funds to devote to propaganda local ancestors' story and do other local related cultural work. Temples, ancestral halls, and ancestral study rooms usually built close to each other. All of these are important symbols of kinship culture. I have a map of all the ancestral halls in Shenzhen, and you will see that in many other places, Similar tensions may exist in China today. Villagers continuously adapt their land rights linked to their ancestral histories, while the state asserts its ownership over the land. Relatively, European gentry has great autonomy. In Europe, especially after the feudal era, land reform transitioned estates from collective or communal ownership to private property. This gave their gentry elites and landowners full control over the estates, allowing them to modernize, sell, or develop their properties independently. An example of this is the English enclosures movement, where communal lands were privatized in the 18th and 19th centuries, giving individuals landowners full rights over their property. This created a system where private ownership became the dominant model, allowing landowners to generate wealth, develop their estates into profitable ventures, or transform them into heritage sites or tourist attractions. Today, European gentry families and elite classes continue to manage their properties under this private ownership model. They retain a significant degree of autonomy over their estates. Many large estates, such as those in the United Kingdom, France, and Germany, have been turned into successful business. These include tourist destinations, historic museums, and luxury hotels, demonstrating how gentry property management has evolved into a profitable industry. Unlike the sharing cooperatives in Shenzhen, who must navigate the state's control over land, European gentry families enjoy far greater economic freedom. They can expand, sell, or develop their estates without significant government intervention. In conclusion, the comparison between China sharing cooperatives and European elites highlights key similarities and differences in the role of traditional power holders in the modern world. Both groups have managed to maintain a significant degree of influence over their communities by preserving their traditional roles. However, European gentry benefit from private ownership, have greater economic independence, and have more autonomy. While Shenzhen's shareholding cooperatives also still have the right to use the land, but it operates within a framework heavily influenced by state control. By studying these cases, we can better understand how traditional forms of governance and property management continue to shape urban development today. That's all of my presentation contents. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Now, the third speaker is Attila Kalman, who is a historian living in Târgu Mureș, Romania. He's an associate lecturer at the Sapientia Hungarian University of Transylvania in Târgu Mureș. He is interested in the history of the Transylvanian aristocracy since the 18th till 20th century. For many years, he was a member of the Scientific Center for the History of the Romanian Elites at Petru Maior University. He has been working closely with NGOs created by aristocratic families. He is the president of the Pro Castellum Degenfeld Association, founded by the Degenfeld Counts, which is the official organization of the Transylvanian nobility. He's also been involved in the work of the Teleki Castle Association, founded by the Counts Teleki. Over the years, he has written, lectured extensively about the members of different aristocratic families and curated exhibitions on the same subject. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, a little bit about Transylvanian aristocracy, although I think for a Polish audience, talking about Transylvania is not a big deal because we have so much in common, like the Prince Bathory, who became King of Poland. But still, After being part of the Kingdom of Hungary for 500 years, Transylvania became an independent principality, and during the 150 years of its existence, this principality would create its own untitled nobility. And many of the families who became nobles in this period would continue to exist after the Habsburg annexation of Transylvania in 1699. Now, in the Habsburg Empire, Transylvania remained a principality, and even after 1765, a grand principality, the Habsburg monarch holding the title of Prince of Transylvania. So with the arrival of the Habsburgs, a new titled nobility was created. Their titles were granted by the Habsburg monarch in his or her role of Prince of Transylvania. So this is why we are talking about Transylvanian aristocracy. The history of Transylvania in 19th and 20th century is well known, so I won't talk about this. After 1867, part of Hungary in the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, and after 1920, after the Treaty of Trianon, of course, part of the Kingdom of Romania. Now, the last 30 years have seen a surge in different memoirs, interviews, family histories. The first being edited in 1996, basically 2 books we are talking about, and these present the DO period. I will explain what I'm talking about in this case, so what is DO, written by 2 witnesses. Sad thing is that not many academic papers, works have been written about this subject, this topic of the Transylvanian aristocracy during communism, during communist times. Now, the economic annihilation of the Transylvanian, mainly Hungarian-speaking aristocracy started already in 1921. The new Romanian land reform succeeded in diminishing the economic influence of the Transylvanian aristocracy in Romania. Many aristocrats were faced with the difficult decision of staying, becoming Romanian citizens, and of course maintaining what was left of their estate, of their properties, or move to Hungary, so opt, and keep their Hungarian citizenship but lose their estates in Romania. In 1945, the first communist government in Romania introduced on the 23rd of March 1945 a land reform that declared that all the land above 50 hectares would be expropriated. Although tough for many landowners, this was a chance of survival. Those returning to Romania decided to rebuild their lives and their remaining estates. Now, the events of 1949 came as a total surprise, although there were already signs, because in 1948 nationalization already started. But in March 1949, during one night, all the landowning families in Romania were taken to designated towns where they would have their forced or compulsory domicile. So this is the DO from 2 Romanian words, domiciliu obligatoriu. This decision was based on a decree of the Ministry of Agriculture. This stated that it was a completion of the land reform of 1945. So land, livestock, machinery, buildings would be expropriated. There were differences in the implementation, but the idea was that it should have been carried out at the same time all over the country, minimizing the threat of resistance. From witnesses we know that it was carried out between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. in the morning, but more likely around 2 and 4 a.m. The committees sent to execute the decree were formed of party activists, most of them not locals, and mainly factory workers. Although the decree stated that personal belongings were exempt, the local authorities interpreted this randomly. The luggage permitted ranged from 15 kilograms to 25 kilograms. No jewelry, no furniture, no books, sometimes not even family photo albums. It all depended on the permissiveness of the committee. This sometimes led to tragicomic situations where people would take photos, worthless knickknacks, but forget to hide jewelry, money that would help them later, although it was not always possible under the vigilant eye of the activists. But also, people would value personal belongings with sentimental value more than the generations-old objects. The families were taken in the designated towns to the courtyard of the militia, the new police. There were cases when family members would have their forced compulsory domicile in different towns and could meet only with the approval of the authorities, the case of Count and Countess Holler being in towns 80 kilometers apart from each other for 8 years, Count and Countess Canderfy 200 kilometers apart from each other. 2 letters, DO, as I explained, were stamped in their IDs. They couldn't leave town without the permission of the authorities. They had to report every week, usually on Thursday, to the militia. These compulsory appearances were humiliating. Not only the representatives of the former aristocracy were forced to be present, but also others that had, so to say, problems with the law. This situation being illustrated by the question of the militiaman at the weekly appearance, are you a countess or a prostitute? These compulsory appearances would sometimes turn into social events. People would exchange news, discuss family matters while standing in line, sometimes befriend each other. Meetings turning into happy events, ending even in marriage. Count Holler, with irony, mentioned at a certain moment that the Soviet militia acted as a dating agency for his parents. The state didn't provide lodgings or work for the newcomers. Some stayed with their relatives, some with friends, and others had to improvise, so they would stay in basements, huts, attics. This is how the new social class of the basement dwellers was created, as so many of them with self-irony call themselves. Around 3,000 families, around 7,000 people were hit by the decision all over Romania. Most of them lived in basements, although for some, like the family of Count Tisza, the new dwelling was a hut on the hill above the town of Târgu Mureș, where 4 people lived with no drinking water that had to be carried from a distance of 2 kilometers. The Telekis lived on a corridor of the famous Teleki library in Târgu Mureș. Gemma, their daughter, would sleep on the top of the wardrobe because there was no room for a bed. Concerning work, white-collar jobs were out of question. They could work as labourers only. Most of them were badly paid. They would work as factory workers, coachmen, flour sellers, lime burners, maids. Some of them would do private tutoring, and this would become one of their strengths. Even the offsprings of the communist elite would learn languages from aristocrats and listen to stories about the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, about former balls and court life in Vienna, before returning to their well-paid jobs at party headquarters. There were certainly exceptions, like the case of the eccentric Countess Teleki Gemma, who until her death in 2001 would remain a flour seller in one of the gates of the center of the town of Târgu Mureș and continued to live in her basement. In this new life of poverty and hunger, the help of the villagers, former employees, butlers, maids, was life-saving, who, endangering themselves, would bring, sometimes smuggle, food in the towns to their former masters. This period was fatal for some. Some went mad from the persecution of the authorities. Many would develop doorbell scare. One of the fields where the aristocrats could excel without restrictions was sports. Countess Banfi Eva in 1958 was national champion in 100 and 200 meters backstroke. She was on the 4th place worldwide, but she was expelled from the team because of her descendants. The children would be ostracized from a very early age, being singled out because of their descendants. They would be barred from becoming members of different organizations. The Pioneers organization, for example, of which all children between the ages of 8 and 14 were members of. They could attend school without restrictions until the age of 14. After that, theoretical schools were off limit, or they could maybe attend evening classes. Often they would be warned that they would not be accepted or even present themselves to exams, succeeding and then barred from entering the institutions. Some children were adopted by other families, graduating under other names. Higher academic degrees were out of question. In the second part of the 1940s and in the 1950s, some aristocrats would be victims of political cleansing. Some would be tried in show trials. The most famous cases were those of Count Bethlen Béla, the model of the Transylvanian aristocrat, never leaving his ancestors' land, no matter what political system may come. He was arrested in 1945 because of his political involvement during the Hungarian administration between 1940 and 1944. Then released and arrested in the same year. Then released, being arrested again in 1946. In 1951, he was offered to emigrate to Hungary. He refused. He was sentenced to prison again for 3 more years, being released in 1954. Count Teleki Adam would be sentenced to prison in a show trial together with the Catholic Bishop of Transylvania, Marton Aron, in 1950. He would be released in 56, to be arrested again in 61, and finally released in 64. In 1956, as a consequence of the Hungarian Revolution, there were groups formed which aimed, some of them, to overthrow the communist regime and or achieve the autonomy of Transylvania. There were aristocrats involved, who in 1957-58 were put on trial. The most famous case was the case of Baron Huszary József, who was executed in 1958. And you see all the other conspirators being sentenced to life imprisonment and to 15 to 25 years in prison. The case of Countess Teleki Erzsébet is more striking, who was sentenced to 15 years in prison in 1957 as a girl of 19, being charged with multiplying brochures on her typewriter asking for the autonomy of Transylvania. She was also released in 1964. After all these vicissitudes, the social class doomed to disappear was to create its own survival strategies. They would perpetuate the specific characteristics of their social class. The basements, huts, and later communist flats would perpetuate the feeling of a castle interior, with remnants of castle furniture, damaged family portraits, photos, paintings of horses, chipped chinaware, some salvaged from the old family castles, or if not, they would feel the need to buy pieces that reflected the old lifestyle. Count Bildi Dénes, who lived in a shed in the back of a courtyard, found somewhere a set of china to serve tea to those who came to visit. The duality of their life was represented in the fact that most of them would work as laborers, factory workers, coachmen, flour sellers, lime burners, but after work they would transform. Dress in their finest suits and visit relatives, have bridge parties, hold afternoon teas, organize meetings for the young. These gatherings meant changing of information, mainly family news, and also the necessity of keeping track of each other. For these occasions, they would dress in their finest clothes. Most of these clothes were sent by relatives from Western Europe. Suits of the latest fashion, they would stand out in the dull, grey, poor atmosphere of the 50s with their red ties, checkered suits, elegant hats. So it would help keep the illusion of times gone by. These were the elegant basement dwellers. Turgumures, the town of Turgumures, was considered as a sort of micro-society because at the moment there were 400 DOs living in the town. For these people, regularity was a way of survival. Going to visit was continued even between these harsh conditions. Between 5 and 7 p.m. every day, everybody could come visit without prior announcement. They thought children were better off without the burden of history. Some of them hid from their children their family background. Later, some would introduce them step by step into the history of the family. This would come back and haunt many of the families at the end of the 20th and 21st century, and beginning of the 21st century, when becoming adults, these children would sometimes reject the heritage of their family. A drastic way out of the humiliations was to move away to Romanian-speaking regions, where these historic names weren't known. Religion played a vital part in their upbringing, and they would continue this relationship with the church. They attended mass, religious service, even during communism, even knowing that they were watched by the secret police. They also remained in contact with the representatives of the church and made religion an important part of the upbringing of their children. The church would be a part of their survival also, because some of them would work for the church in its offices or sometimes fictitious jobs created by the church. Count Degenfeld would become an accountant for the Lutheran Church. Count Teleki Erne worked as a secretary for the Roman Catholic Vicarage in Cluj-Napoca. Education was also very important, inflicting to their children the ways of social behavior specific to their class. Certain ways of speaking, dressing, manners, and strong Christian beliefs, sometimes without explaining the family history, as I told you. Culture was also an integral part of the survival, perpetuating the illusion of the old world. They needed illusions to survive. They would attend classical music concerts, sometimes only the rehearsals, because those were free of charge, as in the case of Countess Holler Eva. Baroness Kamin Kotelin could be seen attending classical music concerts almost until the end of her life. She died at the age of 107. Count Holler István would have a collection of opera records. The sound of opera arias would be heard from the basement and be carried by the wind through the streets of Turgumures, where they lived, and he would teach younger generations of DOs the love of opera. Closeness to nature was to perpetuate and remind many of them of the rural surrounding of their former homes. Taking walks in the surrounding areas of the towns would bring back the memory of hunts, castle parks, horse riding. They would also recreate the memory of a castle park in the gardens of their derelict little houses. What changed was the keeping of pets. The decrepit basements, huts didn't make it possible to keep animals. For some exceptions, because Count Beardy Danish, living in a shed in the back of a courtyard, would still keep a dog. Some representatives of the aristocracy decided to work together, or at least try to find a modus vivendi with the regime, without becoming traitors to their class, but trying to make a better living. The case of Baron Kamień János, who was the founder of an interwar Transylvanian literary movement, the Helicon, who after being dismissed from his job at the Secular National Theatre, of which he was a founding member of, in 1952 would work as a lime burner. Later would be rehabilitated and would work in the library of the Theatrical Institute in Târgu Mureș, and in 1959 be hired at a newspaper writing the theatre column. And later also writing politically neutral books, where some of the characters would have the characteristics of the new socialist human being. Baron Czartoryski succeeded in not being a DO, and because of his involvement in viticulture, he would write books about winemaking, later even succeeding in publishing literary works. The question of immigration tormented many representatives of the aristocracy. This aristocracy had had few contacts with its European counterparts, was not accustomed to living abroad for long periods. Allegedly, Baron Opor Gábor, who was Hungary's ambassador to the Vatican and Grand Chancellor of the Order of Malta, said that he wouldn't help those who would have liked to emigrate because they need to stay home, and the community needs engineers and shoemakers. Others were of the opinion that children could go, but parents would not. These being said, the possibility of emigration appeared immediately after 1944-45. Some families did not come back after the end of the war. In communist Romania, after 1949, the first possibility of leaving the country came immediately after 1963, when the decree of 49 was annulled. This concerned mainly the older generations. The next wave was in the 1980s, mainly due to the economic situation. The new emigres never lost touch with those remaining at home, helping them through legal organizations like the Red Cross, the Maltese International, the Johanniter International, or in the case of those settled in Germany, the Hilfsverein Nymphenburg, led by the members of the Bavarian Royal House. Through these organizations, they would send clothing, food, medicine, and later money. After 1963, when it was possible, some would return, leading humanitarian convoys to certain kindergartens, hospitals, retirement homes. Some would come even every year. The iconic figure of Countess Bissing and Erzsébet is still present in many minds. She would spend her pension granted by the German state for the help of her fellow Transylvanians emigrating in Europe or those remaining at home. Another iconic figure was Count Teleki Béla, who because of his political activity could not come back either to Romania or Hungary. He would settle in the United States of America, becoming the leading figure of the Transylvanian Hungarian community in the States. Count Oldalagi Ferenc would send a memoir to President François Mitterrand to help the Transylvanian Hungarians in 1990. After 1963, people started moving out of the basements. They would buy small flats, sometimes continuing to live crowded with strangers because they couldn't afford themselves a whole flat, and then later benefiting from the state-allocated apartments. These flats would perpetuate the atmosphere of the castles, becoming mini-castles, the old furniture, the portraits, the paintings of horses. Many would return to their former properties and even visit their former homes. Count Teleki Mihai and Count Holerienu would be welcomed as heroes. Count Teleki would be greeted by the employees of the facility using the castle with his former title. When Count Holler went back to his former castle, it was like a bishop's visit, his son said. The police would be present but not intervene. Colleagues, even superiors, would address them as Comrade Baron or Comrade Count. At this point, many people were already disappointed with the new regime and thought about the good old times before 1949. Sometimes it was irony, sometimes the search of prominence, and there was a change, of course, of generations who didn't hold a grudge against the former social classes. For them, it was novelty, a curiosity. Some reporters started writing about members of the aristocracy. The writer Beke György wrote a report about Count Bethlen Gábor with the title The Last Bethlen in 1979, which would become the title of his book of interviews, on the cover with the stylized coat of arms of the family. Count Bethlen was presented as a model, a count becoming a communist model, but who carried with him the characteristics of his class: seriousness, diligence, sense of duty, even in the new circumstances. Count Bethlen worked 700 kilometers away from his family in the southeastern part of Romania, and then coming close only to 100 kilometers away from the family home, becoming the agronomist of a collective farm being respected by the villagers. In 1987, the Kalnoky family returned to their former estate, triggering a reaction in the younger members of the family that would mean a lifelong relationship with Transylvania, continuing even today. The family visits continued in the next year as well, culminating in December 1989, when immediately after the Romanian Revolution, Count Kalnoky-Farkas organized one of the first aid actions with the help of the scouts from Versailles. A very important component of the survival strategy was humor, self-irony. Even today, the descendants of the families and ordinary people talk about different iconic figures who, with their attitude, humor, great stories, made life bearable. Count Mihály Teleki and Countess Teleki Gemma's name come to many people's minds. Both were members of an aristocratic family deeply rooted in Transylvanian history. Although Mihály would emigrate to Germany, Gemma would remain telling people that she was better off selling flowers in her native city in Romania than being a beggar in the shadow of the castle of Schönbrunn. It may sound odd, but the members of the aristocracy would enjoy going to cinemas. First of all, it was affordable, showing old films, historic films with people dressed impeccably. Mainly films where sometimes characters representing nobility were shown as positive characters. The films based on the novels of the famous Hungarian author Jókai Mór, where nobility appears as the forerunner of development. They help other unfortunate social categories. This was a sort of spiritual compensation. After 1963 and the withdrawal of the decree of 1949, there was a change, mainly in the younger generation. The younger generation, influenced by the culture of the 60s, made them turn away from the parents' generation and against what they represented. The new apartments didn't have the old furniture. They wanted to integrate in the new society. But there were some who continued their parents' activities, like the children of Baron Kemény János, Árpád becoming stage designer at the Târgu Mureș Theatre, Zsuzsa becoming a poet and holding literary circles in the communist flats that they purchased after 1963. 1963 meant for many the recognition of the impossibility of change, reconciliation with their fate, which had the consequence of emigration or integration. This period between 1949 and 1989 meant for the Transylvanian Hungarian-speaking aristocracy the almost complete destruction. Many of its representatives survived this period, carrying with them in them their ancestors' legacy, moral values, or class identity. This attitude can be summed up with the simple words of Countess Teleki Gemma, who was asked at a certain point about the aristocratic survival strategy, and she said, "My dear, or you have it, or you don't." Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Now I will ask Zofia Czołkina to give us a few words of comment. She is an associate professor in Russian history and sociology of Russian society at the University of Paris 8, Vincent Saint-Denis, and researcher at the Center for Sociological and Political Research in Paris. She is the author of a book, Former People, Russian Nobility in Soviet Society, devoted to the reconversion strategies of the noble families in the Soviet society between the October Revolution and the Second World War, and the collective memory of their post-revolutionary adaptation. She has also published scholarly articles about the participation of women in a dissident movement in the 1960s, 80s, and the introduction of foreign patterns of arts management in Russian cultural institutions in the 2000s. Her current research is devoted to historical exhibitions and to museum display of the 20th century Russian history. The mic is all yours.
Thank you very much. You hear me? First of all, I would like to say that our panel shows a certain development in our field. I think when this field, the sociology of old elites, started in the 1980s, the first conferences included only cases from several countries, Western European countries, especially France, England, Sweden. Then more and more in the 90s, they started to include other countries, Eastern Europe, Latin America, and now we have really very interesting development. This is a Chinese case, and this is really the case that we do not know very well, and it is great because it opens for us real possibilities of comparison. And so now we really are able to compare how these old nobilities adapted under communism regimes, and so what consequences it had for social structure. If I had to find the main idea, the main claim or argument which is common for all participants, it is not so easy because the papers are very different, but I think that general question is whether nobilities under communism were changing with changing societies and were adapting and losing some of their habits, qualities, and so on, or it was the other way around, that they, in spite of all, managed to impose maybe some models of behavior, ideas about distinction, and that finally they managed to spread their ways of doing to larger milieus in which they integrated. So these are two different visions of exactly the same process. So now I would like to comment on each paper. So Maciej Radziwiłł asks, in fact, but the paper was so extremely rich, and so I will just comment on something. So he asks a question that is very often asked, how to define nobility, or how to define aristocracy. And I would like to say that yesterday it was already mentioned, there is a book in French of Monique de Saint-Martin, L'espace de la noblesse. And in the introduction, she mentions a paradox, that when she started to study the descendants of French nobility in the 1980s, everyone told to her, it was the beginning of their conversation, the nobility doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't exist anymore. The descendants, it's not like parents. There was a rupture. And then after that followed 3 hours conversation where they gave so many details about how all these remnants of what was noble in fact shaped their lives. So that it gave a possibility to Monique de Saint-Martin to write 300 pages book. And after having written this book, in the end, she comes to the conclusion that, at least in France, there is a social space of nobility. Nobility is not a group, of course, it cannot be defined as a group. It is a social space. It means networks, some loose networks, practices, some elements of lifestyle. There is something that exists, let's say. And I have heard her many times telling in different conferences, because people ask all the time this question, how to define nobility, let's say today, how to define nobility in the end of 20th century, beginning of 21st century. What is this? Who they are, these descendants of nobility? With what definition can we sociologists go to the field? And so she says that it is not necessary to define a nobility before the research. It is such a case. It is the particularity of this case. We go to the field without a definition. So we observe, we take notes, we take interviews, and then we describe what we have seen. Because we know that there is something, but we don't know what it is. But then why, if it is so why this question comes back all the time? This question comes back all the time because I think that there is a problem of a difference between a sociological and historical approach. Because for a very long time, nobility, it was a historical object. It was an object that historians worked on. And of course, historians, they gave a definition of nobility. And it was possible for them, especially if they worked about like 18th, 19th century or previous centuries, it was possible to give a socio-economic definition. And sociological methodology is quite different. Of course, now it is very fashionable to talk about interdisciplinary research and so on, but our sociological methodology, at least in this case, is completely different. That is why we work like that, observing. And then I think that this book that you are criticizing, that yesterday was presented, written by Tomasz Zaryski and Rafał Smaczynski. So I think that their book is also realized in this methodology of like Pierre Bourdieu, and they also show that nobility for them, like they observed in the field that nobility is a set of bodily practices, as he said yesterday, of models of education, and that nobility is finally like influenced larger social groups who start to not imitate, but they took for granted some distinctions, some educational models that were before noble, and now they are more generalized. Yeah. And then I would like to ask some questions. You said that you were a sociologist, and for 50 years you observed. This is, of course, we hope to read your book, your observations about that. This is really great, and I would like to know what was the reaction of people whom you know, people whom you who were your relatives or friends, but whom you observed. Did they like to be observed? What was their attitude to sociology? So were they opened? And second question, I would like to know, maybe it is still a bit provocative, but it is really an interesting question. People who have today, but they are very loud names, very well-known names like Sapega and other Zamoyski and other names. So is it now, today, a valuable symbolic capital that they really can use? Do they feel that they really have a important symbolic capital that they can use? Or is it kind of a dissonant heritage, as we say sometimes, or a difficult thing to carry? Yeah. Thank you very much. Then now I will pass to Chinese case. Ling shows us that landlords like imposed, like I didn't understand whether all residents are, all villages are landlords, or there were landlords who controlled this territory. But they imposed to preserve in the modernized society an old-fashioned mode of control of the territory. That's what I understood. I don't know, when I have read your paper, I thought how to comment on it because I didn't know a lot about China. Then I just have read a chapter from the book of Tamila Lankina, a recent book, where she compares the trajectories of descendants of old elites in Russia, Hungary, and China. Also an original comparison. And she says the following thing. She says that already since the end of the 19th century, the Chinese descendants of old elites were not so actively integrating themselves in the modern professions as did descendants of nobility like in Russia or Poland and other countries. Of course, they integrated in the modern professions. They tried to get a diplomas or tried to also to be modern, but not that much, because in fact their priority was gaining of spiritual dominance. Like they professed in temples, or they consecrated themselves to philanthropic activities. They organized kind of ceremonies, and so. And finally, this symbolic and cultural power that they maintained and reinforced, we see in your paper how it is used in real life, if I understood it right. Because what you showed in your paper, that in fact they are using the old spaces, like spiritual places, cultural places, they are a little bit transforming them. They're persuading all residents that of their importance. They're trying to be inclusive in order to maintain the mode of control that they are used to have. And somehow, as far as I understand, this spiritual cultural dominance is more important than the right of property, somehow. But the question that I would like to ask, what is about the Communist Party? So, how do they? What are the relations? So, for instance, the descendants of old elite, can they become mayors of the cities? Mayors of the cities or not, so how it is organized, this relations. So now a Transylvanian case very rapidly, but it's a pity because I very much was excited about your article because I find so many similarities between the Russian case, because like I was myself have written a book about the trajectories of Russian noble families after 1917 who stayed in the Soviet Union, and there are similarities and there are differences. Like similarities like the forced displacement, that they were forced to leave regions and come to the cities, then limited access to education, and also that in the private life they were recreating their familiar lifestyle. So nearly all what you described was so familiar to me, and I was very fascinated by the photos that you showed. I would like to know where they come from. But there are some differences, and this is interesting because in your case, the Hungarian aristocracy, the discriminated aristocracy, is at the same time an ethnic minority and a linguistic minority. And this is there are not many cases like that I know. And so I would like to know, the Hungarians in Romania, they are not only nobles, like there were maybe a million people. So were they all discriminated or not? Or are all Hungarians, not all Hungarians in Romania are not noble, I think. And so who were persecutors? Like when all these people were displaced and they were called to institutions and so on. So who were persecutors? Were they Romanians or Hungarians? Both. Yes. And also, a second important thing that I would like to know, as far as I understood, they nearly all worked at the beginning for the first 15 years in manual professions. this surprised me very greatly because in Russia there was announced that all the nobles will go to the dustbin of history, or that they all will work as manual workers and so on, but it was not true. Because in reality, after Stalin's industrialization, they really needed badly people everywhere, people who were a little bit educated or very educated. And so in Russia, they all managed to integrate to more or less white-collar jobs. And here I have the impression that not. So is it also because of these ethnic differences, linguistic differences, or was it only for 15 years, or did it last the whole time? Yeah. And I think that this Romanian, the case of Hungarians in Romania, they also show us that we need, when we study nobilities, we of course always need to study at the same time this social professional structure of society, because it often explains the differences in their trajectories. This is an obvious thing, but here I thought about it a lot. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to reading your articles and books about it.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I would like to ask the speakers maybe to answer shortly so that we have time for further questions.
Yes, thank you for these questions and comments. I think just my comment about the speech of Attila Kalman, that we see for people from Poland, for me particularly, it was very interesting to see the comparison of the destiny of the Transylvanian aristocracy versus the Polish aristocracy. Poland seems like a holiday resort vis-à-vis for the aristocrats vis-à-vis Transylvania, even in the Stalinist period. You asked about my participant observation. It was just natural because I come from all the top league families. It's just a coincidence, and my grandmother was one of the main figures in this milieu. She died in 1999, and so it was just natural. And because I studied sociology and then I worked as a tutor, it was very natural for me to use some of the sociological concept, and that's why I also applied this concept of generation, which is extremely important in Polish sociology. One of the most famous Polish sociologists that died a year ago, Paweł Śpiewak, said that Polish society is not divided by classes but by generations and territories. And this concept of generation, this generational experience, is extremely important for us because of our history. And the second question, well, I could talk about it for many hours. What is the perception of these acoustic names? Generally speaking, I've never met in person anybody who had any negative attitude to me because of my surname. Also during the communist time. There are some nuances because of the history and because of the involvement of some of my family members in the war with Sweden, where some people consider some of my family members as traitors. And obviously, it's a small simplification of the Polish history, but it is. But what is very interesting is that I've been traveling to Belarus and Ukraine and Lithuania for the last 35 years, or even at the end of the Soviet times. And because Polish aristocracy is somewhat different from the Russian aristocracy, it is very local. So the people in these three countries, where most of these top families were very present for centuries and were very local, the attitude to these families is very special and extremely positive. And I can't remember the names of two Russian sociologists that wrote a kind of an essay on Belarus, which used to be called the Vendée of the Perestroika. And what struck them, and the most Sovietized part of the former Soviet Union, what struck them was the attitude to the former magnates, and the second thing that struck them was how many people considered nobles, because the Russian aristocracy was a court aristocracy, and in Poland was vice versa. Some of the kings were considered nobody vis-à-vis the top magnates. And at the same time, in Russia, you didn't have this micro nobility that represented about 10% of the Polish society. So this is very interesting that in these territories, which underwent an extremely tough Sovietization, the remembrance of the family and the attitude is amazing and very strong and very, very positive, more positive than in Poland. My family roots are in Lithuania or Grand Duchy of Lithuania, so obviously this is stronger in Belarus and Lithuania rather than in Ukraine, but in those areas where the family was present for centuries, in Ukraine it is also very, very strong and very positive. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia. Before I answer the question, I want to respond to your comment, because you mentioned and asked if the villagers, they are landlord in China. Absolutely, they are not, because all of the land belong to, after the totally urbanization of Shenzhen today, all of the land are urban land. So all of the land are state-owned land. If you want to say who is a landlord, of course it's the state, not the villagers. And about the Communist Party, how they organize their relations, because as I mentioned, due to the dual land system, the owned land belong to the state, and the collective land belong to the collective committee. It's like the collective committee, they behalf of the villagers to collective the land, but they is just like play as a manager role or agent. They don't have the total right to use all of the land, even though this land belong to the rural areas. They still need to follow the government's policy and regulations. And in the Shenzhen case, all of the land belong to the government. So if the shareholding cooperatives, they don't have the right to own all of the land, but they also heritage the right to use of the land and get some benefit from it. Because in China, in rural areas, and we have the history, the central government didn't cover all of the land, and they will give the grassroots organizations to all the communities. And let's talk about the sharing cooperatives. nowadays they are also economic organizations. That means they could do some business by themselves, but due to the right original from the land, and the land belonged to the state. So all of the business are also under the control of the government. If the government don't allow them to develop land, maybe develop real estate, they are not allowed to do. But they have the right to manage their own constructions, buildings, like the ancestral hall and temples, something about that. And they also change the management ways. For example, in the past, all of the ancestral halls are like family property and they are closed. But nowadays, they open all of the constructions to the public. So the public also could go into this place and learn some history from the local families. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I will think about it.
Yes, I think I have three questions, so I will try to answer those briefly. Who were the persecutors? I think that was your first question. Well, both Hungarians and Romanians. Now, the decree of 1949 hit all landowning families, so not only aristocrats, lesser nobility, but also untitled landowners. So everybody was hit by this decree from March 1949. So yes, the persecutors were both Hungarian and Romanian. And I have to tell you that in that region, mainly the town of Târgu Mureș, where many of these people lived after 1949, the persecutors were mainly Hungarians, because this is a region with a Hungarian majority. Yes, you asked me about the manual professions. I could find only 3 cases where, in this period, 49 and 63, where members of some families had white-collar jobs. The case of Baron Kemény was one of them, who after being a lime burner, went to be a librarian and later a journalist. So starting with 57 or 58. Then there was the case of Baron Czavosi, who was, starting with the 50s, a writer and viticulture. And there is a third case with the Counts Bethlen, who worked as an accountant for a hospital. But he could work as an accountant because he moved away from these places from the region of Transylvania. So he went to the southern parts of Romania, where his name wasn't known. He first moved to Bucharest, to the capital, and then to a smaller town. So he could work, even in the 50s, as an accountant for a hospital. These are only the 3 cases. Everybody else as a laborer. And, oh God, what was the third question?
What is the main explanation of this?
That was the third question? The third was something about if it changed after 63 or something. Yes, it changed. So it was until 1949 to 63, and after 63, it changed because this decree was annulled. Now, of course, those who were manual laborers in the 50s continued to be manual laborers, but their offsprings could go to universities and have white-collar jobs. So after 1963, this totally changed, yes. This is why I concentrated on this period of between 49 and 63.
So it's only 15 years of this?
Yes, those are the really dark
this
times.
Is a lot,
yes,
but
yes,
yeah.
That's true.
Okay, now I would like to invite probably just 2, 3 questions. We have like 6 minutes. So you were the first.
Thank you. Some years of research and comparative research on nobility has taught us that nobility is a very good object for research on social transformation. And so when you see the German nobility, you see several layers of self-description. You have a national nobility, but mostly nobility defines itself as a regional one. So you have many layers. Not only you have a Saxon nobility, you have a Mecklenburgian nobility, and altogether somehow a German nobility. And my question is, if you, Mr. Radziwiłł, mentioned that the Polish aristocracy should die out, my question is, yes, we face social transformation, and the low number of aristocratic families could be a very good precondition to be transformed and to be integrated in other aristocratic social formations. You mentioned the cosmopolitic character of the aristocratic families, and my question is, it could be that a Polish high aristocracy is dying out, but it's integrated in new aristocratic formations on a not on a regional level, but on a more European level. Can you make a comment on that?
So maybe one more from Mr. Riddle.
Maciej Riddle, Polish Gentry Association. I have a question to Mr. Radziwiłł. How many palaces were regained by Radziwiłł families and other aristocratic families? And is there any center for Foundation Trzy, Trąby where in any of these palaces, like for example, Czartoryskis in Pałkinie. Czartoryskis in Pałkinie regained that they live there and it's their home now. Are there any other cases, such cases? As concerns the attitude toward the name, of course you have answered this question. I must add to that the positive attitude is not only to the very well-known names, but I come from very small gentry and small manor house and so on. So, and again, it's the same, that the people in the villages are very, how to say, very positively to those who were descendants of the owner. Thank you.
Okay, so one more and that's all.
Łukasz Łapiński, Polish Nobility Association. I also got a question for Mr. Radziwiłł about border between aristocracy and nobility. I think you can agree or not. It's just the unofficial and fluent difference based on wealthy and political position, right? You said that there is no measure of that class. You showed a very interesting measure senators in long scale, but it's still only some proposition and unofficial role. Based on titles, you said also that some titles were just bought and some other wealthy families had no titles at all. So that's also not measure. And I think that, do we know, based on an economical position, how many peasant families should have to qualify as an aristocracy, how many cities or villages? Is there such a border? Is there such a measure of difference between, let's say, regular nobility and aristocracy? When noble family became an aristocracy. As we know in Polish history, Polish aristocracy is mostly quite new class from late medieval time, from Jagiellonian dynasty, like Radziwiłł, yeah? Radziwiłł family based on a very strong connection with Lithuanian princes, and their economical and political position was built in the 15th century, and family still had such a position till the end of the Polish kingdom. I don't know if you can agree with me that...
Excuse me, so maybe let's
the last sentence. Aristocracy is just part of nobility who had much better economical and political position based on hard work, luck, and took a risk and good moment of family history to extend that family base. Thank you.
Many questions. The last one, the definition of aristocracy is obviously impossible to answer. But as the nobility was a network, because as I said, in Poland, there was no heraldry. So if a peasant became for somehow rich and bought a ring and a proper dress, in 1 or 2 generations became already noble. Nobody questioned that. People were changing coat of arms. There was a mess in comparison with what happened after the partition, where all the 3 empires that conquered Poland introduced very strict bureaucracy in this matter. But aristocracy is a network inside this big network, and simply if the core of this milieu considered somebody a member of the family, he was a member of aristocracy. If not, I remember when I told my grandmother that Mr. Sapiecha came, she thought, "What did you say? He's an uncle." I said, "I've never seen him before, but he's a Sapiecha. All the Sapiechas are your uncles." But if somebody who was a noble came and I said, "Uncle X came," she said, "He's not an uncle, he's Mr." So, I mean, it is not that aristocracy is anything better than nobility or broader, but it's a sociological phenomenon that existed, and now it doesn't exist, in my opinion, as a group. Obviously, some people may consider themselves aristocrats, but, for example, my children don't call any Sapiecha an uncle, because they don't have this feeling of the unity of these 20 families, let's say. You can argue 20, 30 families, or definitely the core, I would say 10 or 12. So to answer very briefly. Then the question about palaces. We didn't, as a family, recover any or keep. We recovered maybe 1 or 2 small manors, but because there were too many owners, we sold it. But as we say in our families, when you recover a palace, you are happy twice: when you get it back and when you get rid of it. Because if you don't have the land to support a big palace, it's a burden. So my best solution is to cooperate with some museums in many palaces or towns linked with my family, but not owning them. And that was the case in Ukraine, Belarus, until the last difficult times. Lithuania, and the center of my activities in Nieborów, where I have a collection of 400 different paintings and other items. I behave there like an owner, but it belongs to the state, and I don't need to care about repairing the roof. Then the first question about the cosmopolitan aspect of, or European aspect of aristocracy. As I said in my speech, in the late 18th century and in 19th century, there were plenty of marriages between the Polish top aristocracy with German, Austrian, Hungarian, and also even Russian aristocratic families. But that didn't mean that they stopped to become very local. As somebody told me, a famous Lithuanian poet, I was at a meeting with him, Tomas Venclova, said that cosmopolitan guy is a educated nationalists. So they were educated locals because they still kept very strongly their local identity. But for some reasons, after Poland regained independence, these marriages with other families stopped. And I have many links with German, French, and Italian families that we are somehow connected. But these links are very, I mean, they last, they have to trace the early 19th century. Sometimes that's where we are connected. So there were some attempts to build some kind of European network of nobility or aristocratic families. But in my opinion, this doesn't work. This for the same reason as it doesn't work in Poland to build larger, more active association of nobility or aristocracy in particular, or even family unions. These are what Mr. Zarycki and Smoczyński call reconstruction groups. We have plenty of them showing how the Battle of Grunwald was, and there are thousands of people come every year to commemorate a battle of 1410 against the Teutonic Knights. So this is the same kind of, it's not natural. I think, and there were these questions whether the aristocracy exists or not, and that even in France they answer it doesn't exist. But in Polish case, it was just this generation that culminated all these traditions, values, the intensity of this group was amazing, of the life of this group was amazing, and then it disappeared because we, my generation, my children's generation, has completely different experience. I love the history of my family, even that it is not bright sometimes, but this tradition is finished. But it is not finished, in my opinion, in some of the West European countries. I know many aristocrats from Germany, France, Italy. They have the same lifestyle as my grandparents had 80 years ago. So they may complain that their children do not care because the lifestyle is just changed. Everybody wants to live in Paris rather than somewhere in Normandy. But in my opinion, in these countries, this group still exists. But in Poland, this is simply finished. Maybe it's pity, maybe it's good because we became normal citizens. I remember an anecdote. One of my uncles, as a young guy, tried to study medicine. 5 times he was rejected, but then the wife of the top say Polish KGB learned that he was working for 5 years as a nurse. And she said, well, if the Radziwiłł works for 5 years as a nurse, he can go to study medicine because he's no longer class enemy. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all the speakers. Now, unfortunately, we need to move to the break, but should you have any further questions, probably the speakers will be available during the coffee break. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests, it is my pleasure to start the second panel of today's day of conference, which will be devoted to echoes of the feudality and longue durée of social structures. In this session, our distinguished panelists, here on site and online, will explore how historical structures of power and land ownership continue to echo in modern times, shaping local communities and perceptions of heritage. I would like to say that we have one change in program. We will have 3 speakers. Each of them will have 20 minutes to present the paper. After that, I will ask Professor Marta Kurkowska-Budzen for some comments, and afterwards we will open the floor for discussion. So please feel free to prepare questions to our panelists. And our first speaker is Cezary Lusiński from the Polish Academy of Sciences. Cezary Lusiński is a Polish historian and career diplomat. He has extensive experience in diplomacy and international business, specializing in conflict resolution and peacemaking. Currently, he serves as Minister Counsellor for EU Enlargement Policy at the Polish Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Minister Lusiński is the author and co-author of more than 10 books in history, security and European integration. And today, Minister Lusiński will present on how the owners of palaces are perceived by local communities in the western part of Poland. Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm really glad to be back to my alma mater, as many other participants who just came back here after decades. Secondly, I'm glad to speak on behalf of the Polish Academy of Science, where I obtained my doctorate more than 3 decades ago, because it's a rare opportunity. Because being a career diplomat, I usually have to focus on a state perspective. Since I'm always also involved in a social non-governmental activities because of my family background, it's also more often opportunity to have interaction also on the issues that we touch upon today. Let me say a few remarks at the beginning on the way I prepared this contribution for today. I've gathered material mostly from a small region of Lubusz, which is a bit artificial region in the western part of Poland, but it constitutes part of the territories that we used to call regained territories, and they are simply the territories that Poland gained from Germany after the Second World War. After World War II, Poland was moved eastward, and that was experience of millions of Poles, including my family. We moved westward from the eastern Polish territories, which became Ukraine, Belarus, Lithuania, parts of these republics. I mostly gathered material from the region around Grünberg, Zielona Góra, but it proved to be similar to what my colleagues gained in 3 other regions that Poland gained from Germany after World War II. Particularly Ślezin, Śląsk, Pommern, Pomorze Zachodnie, and Ostpreußen, East Prussia, Prusy Wschodnie. The experience there is quite different from what other people have in the regions that used to be core Polish regions in central Poland. Why? Simply because in these particular regions where I live now, in Western Poland, there is virtually no tradition of Polish gentry. It's a tradition of German gentry. So the attitude used to be for decades after World War II, used to be double hatred on behalf of majority of inhabitants. Poles moved westward, sorry, because there were the owners of the palaces were both gentry and secondly German gentry. So there was double reason to expel people. I mean, our predecessors in the palaces and manors in Western, what is now Western Poland, and it also has a lot of influence in the current patterns of behavior or current patterns of perception of those who own the palaces and manors. Who are those people who bought from this state or communities ruined palaces and manors? They're Poles, they're Germans, they're French, Italian, Americans, Chinese recently. Anybody who had enough money to buy and at least try to bring it to this shape that it would be usable, at least. Most of the examples come from my own property, Broniszów Castle, because I'm entitled to do so. I cannot show you the pictures from people where I was a guest, because they wouldn't wish that. I had a robbery, my home robbed just a few days ago, so I don't understand the reason. And the previous robbery was like 4 years ago, so it happens, unfortunately. But as I said, these observations are also valid for all of the other regions which Poland gained from Germany after World War II. Because everywhere, German gentry used to suffer the negative perception as both a privileged social class and members of a nation that Poles fought in the Second World War. And since this assumption still persists, there is a task for people like myself to contribute to change this perception. This region I'm talking about, Lubusz region, is, as I said, a bit artificial one, but historically is the southern part. This southern part of Lubusz Voivodeship around Grünberg or Zielona Góra is northern part of Dolny Śląsk or Niederschlesien, Śląsk Dragański, Principality of Zagan, which existed until 1930s. In this particular region, Poles used to live along Germans. There was Czech rule in the region for centuries, in the late medieval centuries. It was first after Austrian and then Prussian, then German rule. All in all, the region until 1945, for centuries used to be relatively wealthy region of a relatively wealthy and relatively well-organized state, either Austrian or German. I wish it was a case after World War II, but unfortunately, Poland, due to communist rule, was not in a position to administer this region in a proper way. What you see here on the picture is just renovated in the most important parts. Castle. It looked very different in 2010 when I bought it. Now many visitors come, and you know, it's thousands already since 2011 or 12, and still many of them are white excursions. I mean, Germans who come because they are interested in the region. But they come. Also, people from the countries come. I have neighbors from France, Italy, and also from Germany. I'll give you some examples where I'm entitled to by people to mention them, because they are still not feel comfortable. Obviously, things changed since Poland regained independence and changed its political system, starting from 1989. And reconciliation between Poland and Germany contributed a lot to mutual perception of Poles and Germans. But we have to remember that from this particular region and the other regions I mentioned, the almost entire German population was expelled after World War II, at the end of World War II, starting from I mean, not forced, but the only reasonable way was to flee before Soviet troops entered. And that was the experience of Germans in January and July, and January and February of 1945. This long-lasting perception that the region is temporarily Polish was preserved for decades. I spoke to many people from various social spheres, proprietors of a flat or a big house, and I asked why they don't repair. So when Germans would come back, and we'll go back eastward. I mean, really, this kind of perception prevailed in people, in respect of people born before the last war. So that's why nothing was repaired. And if it was a state-owned property, means a castle like this one, I mean, that belonged to nobody. That belonged to everybody, to the state, and to nobody. It was a place where one could grab material, if allowed, and especially after communism ended. And then there was a situation that nobody cared. There was already independent Poland, but we had so many problems that the condition of palaces and manors in Western Poland, well, it was given out by the state to local communities, and local communities were trying to sell it as quickly as possible. especially if the buyer would be Polish, or a foreigner, at least, on the unwritten condition that he would not be German. But some bought the property anyway. I spoke once to Baroness von Stichting, who bought a castle in county of Schowa in the Lubusz region, the link with Schlesien-Śląsk, Dolny Śląsk region. And she used to be there for, her family used to be there for centuries, and with links to many Polish families from Wielkopolska or Greater Poland, which it was also adjacent. Obviously, she would have preferred to buy where in Schlichtengowa, because the very name was Schlichtengowa, was from their names, von Schlichting. And since this was not available, she bought in the neighborhood. And in patient toil, she rebuilt, which was then awarded by the improved perception by local Polish neighbors. Because at the beginning, it was the perception of her was negative. German, Gentry, who would have family links there in Schlichtengowa for at least 3.5 centuries. But then, when she showed this patient toil and also respect to new realities, she gained respect around the villages and town of Schlichtengowa and county town of Schowa to a large extent. The majority of people who bought the property were entrepreneurs. Most of them wanted to buy and sell then to Germans, or whoever would like to buy. In case of the Bronisław Castle, the property was sold to a family of lawyers from Poznań. I would not mention the name because the context is not positive one. And this family gained a credit, mortgage for that, used it for another purposes, and then tried to resell for good money to a wealthy German who would buy. And they were waiting for the wealthy German to buy for several years at the beginning of this century. And they finally found not a German, but Pole living in Switzerland. This man on the picture. It's myself standing like 7-8 meters from the ground with a chief specialist in reconstruction of sgraffito. That's a Renaissance way of decoration, which reappeared from later Baroque plasters, and this remnants of sgraffito plasters was only used as a background by Baroque artisans in the late 17th century. Though it was a fashionable style of decoration at the beginning of 17th century, but attitude to what is beautiful changes throughout century. When I bought the castle, I tried to save and redevelop whatever was the most important from cultural point of view, overall European cultural heritage. And I found in many instances Renaissance more attractive, more rare than the Baroque. And so you have to choose, because it's not possible to have half of a dress Baroque, half of a dress Renaissance. Though to a large extent, I keep these both until recently. What the others do? The others mostly redevelop such properties into hotels. They wouldn't like to spend 2 or 3 millions just on graffiti, on internal paintings and so on. They would rather focus entirely on reinforcing the walls, on rebuilding the floors, on replacing the windows and so on, and practical things. Obviously, Polish state, after many years of neglecting such properties, now it cares. I mean, in a way that is not ideal, I must admit, but this cares, and there is a supervision of whatever we do within palaces until now, and this is an obligation for whoever is an owner, whether either Polish or German or the American or French or Italian. There is life in many of classes. Say my neighbor, Mr. Piantini in Zedlitz, Siedlisko, he admits people once a year in the spring. And sometimes he organizes a concert, open air, so people could come there. And he's got rebuilt only small part of large Zedlitz castle that used to belong to von Beuthen family. I'm in a better position because mine is smaller, and it's like 2,000 square meters, and I brought life back to half of that. Means 1,000 square meters, or 1,000 or 1,200 square meters. And here's the picture from library. People gather and see, look, obviously, a lot done more to do, but there is already life there. That's how Brunzel-Waldau looked like in Baroque costume, like 100 years ago. It was not an ideal condition, because the last German family from Karitz-und-Chammer, they had many properties, and this particular one is not easy to maintain because of the proximity of pond. You know, there is a lot of humidity to fight with. And here we come to the last family that were the owners of this particular castle, and many others in Niederschlesien, particularly from Chammer and Kainz family. A long tradition of Schlesien German gentry from 14th century. When I managed to reconstruct castle to a certain stage, I just got in touch with Karl von Karitz-und-Chammer, and we started correspondence in English. Then he found it much more convenient to correspond in French, and so we did. We shared our experience with both, with respect and sympathy on both sides. But I understand it was easier for me because, you know, being a career diplomat, I'm by definition more open to other cultures, other people, other nations. And also, he didn't care about, you know, any way of regaining the castle, because the family has a good life in Annecy, France. So I invited them to come, and they accepted. Unfortunately, Karl von Karitz-und-Chammer died before the family reunion happened in 2018, but 25 of his family members arrived. They were my guests for 2 entire days, and they came from France, Germany, the Netherlands, and Italy, and they spoke those 4 languages, 3 generations of them. And the attitudes of people around, the expectations towards the owners of palaces usually correspond with weddings, organizing concerts, and other cultural activities. Well, most of the people have entrepreneurial approach and organize weddings. I organize piano recitals, which is much appreciated by many, and also because it's free of charge. Here is an example of a property owned by a local institution which was neglected for many, many years. But with help of European funds, it became recently a community center for European activities. And that's in Ochla, now within the borders of Greenberg or Zielona Góra. Look, and it's marvelous condition. I attended the opening earlier this year, and this is a good way to follow. Here's another good example of using the space with furniture from Belgium. It's restored. It's got this climate and bring more life to this, because the expectations of people who live in the nearby cities, intelligentsia of scholars, teachers, clergymen, they've got a certain sympathy to the places like this, and they would like to come to see, to do some sightseeing, just like the group which is around the castle at this particular picture. I once organized a wedding, and then I had problems with fiscal authorities for 4 years. So I won't repeat the exercise. Simply because as long as I'm a civil servant, I'm not allowed to run any economic activities. I can organize concerts free of charge, and that's what I do now. And here there are examples where how should you care for property. I mean, it's a patient toil because it was built centuries ago, not always from good material, and neglected for decades with running water. And this particular room, which is next door, it was really in a really bad shape, even in 2012. Then it was repaired and then neglected ago. Again, look at those people. They are interested. They come in large numbers to see how it is. But there are also good people, bad people. This particular picture is a picture of myself in my bedroom not so long ago in 2019. Just imagine what had to happen there. So that I needed to get out bricks out of my bed. And just a few days before it happened, I had American guests in this particular room because that was the main bedroom. So I just said it is to my guests. As I said, I organized one wedding, so the hall could be used in this particular way. It's next door to the ball hall. Ball hall is here, but in the ball hall, 500,000 zlotys was invested, but a lot done more to do. Here there was to be hall divided into two separate rooms for 300 years. Because it was not used as a dining room, it was most likely transferred to run the rural property. With this, I would like to stop here because my time is over. But I would be glad to respond to any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. And now I would like to welcome our second speaker, Justyna Szklarczyk. Justyna Szklarczyk is a PhD student at the Doctoral School of Humanities of University of Warsaw and a member of the 19th Century Culture and Holocaust Remembrance Research teams. She is preparing her doctoral thesis on Masurian state farms and their adaptation of Eastern Prussian palaces. And today, Justyna Szklarczyk will discuss palace possibilities and potentiality of dwelling, the history of state farms in socialist Poland.
Thank you. Okay, so I will start. In my presentation, I will focus on the practices of repair undertaken by the new government in socialist Poland towards the working class and the working class itself. I am interested in the actions and memory of them that were intended to redress class injustice that was a consequence of the serfdom legacy. I understand the legacy of serfdom or the serfdom complex as a long duration of feudal relations in Polish society based on the power, ownership and dominance on the landed gentry in the symbolic sphere. Focusing on the period of socialism in Poland, I will show how the serfdom complex was dismantled but also strengthened during this time. Using the tools of cultural history, landscape studies, oral history, and broader ethnography, I am interested in the palaces of East Prussia that were taken over by the state farms after World War II. Focusing on the former territory of East Prussia, we are obviously, especially in Mazuria, not dealing with the Polish landed gentry and its heritage, but the manor complex, which is part of the social reality of the settlers, is. I am especially interested in the everyday but also spontaneous and insubordinate practices undertaken by the workers of state farms, which served to establish themselves in this doubly new space, gentry and East Prussian legacy. As part of my research, I am conducting biographical interviews with former workers of selected state farms in Mazuria, as well as analyzing competition diaries and text of culture. So I am interested in both the history from below of the state farms and their cultural history. As for my positioning in relation to the place and phenomenon under study, this is also the history of my family. My grandmother, a declassified single noblewoman and an accountant at one of the Masurian state farm, lived in several East Prussian palaces. My father and my aunt grew up in the palace and its surroundings, played football in the palace park and went fishing there. Talking about the positioning of the researchers seems especially important to me here at the conference on nobility, aristocracy, and gentry. Okay. Now I will turn to a brief historical context. In 1945, as a result of agreements at the Yalta Conference, Poland was granted, among other things, the southern part of former East Prussia. The annexed lands, so-called recovered territories, constitute 30% of Poland's new territory, and everywhere there, the rural landscape was dominated by state agriculture. The state farms, Polish Państwowe Gospodarstwa Rolne, in brief PGR, organized along the lines of Soviet sovkhozes, were based on state land ownership. Employees of PGRs work on state-owned land in exchange for wages, housing, and access to public services, healthcare, education, culture. On a symbolic level, state farms testified to the ongoing class revolution in which palaces and manor houses nationalized and annexed for schools, kindergartens, workers' housing, and cultural centers would serve workers from peasant families. The same was true in Mazuria and Warmia, the southern two geographical areas of the former East Prussia, which were also unfamiliar cultural landscapes to new inhabitants to settle into. In addition, for Masurians, Warmians, and Germans who choose to stay, the new social and political reality was a place to re-establish themselves. There is still the question of Ukrainians and Lemkos in the former East Prussia, who were forced to often settle in the least attractive places, far from cities with limited access to electricity and water. Some of them worked on state farms in the lowest paid jobs. At this point, I will show you just a few of the most important methodological inspirations. I have taken practices of dwelling as a central research category in my project in this presentation. I understand the practices following Michel Desserteau as activities that are, quote, multiform, resistance, tricky, and stubborn procedures that elude the discipline without being outside the field in which it is exercised, end of quote. And I supplement this category with dwelling, defined according to Tim Ingold as being in the landscape, dwelling the landscape through bodily practices such as walking, trampling, and working the land. Practices of dwelling are thus, in the context of palaces adapted to state farms, actions of workers that go against the official scripts for the use of this space, both manorial and socialist. Strategies of resistance, tactics in the Desserteau's terms. It is important to note that the state farms were closed as a result of the political and economic transition in Poland in 1989. For the PGR workers, this meant sudden unemployment and permanent degradation. A great inspiration for me in researching and writing about degraded social groups is the Polish ethnographer Tomasz Rakowski, who develops his concept of the ethnography of the degraded human being. A framework I use in my research is Ariela Azulai's notion of potential history. In this view, potential history, quote, strives to recover, reconstruct, and account for diverse wars that persist despite the historical limits of our world, end of quote. The second part of Azulai's research project is unlearning imperialism. In the context of Polish state farms and well aware of differences, I am interested in the unlearning of the serfdom complex and manorial legacy. A potential history of state farms would involve the retrieval of processes and relationships that have been underrepresented in previous historiography, the potential arising from the changing functions of the palace and the emergence of new subjectivities. Of course, there is also a large group of studies by Polish scholars on the memory and emotions of the post-war period in Poland. These are some of the studies I use. Due to the limited time, I will only signalize the phenomena and problems that were the result of the presence of PGRs in the palaces. According to interviews with former PGR employees, the presence of state farms in the Polish countryside in the first 2 decades after World War II was helpful in restoring social order, primarily because of the possibility of stable employment and settlement. At the same time, PGR workers often changed jobs in search of a better place, which can be seen as a sign of ambivalence. What interests me in historical and biographical sources? How do workers write and speak about the PGR? What do they not mention? Who could count on good housing? How do they use the palace? Who lived in the palace in early years? Mostly working class people rather than bureaucrats who were in short supply after World War II. How did the function and perception of the palace change over the years? And in this place, I see a tendency from democratic access for all workers to the professionalization of state farms in the 70s, when the palaces functioned as a kind of residence for the PGR director. I am also interested in the figure of the PGR director, which changed over the following decades. In the beginning, when it was still a state land properties, państwowe nieruchomości ziemskie, the directors were former landowners. In the 50s and 60s, they were already people, mostly from the working class with university education, who perhaps due to the lack of other role models, in a certain way assumed the role of the neo-landowner, hunting horses, living in a palace, which was interestingly described by Jarosław Abramow-Neverly in the drama Derby in the Palace, Derby w Pałacu. Since the 70s, with the modernization of state farms, directors have taken on the role of modern managers. When it comes to the ethnic dimension of the policy of the state farms in former East Prussia, we have, of course, a big question about the state violence and policy towards Germans, Masurians, Warmians, Ukrainians, and Lemkos, Operation Vistula. What was the experience of working in the state farms for people from these groups? In which positions did they work? Where did they live? In what they do? They mentioned the palace. What place did they occupy in the PGR community? What relationships did they have with their neighbors? Another dimension of the PGR's activity in palaces that I would like to highlight is the issue of class and the redress of class injustice. What was unexpected for me during the research is that this topic was rarely used in propaganda messages. However, it is worth noting that during the entire period of socialism, PGRs were also rarely written about, and there are not too many mentions of them. Perhaps this is due to the problematic nature of state farms, some of them, but not all, as Dorota Mycielska and Włodzimierz Zun, among others, have noted, were spectacularly unprofitable. And as a result of a negative stereotype of such enterprises and their workers was created relatively quickly. The socialist authorities did not much to fight with this stereotype at the level of media representation. Now I would like to mention that in my fieldwork area, the presence of state farms guaranteed the survival of palaces and manor houses. Wherever PGRs did not exist or were dissolved before 1989, palaces are ruins. From the point of view of the PGR workers, the palace was the center of life of the state farm community. A medical clinic, kindergarten, and school located in the palace are mentioned particularly often. This leads us to the issue of education and the expansion of educational opportunities, which is strongly present in the memories and memoirs of people from the working class, as described by Agata Zysiak or Magda Szcześniak. Another strong memory of former workers is a cinema in a ballroom. During the research process, I realized that most of my interviewees were born in the 40s and 50s. So the collected material is based on the memories of people who experienced the first 2 decades of the state farms as children. These biographical interviews are full of images of games around the palace, climbing on palace's towers and sunbathing on them, fishing in the summer and skating on palace's ponds in the winter, or one of my favorite memories of a zoo technician from the state farm in Skandławki, playing houses, which meant collecting elements of the palace facade that had fallen off the building and using these remains to build houses in which the children lived. I see these kind of activities undertaken by children of PGR workers as practices of dwelling and growing into this landscape. Now I would like to move on the last part of my paper onto an example of the grassroots practices of dwelling, and I will show you the picture of Stanisława Bigus, a Ukrainian PGR worker, posing with her daughter against the background of a palace taken over by state farms in the village Bęsia in 1955. It is important to note that the photo comes from the archives of Stefan Bigus, who until recently ran a website dedicated to the history of the village of Bęsia. As a local historian and former employee of State Farm, he collected memories, photos, and documents of the inhabitants and made them available on his website. So we are looking at a part of a virtual grassroots archive. As we can see in the picture, both figures have assumed casual poses. The photo was taken during a walk and developed in sepia, which you can see, emphasizing the familiarity of the palace. The central issue of Bigus's memoirs, written at the end of her life, is her work on the state farm, which she began 3 days after arriving in Bęscia. Quote, "For the first so-called bell in my life, I went, me, my father, my sister, and my brother. For some time, I did all the farm work with horses, such as plowing, tiling, harrowing, haymaking, harvesting, transporting hay. We used the farm equipment left by the previous owner." End of quote. For Bigus, then, working the land and the landscape is the first form of dwelling and, in Ingold's view, a permanent record of one's presence. With the precision of a chronicler, Bigus describes the farm buildings, livestock, and farm equipment that arrived. A barn with 5 cows, warehouses for potatoes and beets, a stable, a carpenter's shop, a blacksmith's shop. Judging by the detail of the description, this was the most experienced and inhabited landscape. Quote, "In the early 50s, I worked as a milkmaid in the cowshed on the estate. There were 4 of us working there. There were already many cows in the barn, so each of us had to milk 23 cows. At that time, there was no kindergarten in Bęscia, so I sometimes took my children to work with me." End of quote. The milkmaids on the PGRs worked more than a dozen hours a day in toxic conditions, usually without a day off. The workday began at 4 in the morning, and this group was the lowest paid on the state farms. The moment captured in the photograph is therefore special. The reservoir of bodily practices, which consisted of walking, tramping, viewing, hide and seek in the park, or finally the land and landscape work that was so important to Bigus, served on a broader level to grant her in a previously unfamiliar, because simultaneously East Prussian and state farm space. The PGR worker's relaxation with her daughter in front of the palace is an emanation of this, a sign of leisure spent in a place that was not accessible to her a few years ago. In this sense, the history of the PGR palaces would tell the story of the dismantling of previous hierarchies, the democratization and commodification of palace spaces, and finally, the dismantling of property, and only in later years its distribution. And even if all this happened only in the field of potentiality, it is in these micro-practices and gestures that the fundamental transgression should be found from the perspective of groups and individuals. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation and for perfect timing. And now I would like to present our last speaker. Joshua Ecker is a lecturer of early modern and modern Jewish history at both Bud Shorenstein Center for Jewish Studies, University of Florida, and the Graduate School of Jewish Studies at Touro University in New York. His research interests encompass local histories, elites, diasporas, and networks in imperial and post-imperial settings. Ecker's scholarly work has concentrated on Jewish Ottoman elites and networks, as well as Jewish communities and elites in Habsburg and Polish Galicia. Today, Joshua Ecker will join us via Zoom and will present on Remembering the Feudal Order in Newer Times, the Jewish Turn in Eastern Galician Landed Estates.
Okay. I hope you can hear me and see the presentation as well. It's a bit of a complex logistical. Can you hear me?
Yes, we see you and hear you.
Okay, great. Okay, so let me begin. So, first of all, thank you for your invitation to speak in this fascinating conference. I've been following as much as I could given the time difference. And I will catch up. Now, as it turns out, I'll be taking the discussion to another region and to a different group and also a different period. I'll be speaking about the Jewish turn in the Eastern Galician landed estates and the way it recaptured and partially recreated the very recent feudal past that preceded it. So I'm sure you're all familiar with the region, but it's worth pointing out the place. The decades following 1848 saw the rise in this region of a Jewish gentry and landowning class, particularly Habsburg province of Galicia or Galicia. It was the product of legal reforms that took place between 1848 and 1868 that eventually gave full equal rights to Jews and brought about the creation of a Jewish landowning group. While individual Jews were given permission to own landed estates even before 1848, the new legal reality introduced a large and growing Jewish presence among the landed gentry of Galicia. Now, the Jewish formal entry into the ranks of landowning society coincided with the abolition of serfdom and was part of a process of opening up landowning to new arrivals outside the traditional circles of the nobility. Aiming to replace regional and customary laws with a unified legal system, the Habsburg legal reform repositioned Jews in society and began a long process of legal, political, social, and economic change, promoting the ideas of legal equality. These changes coincided also with change in the legal status of serfs and peasants at the same pace beyond the end of serfdom. Landowning itself was therefore undergoing rapid and profound changes at the same time that many Jews have joined the group. As landowning has developed within a particular social and legal structure, the legal reforms set in motion complex processes of change and the difficult adjustment of old established traditions to new realities. While legal realities may have changed overnight, practices and traditions took much longer to change. New social realities retained many elements of the old. Looking at what was preserved from the world before, and the more gradual and nuanced process of change reveals forms of local remembering. We can see the Galician model, the world that was there before 1848 and in many ways continued after that. Now, the Jewish experience through this world offers insights into navigating new realities and social relationships and the preservation and recreation of former structures and relationships. So this paper explores some of the ways the old order was remembered and performed even after it had lost its legal grounds in ideological, political, and religious logic. The one that we see here. As the new realities first introduced in 1848 were themselves radically changed within a century, and by 1944 they were systematically destroyed, the sources for these acts of social memory are themselves mostly product of later acts of remembering, particularly in memoirs written in later periods, even very close to our time. So these are the main sources I will use today. It corresponds to the rising interest in this topic from the Polish academic side, but the focus here is going to be on Jewish memoirs, which highlight the Jewish side of the story, which I find very missing in many of the analyses of the group as a whole. By 1939, there were, as a result of the process of Jewish introduction to the landowning field, hundreds of rural estates in Poland in general, and in Galicia in particular, which were owned by Jews. Hundreds more held on lease, and many thousands of Jewish families who made their living in administrative and managerial positions in rural estates. The vast majority of those were in the former Habsburg lands of Galicia, and most of those in the eastern parts of the province. As most Jews, as most Galician Jews and most Jewish landowners were concentrated in eastern Galicia, it is particularly useful in exploring the Jewish landowner and Jewish estate realities and developments. Now, in general, one of the main components of the recreation of feudal norms, modes, relationships, and practices that predated the large-scale inclusion of Jews in a newly defined gentry was the lack of other models. If we're talking about the feudal model and everything that it entailed, it was not immediately or clearly replaced by any other viable form. So in stepping into the shoes of former landowners and assuming many of their roles, Jewish owners, as well as leaseholders and managers, assumed all the other social functions and practices associated with these roles. The growing group of Jewish landowners appropriated and redeveloped to differing degrees the imagery and behavior, the style, aspirations, external and structural aspects of the older landowning groups. Significantly, the older groups of landowners were still active and still around, and they held on to traditional roles and positions themselves. In interacting with them and joining their ranks, their example was a very powerful guide. Furthermore, much of the similarities in lifestyle could also be attributed to similar physical conditions, and the overlap in place and circumstances between the old and new groups. Estates, after all, were often in distant locations. They required special transportation solutions and afforded the resources to solve these problems through what they had to offer in case of transportation, riding, and carriage travel. And that might be the first example to look at in this context. The propensity of carriage rides to and from and between rural estates made carriages, for example, another statement of status and class, where ordinary Jewish families were not inclined to keep carriages, footmen, teams of horses, stables, stable staff, carriage drivers, etc. Even if they were well-to-do and could afford it, the life in the estates usually made such arrangements necessary. So carriages are about one symbolic and functional element in belonging to the landowning group. Peasants would use carts, landowners would afford carriages. Owning more than one estate would make the frequent travel even more ubiquitous. encountering Jewish landowners sorry. Encountering Jewish landowners in their carriages became a common experience, one that is told in the memoirs that I look at. As a gap was opening between the new Jewish landowners and the rest of Jewish society, this is how many non-landowning Jews met and remembered their landed coreligionists. Now, even family events and meetings would require the use of carriages. And as a grandson of a leading landholding family in the Stockholm area recalled in his memoir about family meetings and gatherings, his father and uncles meeting with their father, that would be the image of a long line of carriages standing outside the townhouse as each arrived from their different countryside holdings. So even the mundane issue of transportation creates a differentiated group and perpetuates the necessities and style of landholding. Now, while carriages in and by themselves are not part of the feudal order, they serve to highlight the elements of continuity picked up by the new and expanding Jewish group of landowners. The overarching principle that can be applied to the way the feudal order was preserved and regenerated among the new landowners was the preservation of the ethos of the landowner, a model that encompassed an entire range of behaviors. This coincided with and was amplified by the preservation of the same ethos by older groups of landowners and by the peasantry, the former serfs. In the eyes of memoirists such as Michael Brava and his son Abraham, who were well acquainted with Jewish landowners, were closely related to landowners, and worked with them, joining the landowning circles was perceived as becoming integrated in the Polish social type of landowner, with all its stereotypical attributes. Their descriptions of such individuals take these attributes for granted, even if they were still practicing Jews, maintaining good ties and extending help to fellow Jews. Michael Brother's portrayal of landowners like Aaron Leib Maya, who leased multiple estates before becoming the owner of Jurków Górny, a large estate near Chorodenka, has him act as a Polish nobleman, spending money accordingly and highly regarded in the circles of landowners. His being the offspring of Hasidic rabbis notwithstanding, the social attitude adopted by the family were described by others as well as appropriate to their social standing. Now, the preservation of the ethos, or reinventing the ethos of the benevolent landowner and his idealized characteristics, finds its place in the memoirs of members of landowning elites. The landowner's responsibilities toward his dependents in the estate, taking care of workers and peasants, improving their living environment, are portrayed for example, by philosopher Martin Buber, son and grandson of large landowners. He spent much of his childhood in his father's and grandfather's estate, and would himself become an absentee landowner after his father's death. He penned an idyllic image of his father, carefully planned construction of new quarters for his estate workers. Buber also echoed the idealization of horsemanship, another motive in landowning circles, in his idyllic reminiscence about the way his father greeted each of his many horses individually, as well as the bond he himself forged with his own horse. The image of Jewish landowners of their children on horseback mirror a similar theme in narratives and imagery of the nobility. Photographs attest to the incorporation of horses and horse riding to the social repertoire of this group. Sometimes even long-lost photographs are still described, remembered for their symbolic and not typically Jewish message, such as Davich's description of his uncle and cousins on horseback in their estate in the photo album he had looked at in his youth, a photo sent to relatives and functioned as a statement of status, standing in sharp contrast to other family photos. Jewish landowning society developed along parallel lines and mirrored the nobility, the older landowning society, also in forging family ties and creating a network of landowning families and a distinct and intermarried social class. Straddling multiple estates in different regions, they formed networks of estates and families where marriages served as the glue and bond. Individual families would opt to form dynastic alliances with other similarly situated families. Within a few generations, they formed a more and more defined social group that tended to form alliances within itself, across distances, linking different holdings and lineages in an intricate and growing network of marriages and multi-generational relationships. This growing social cohesion has led to group projects such as the establishment of an agricultural association and the publication of a journal towards the end of the period until 39. New privileges preserved and translated older privileges into new models. The elections and electoral curia, or voting classes, with the criteria of landowning incorporating an increasing number of Jewish landowners, grouped all landowners together, whatever their origin or denomination, linking them as a social and political class, while at the same time separating them from other social groups. Jewish and non-Jewish voters were put into one political playing field, excluding all the others, indicating also the government's view that affirmed the group's affinities in a similar manner that Jewish observers noted. The model of the landlord also prolonged and preserved models of high-handedness in treating the peasants, including, for example, beating. While some memoirists indicate that for Jewish landowners, physical violence was where they drew the line, others make it clear that this practice was held by some owners, and a Jewish landowner beating his peasants was not a rare event. Some also mention the submissiveness of the peasants in the face of such violence, the continuation of long experiences under the feudal system, and the preservation of hierarchical order. In another scene described by Oskar Koffler, the peasants at Petlikovce, where his father ran the estate, bid farewell to their perceived lord and benefactor when they left for the war in 1914, in a ceremony in which each kissed the hands of the lord of the manor, echoing long-gone feudal relations and ceremonials. We don't have an image of that, but if we look at another place, Koshilovce, recently the topic of memoir and research, we can see a similar scene, in this case, a place with both Christian and Jewish connections of the farmers and peasants bidding farewell to the deceased lord of the manor that evoke, again, the image of such ceremonies. Another aspect, and a tricky one for the Jewish owners, was the landowner as patron of the local church. That was continuing feudal traditions and was stretching the expectations from Jewish landowners to the extreme. However, as the brothers mentioned before note, some Jewish owners went as far as building and renovating churches and followed what was expected of them as proper lords of the manor. Here we have to rely on the brothers' generalization because they chose not to bring examples, and constructing these acts of charity towards the community was a challenging choice. The question of church patronage has also manifested in church yearbooks, where a place was usually given to the name of the local patrons, and that's also an old tradition. In case that Jews were the local owners, the editors resorted to different solutions to incorporate the new reality into the established formula. There were several shifts before a new accepted solution could be found, changing the title from patrons to owners, not naming the owners at all, and then considering the realities and not sure how permanent they were, the names were first omitted, then added, and eventually omitted again, only indicating that the owner was Jewish. Alongside the issue of churches, a translation or adaptation of these obligations to the Jewish context is supporting the local Jewish community, consecrating a synagogue or a prayer house, mentioned very often in the memoirs of the interwar period. Hunting parties and game meat were symbolic elements of the feudal lords' prerogatives. Many Jewish landowners also embraced these practices, and Ravitch, for example, recalls deer meat being served in a Jewish wedding in a landowning circles. So the image of the Jewish landowner came to closely resemble the previous models of landowners that were familiar and still prevalent. It included every aspect of that model, more than we have time to discuss in this brief paper. Jewish landowners took to collecting, to agricultural experimentation, and more, acquiring the entire lifestyle of the landowning nobility. To conclude, the preservation of the estates themselves, with their particular social and legal structures, made the preservation of the economic, political, and social relations associated with them a staple of estate life, even after the legal shifts. Encounters with landowners reported in memoirs evoke the image of a group externally assimilated into the landowning class, even if their sentiments are different. As one memoir described, the image of a Szlachcic, Polish-speaking, living on his estate, who accepted his young Jewish guest in a room full of weapons hanging on the walls. The feudal order, pervasive presence, manifested then in multiple ways and was acutely remembered and recounted in the accounts and memoirs that paid attention to the Jewish landowning social group and to individual Jewish landowners. Most of the memoirs were recorded and published after the Second World War, in yet a new world of memory. That complicates even more the work of reconstructing the previous layers of the past, but this is already a separate discussion. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. And before we move on, I would like to present shortly our discussant. Marta Kurkowska-Budzen is a professor at the Faculty of History at Jagiellonian University. She holds a background in history and sociology from Jagiellonian University and the University of Kent. She has completed postdoctoral fellowships at the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum and New York University's Remark Institute. Her current research focuses on historical methodology, history of historiography, the cultural history of post-Second World War Poland, and the labor culture of 20th century Europe. Professor Kurkowska-Budzan leads the interdisciplinary research group Homo Laborans at Jagiellonian University, which explores the intersections of labor, culture, environment, and society in historical contexts. Dear Professor, please take the floor.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank organizers for inviting me to this conference, which is extremely interesting to me as my field of research is cultural memory and heritage. So since this session carries the concept of our conference in its title, and so I cannot resist the temptation to tell you a joke related to the idea of the Longue Durée. This is a risky insider joke from the region where I come from, which is the northeastern Mazovia, the land of small gentry, smallhold gentry. So how do you call out the horses in a cart if you want them to stop? You know? Well, a nobleman would shout prr, while a peasant shouts prr. Well, okay, thank you. There are some understanding of this. It's so, I said it's an insider joke, but I have to tell you this is the joke that, well, along with many other sayings and beliefs, that are somehow hard to understand today or in different parts of Poland, was still in use in my region in the 1980s. Well, the reason for that was that villages in this region were divided into noble and peasant ones. And meaning they were mostly inhabited by smallholder nobility or peasants, but their lives had looked the same for centuries. They didn't differ much in wealth. Yet even in the 30s, a marriage between a noble woman and the peasant was still noticed by neighbors. So this is a piece of cultural memory, I believe. And going back to the title of our session, the Longue Durée, this term invites a conversation about heritage. And both are grounded in three key pillars: material objects, such as architecture, well discussed during this conference, cultural memory, and nature, environment. Well, as for cultural memory, it's compelling to consider it, as Justyna demonstrated in her presentation, as embodied memory. So, the question to you, how, well, to you or to us, how can we start thinking about embodied memory more as heritage, not just memory? I mean, it's not just memory, but as a heritage. Can we think about this in this way? Would it be useful, in your opinion, if we consider your research? And another question, is it possible to break free from this negative connotation that inevitably arises here, the labor of unwanted heritage, when we speak about the state farms and what is left? The third pillar is nature, not only as a force shaped by human intervention, but perhaps even more significantly, as one that reclaims control over material objects, destroying them, as heritage conservators would say. The manors are destroyed or going into ruin, so we must preserve them. We must preserve objects, artifacts. There's an urge to preserve material objects. But there's a nature out there. And this is my second, after this risky joke, this is my second risk take here today. I want to bring here Caitlin De Silva's work titled Curated Decay. In her book, she offers a fresh perspective on how we engage with these three pillars: material objects, cultural memory, and nature. She explores how loss and material change can open up new possibilities for interacting with the past, challenging the conventional idea of preserving material heritage in a static form. We still are talking heritage, but not in a static form. De Silva redefines, she uses entropy and decay, and she redefines entropy not as a disorder, but as more possibilities. By viewing heritage as an evolving process that embraces decay and disintegration, we allow for new interpretations and forms of memory to arise. This shift broadens our understanding of heritage, recognizing the nature's influence, often perceived as destructive, as in fact part of the ongoing transformation of heritage. And I noticed that when it comes to manors, the architectural dominants, the past and present, there's still tendency to ignore the post-war 50 years of the life, I would say it's in capital letters, life, the other than homes of the landowners still The 50 and, well, now even 80 years post-Second World War history still is the history of people, the history of communities, and talking about that history in terms of destruction deprives the community their history. We, in this discourse of preservation, we erase their life experiences. Well, I'd like to repeat, it's 80 years after Second World War. So again, the open question to all of us interested researching the heritage, are we able to look at the post-war history of manors, palaces, as the entropic history without mourning, the history of other possibilities, the history that includes the transformation into so-called ruin, taken over by nature, which is also local. The nature could be local. The nature is also local heritage, even the nature that destroys the material objects. The nature is creative at the site. Well, this is the proposal of a new form of heritage still, and I would like to underline this, it's still, the ruin still has some functions, some social functions. It's not just rubbish. It's not aside the community. So it still lives. Okay, so I commented somehow Justina's paper, and I gave you those two questions, and now let me go back to the paper number 1. And again, let me bring here the heiress of Maluszyn, perhaps well known to Polish readers, Ludwika Ostrowska, born in 1851. Her memoirs were published some time ago and gave us an intimate insight into her motives and daily life. And what we learned from these memoirs, we learned that her high social status fueled her commitment to charitable activities, driven by the imperatives of heart, conscience, and reason. She focused on improving living conditions and education for the poor, the underprivileged, as we would say today, including establishing a care center for children and promoting vocational training for women, giving jobs. In today's context, what do you believe are the contemporary, I quote, imperatives of heart, conscience, and reason for castle owners? I know that you were talking a bit about that, but I want to hear like a statement, very short, brief statement. And well, the second comment is we are I'm generalizing. It's my opinion that in public discourse about the manor houses, nevertheless, they are from in Kresy or in Western territories or in central Poland. We are avoiding talking conversations about economic motivations, the market, and the fact that palaces, castles are real estate on the property market. And they are not in economic vacuum. They were not in economic vacuum in the past. Generations of the owners back lived by the land, profited from human and material sources, made money and spent it according to their own priorities, often very far from the ethos of charity. Can we talk about this in contemporary economic situation with no sentiments? So would Cesare, as a practitioner, if I may call you this way in the context of the castle, would you be willing to elaborate on this topic? And the third question is just short one. What do you mean by traditional culture being reactivated in the castle? What culture? Whose culture? In your castle, in this particular place. Okay, and Joshua, hello. Shuki, hello. Joshua presented a compelling case of new property owners replicating the culture of the former landowning class. It is uncertain, I mean, this is just, I think aloud, whether the term enculturation is appropriate here, likely not. Joshua argues that this imitation, I mean, I'm using various terms because I didn't find the one in your paper, where perhaps I missed that. The imitation stems from a lack of alternative models and also suggests that material conditions also played a significant role. The example of, the example of beating children as peasants doesn't speak to me. However, the example of the horses and carriages, both a practical necessity for transportation and the marker of social status, is particularly insightful and inspiring. It offers a rich field for anthropological investigation in this particular situation, the imitation of culture. It's something beyond just the history of art, history of objects. So I look forward to seeing how this research develops. And also, as I understand, Joshua employed the concept of lifestyle in the Weberian sense, linking it to the culture of social classes. I'd like to mention here the works of Andrzej Siciński and his teams of sociologists from the 70s, mid-70s, and their research on the classless society of the People's Republic of Poland, they introduced a significant nuance to the concept of lifestyle. And the eventual definition of lifestyle described it as, I quote, a set of everyday behaviors specific to a given community or individual. In other words, a distinctive way of being that differentiates one community or individual from others. And more broadly, lifestyle, and I think this is most important in the research, can be understood as a consciously or unconsciously adopted life strategy. And well, I'm just curious if you find this compelling to your research as a life strategy. And have you considered expanding your analytical categories? If so, is there anything in historical sources that could inspire such an expansion, that you could come up with the other research categories rooted in the sources, in these wonderful narrative sources you have? These are my comments and questions, and thank you. Thank you again for your wonderful, inspiring papers.
Thank you very much, Professor. And I think that thank you for your questions and insights. And I think that we will start with the order you suggested. So I will ask Justyna for some reflections on the suggested topics.
Okay. Thank you for your suggestions and questions. Embodied memory as a heritage. It's very interesting because until this day, probably, I was thinking about embodied memory as a kind of research method or methodology, which is, of course, in the connection with heritage, and through this method, we can research material objects, cultural memory, and of course nature, environment, or I don't know, cultural landscapes. But I think that I think it's very interesting shift to think about embedded memory as a heritage, just straight. And I'm thinking, I just would like to tell that I'm thinking about embodied memory as embodied knowledge, and in this, especially when I'm thinking about my research field work, is very important because for my interviewees, for people from working class, sometimes this kind of a conversation through embodied memory is more obvious to describe their experiences in the state farms than, for example, biographical interview. So thank you. I will think about this. And yes, second question. I'm not sure that I understand exactly, but unwanted heritage, state farms as a unwanted heritage. It's for me it's interesting because through those few years until I am research the state farms, I, of course, read a lot about a negative stereotype of the state farms, but for me, in my research, I'm trying to be very close to perspective of working class people, of PGR workers, former PGR workers, and for those people, especially, of course, in my research fieldwork, the state farms were probably the brightest moment in their histories. I mean, and this very specific moment of history of those palaces, which which were adapted to the state forms was for those people very special. And so today, when I'm talking with them about this moment, it was fantastic moment. I mean, and of course I see that in their during the biographical interviews, they are trying to deal with this negative stereotype, but mostly their stories is about bright moments. I mean, yeah. And third question about possibilities. And yeah, I agree with you that ruins have a function, and for me it's obvious because in my research and in my research project is probably the most important statement, and I'm more interested about reality, and of course today some of those palaces in my research fieldwork are ruins, but some of them are still have a social function, and I'm interested in the ruins and in another still alive buildings, but yeah, probably maybe I should stop now. So thank you.
Thank you. And Minister Leszyński.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah, because sorry. Let me answer your questions from the end. The third one was about what culture is expected to be brought back to the manors. Well, in most cases, it's natural expectation to be high culture. In a living room manor, you'd rather expect a piano recital than folk music. And that's what I provide the neighborhood with, organizing piano recitals or camera concerts. It's also because I like it. Example, I organize it, I pay for it. I treat people with whatever I can offer, just like at home. So people are waiting for that occasion, because it's not only people from my circle that they would come much more often, but general public comes for sightseeing between 5 and 25 days a year, and a concert like once or twice a year. But it would be piano recital. We are also expected, especially Poles who own the palaces, to support the folk events. But we don't have to organize them. Support is enough. I mean, presence is enough to show that we also care. So I happen to support just events like folk festivals, like the kind of a new tradition, if you know what I think, festival, either Polish or Ukrainian, from the region where I come from, and it used to be Stanisławów, now Ivano-Frankivsk. And this would expectation to support this, to treat it as equal, is quite broad. But nobody expects me to perform folk music, or the pianists I employ. Second question is about running real estates. Nowadays, realities, and Maciej Radziwiłł already elaborated on this, and his scale, I mean, of one's magnate family. It also translates somehow to the middle noble class who owned rather manors than palaces. Without land, it's difficult to maintain. And the land is in other hands. I mean, usually there are people who bought the land, they profit from the EU payments, they organize production, but they don't care for the remnants of manors. But the remnants of manors is something we do care in the Polish Gentry Association and trying to regain for the families. Sometimes it's a success, royal success, but when it happens, it's too late. That happens to Niegolewski family, who recently regained Niegolewo, near Poznań, the place which belonged to them from the 13th century. Very long tradition. And what? Wanda Niegolewska, a colleague as a chairperson of a Wielkopolska branch, Greater Poland branch of Polish Gentry Association, has told me, Caesar, I mean, nobody has now money and physical strength to do something, anything like you did in the last 15 years. Sorry, I mean, we are too weak and too old, and it's tens of millions, which we cannot afford. So they will sell. Of course, it's an argument for both the public. Okay, why should we, state, give back the property, the remnants of manors, to gentry? If they, when they regain it, they sell it. Well, it's difficult. In most of the cases, people who rebuilt the palaces, they try to organize hotels and things like this. It's, I mean, my neighbors, Mr. Czmuda and Mr. Shuda, did like this, but you know, it's their choice. I mean, they are the newcomers to the circle of those who used to have manors or palaces. On the other hand, there's Mr. Piotr Komierowski, who is a nobleman and used to live, I mean, his family, Komierowski, used to live in Komierowo for like 600-700 years, almost like Niegolewscy in Niegolewo. When he regained the property, he profited from his position of a successful business person in the West, renovated it, almost rebuilt, with strict architectural expectations of state services that care for heritage, and organized a hotel. And he would also organize recital from time to time, but on a daily basis is a hotel run by his daughter. That's to produce income, and there's something we understand, and we admitted the family into Domus Polonorum, where that's gathering a small association of only 50 persons who own palaces or manors, I mean rural estates, and preserve the traditions of Polish manor. I mean, normally we do not accept business people who run hotels, but Piotr Komierowski is an exception. Jerzy Donimirski is another one. We could not deny them. The third one corresponded somehow to democratization of palace space, as you called it. And it's mostly ruins, quite often taken by nature. I've seen many such instances in the neighborhood. It corresponds somehow to unwanted heritage of state farms, sometimes unwanted, but there are still remnants of the appreciation that it belonged to everybody, right? We used to work there, we used to, I mean, the peasants. There was a school there, or other thing that belonged to community. And now it's again owned by private person who may admit or not. So the new role is expected, and we are expected, as owners of palaces, we are expected to let people in. That's what I do, but that's my choice. But when I get a grant for something, say plasters in particular room, I'm obliged to let people in up to 25 days a year. And I duly organize it and do sightseeing with my sister, one of us, 28 days a year. But when I don't get a grant, I'm usually limited to, let's say, 15 days between May and September. That's how the space is organized. But there is a general expectation that every person may come, see, enter the space. Did that satisfy your question? Thank you.
Thank you. And Yeshua, we're also waiting for your reflections.
Thank you for your questions and comments, and they certainly opened a lot of interesting thoughts and ideas. I want actually to refer to one of your earlier questions to the other participants about the reconstruction of a certain place. And it's also, in my view, it's a reconstruction of a certain moment. There's a choice of which moment in time you choose to present. And that choice is, in many cases, although not always, excludes the other moments. So if there are different periods, usually it goes into the golden age or ideal moment. And that would be 18th century rather than 19th century, perhaps. So there's a lot of decision-making and choices there as well, which is relevant for the manners I'm dealing with, because if they are reconstructed in that area, they're reconstructed in their pre-Jewish period as a matter of choice almost always, and they do have a very long history to account for. And the one caveat there is that unlike Western Poland, I'm very jealous of discussion of material culture because in Galicia, there's hardly anything standing. I think I know of one manor house relevant to all of my studies that is still standing and by accident, and that's a villa built in the 1930s. Everything else was destroyed deliberately several times. So there's not one wave of destruction, but many. To your question about how to call this imitation, replication, or many other possible terms, I would say on the face of it, all of them. It's actually a spectrum. And I highlighted the similarities, but there's everything in between, from posing as the previous owners and you wouldn't tell the difference, including conversion, to maintaining a strictly Jewish estate and transforming it completely into a Jewish community. Complete with all the services associated with it. One of the estates I pointed out, Potok, undergoes this kind of transition because it's bought for Rabbi Friedman of the Hasidic dynasty, and it's transformed into a place of pilgrimage for his followers. So even that rabbinic court needs to write carriages and function as an estate because there are certain things that need to be done in a certain way. It's even more complex than that because in many cases, These are not newcomers to the estate, but they are people involved in the business before. In many cases, the people who actually managed these properties when the owners were living in Lviv or Warsaw or Paris or Vienna. And this allowed the changes, the legal changes, allowed them to legally acquire what they are already managing for many years or sometimes generations. So it's kind of an official recognition of a reality that is going on for a very long time. And of course, they are integrated in this society. For them, it's a continuity and not a break. And they know exactly what they're getting into. And of course, there's the exact opposite group, the people that ask themselves, what does it mean to be wealthy? How do the rich behave? And you can see today, people becoming, the nouveau riche. What do the rich do? They buy a private jet. You buy a private jet because there's a set of behaviors, right? A lifestyle that's expected of you. And there are people who become rich and buy an estate, not necessarily Jewish. Everybody that gets rich can decide that the way to preserve wealth in that time and place is to invest in buying an estate, or many of them, and not necessarily even settle there. And these are absentee owners, and so there's a lot of variety. And I highlighted the path of similarity to the concept. And again, there's a lot of things to be done there and things to think about. To the concept of lifestyle, I really I found fascinating your pointing out the definitions, and I would even play with those in the sense that a lifestyle is like a life choice, also at different stages in life. I would say that the first 10 years are not the same as the next 10 years. And when we're talking about the third generation, it's also a different choice altogether. So the lifestyle actually changes constantly. And finally, what I find is that the process of making this from individual choices and opportunities into a social group that maintains a certain group lifestyle is the marriages and associations that are created. So once we move from 1848 to 68 to 1890 to 1910 to 1930, in some places we're talking about the fifth generation with many relations and associations in other estates. They're marrying into the social group. There's kind of an expectation of what kind of lifestyle you run. So it's not just individual choices, there's also kind of a group choice, which is a whole issue by itself, right? So the bottom line, it's complex, it's complicated, and obviously individual narratives take you to many different directions. And I was like plotting a golden path between all of them to show a certain variety of continuity, which we find a lot. And I hope I explained the major reasons that you would expect to find like basic elements of continuity.
Thank you. I would like to say thank you to our panelists and everyone who joined this panel. Thank you for stimulating discussions, and special thanks to our discussants for provoking insights. We are running out of time, but if you don't mind, and if there are any questions from the audience, I think we can prolong it a little bit.
Thank you very much for a wonderful panel. I have a question to each of you, and I have a question to Marta, but I can ask it in the coffee break. I don't agree with this, with the fact that we can enjoy the fact that the nature took the manor. I simply can't, but this is for later. Okay, so I have a question. I have a question for Shuki. So you largely described the Jewish land owning elites as kind of the subclass within the Polish landowning elites, which means that you describe them as separate, more or less. So my question would be how much they were separated from their Polish landowning neighbors. You mentioned this example of a Koszałowce, and we know that Kurski's grandmother married actually a Polish nobleman, and that was what in a way led her in the Polish society. So how it was? No, wasn't. Okay, so my interpretation
she brought the estate, he brought the title.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so my question would be about the intermarriages of the people from the Jewish landowning elites in Eastern Galicia with the ethnic Poles also having land, and also how the social life looked like. You mentioned this hunting, so did the Polish neighbor came in to join the hunting? So that would be first question. To Justyna, I want to ask about this process of domestication, or of the palace. So did people actually how they did perceive living in the palace? Because it's definitely happened if they entered the palace as people as dwellers. So how did it happen, and how they felt about living in the palace? And my last question to Cezary Lisiński. Well, I do appreciate the fact that you presented us with the story of how you are restoring the palace. It's impressive, and I'm always happy when I see the story with the happy ending, and this is a story of the happy ending for Broniszów Castle. But you didn't answer the question that you promised to answer, and that was how the owners of the palaces are perceived by the local communities in the western part of Poland. My impression is that we learned a lot about your sensitivity, your goals, your ambitions, your plans for what is to happen in the palace, your understanding of the high culture. But what about these locals? I learned that you divide them on these peasants who live around and who are not interested in the high culture, and on the teachers and the intelligentsia representatives who come to the high culture events with pleasure. And this is what I learned, but I didn't learn much about how the locals perceive you. It was somewhere under the surface, because you mentioned this case, or this, it was left unspoken, but you mentioned this robbery, and you showed this picture of the bedroom destroyed that you were to renovate, and we can only imagine what happened. So please tell us what happened. It would be great to learn more. Thank you.
Should we answer immediately, or are we collecting questions?
I think that we will collect questions. One question from the chat.
One commentary from the chat, from Facebook, from Kai Małachowski. It's a commentary for you, Yehoshua. I enjoyed a lot the superbly structured lecture on Galician Jews entering the ranks of landed gentry. There are, however, several important aspects I miss here. First, the religious shift toward Christianity. Second, acquiring titles of nobility. And third, representation in the parliamentary assemblies, both local and in Vienna. And fourth, involvement in Polish independence movement. So, kind of a commentary, but maybe you would like to address it.
So, Joshua, the floor is yours.
Okay, so I'll try to be brief, but these questions truly ask about a really wide field and world. First, actually, I only have 20 minutes, and I think I stole a few more minutes, which was not enough to talk about religious shifts and titles and parliamentarian representation and the participation in Polish independence and national struggles. And the answer to all of these, yes, they exist. And these are the circles where those interactions happen more than others. Back to the first question, I'll get back to the second. In terms of subclass, I would say that the Polish landowning society is also divided into many subclasses, especially in the late 19th century, early 20th century. And we can differentiate a lot of groups, ennobled and not ennobled, foreigners, etc., etc. And the same is true for the Jewish group, and there are many overlaps, including intermarriages, but also including every kind of religious choice, from conversion, intermarriage, to a complete retaining of the Orthodox way of life. So just the overlaps can supply us with a lot of questions and interesting. It's a fascinating field, right? The overlap of societies is always fascinating. What is opening here? Second question. No, first question, the second part. The social interaction, the same applies. There are groups that totally boycott Jewish participation, and they are scandalized by it. They are both on the Polish side and on the Jewish side. I have a big problem of reconstructing the social world because of the destruction of the material culture, the places, the memoirs, the letters, the diaries, whatever was there. There's barely any archival material that gives us the social interaction. So you have to dig very carefully. And I was late to come to interviews. I've done some, but it should have been done in the 1960s. In terms of hunting parties, etc., yes. What you usually hear is that everybody's hunting together, visiting each other, because that's a great social opportunity. And like Marta said, it's about money and influence in politics, and it's a form not just of having fun, but of influencing politics and inviting the parliamentarian representative, etc., etc. So religious shift, we have everything. There are Jews who get titles. Some of them convert and some of them don't. The parliamentarian issue is a big issue. It's introducing this group into the high politics of the land regionally and in Vienna, and many representatives are coming from this group. And many people who become representatives can join the group because they're becoming part of the elite. Okay, I think I touched on everything. I'm sure I haven't answered everything completely, but I tried to point out directions.
Thank you.
And thank you for your questions.
Thank you very much, Ishwa. And Justyna?
Okay, so thank you for this question. I think that living in the palaces for PGR workers was a full of ambivalence experience, and during biographical interviews, they are describing this experience at first as a issue of dignity. And for example, they are talking a lot about right to view for to Palaces Park, for example, and they also talking about care practices to this material heritage, but of course in their own way. I mean that they were trying to dwell these spaces, which were also too big, too cold, especially in first few decades after Second World War. But in the same time, and of course during 70s and 80s when the state farms built a lot of new buildings, blocks, working class people were moved to those new buildings, and for this group it was a kind of it was a big issue. I mean that very warm with electricity and water apartments was so important for these people. But in the same time, during interviews, they are talking about a kind of very specific feeling which they have to palace. I mean that they spent I don't know, few decades in those buildings. They spent their leisure time in these buildings, and today, when those palaces are in a private hands as a private property, they don't have access to these buildings, and it is a kind of sad story for those people. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Lusiński.
Thank you. I appreciate the question. I do admit it's true. I'm more focused on expectations towards new owners of palaces and manors. The expectation to have it open to the public. But you're right. I should classify the elements of perception, how we are perceived. Well, I could see a couple of negative ways of perception and a couple of positive ones. Let's start with negative. The first is strangers, whether German, Italian, French, or Pole from the city, especially if it was not originally Polish city, we are perceived as strangers, as newcomers to a local community, because the perception of themselves, I mean, the surrounding peasant environment, goes back only to 2-3 generations, and short ones means 25 years or double 25 years to their grandparents who came from the east, or from Świętokrzyskie or poor estates in Wielkopolska. They feel themselves that they are the locals, and they perceive myself and the owners as newcomers, strangers. Even if you had a link to the area like 300 years ago, but peasants don't know about links that were effective 300 years ago. Though Mrs. von Schlichting, she was aware of that, so we just communicated easily. Yet another element of which is a kind of negative one, which is the perception of us is we're wealthy, could afford to buy for several 100,000 zlotys, were in a position to renovate for millions of zlotys. So we are wealthy for the standards of the average person in the village. We are wealthy, which is negative because people should be equal and not wealthy. Of course, it's also an opportunity. I will send it in a minute. But the result is we are subject to burglary. And I had my property devastated twice within the last 5 years. both my belongings and the cultural heritage that I renovated. As a positive elements, I would single out that we are perceived by more educated people, but also sometimes with simple peasants. We perceived as a missing element in local social landscape. Either German or Polish, somebody should live in this manner. Also to provide opportunities. Because since we are wealthy, we should employ, we should provide with certain opportunities. We should share some of our wealth. We also expected to be involved in the heritage efforts of people from the towns and cities. And I know a number of such people. I could single out Mr. Tomasz Mitlicki, who works both on behalf of Polish Catholic remnants, but in predominant way, he focuses on the German and Protestant heritage of the region. And this is much appreciated. So when we organize, say, seminars or conferences or gatherings like this for local community on the, say, Protestant church over there, it's appreciated by some. And last thing, we are welcome as parish members and supporters. I mean, provided that you are a religious person and that you are Catholic, because Protestant communities in my region has not regained its pre-war importance. Thank you.
Thank you. Once more, thank you for discussion, for panel. And now it's time for lunch.
Okay, do you hear me? It's working. Okay, perfect. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time to start our next panel, which is entitled Myth, Tradition and Cultural Memory. And at the very beginning, I would like to share with you some technical information. First of all, those who following our conference on YouTube or Facebook can also comment on the presentations and ask questions to the speakers. All they need to do is just to comment below the streaming, and our colleagues will monitor these comments and forward them to the moderator, who is actually me right now, and also to the speakers. And the second important thing is that unfortunately Teresa Klimovic, who would have given the first presentation today, could not join us. So that means that we will hear only three presentations today. And we would like to start with Katarzyna Kuligowska, who will deliver her presentation online. Katarzyna, are you with us? Do you hear us?
Good afternoon.
Okay, perfect. Just let me very briefly introduce you, and after I give you the floor. So Katarzyna Kuligowska, she is a doctor of humanities in linguistics. Her research interests include cognitive linguistics, ethnolinguistics, comparative linguistics, so I would say all kind of linguistics, so lexicology, Slovak phraseology and media discourse, and she works at the Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań. And the title of her presentation is Linguistic View of Landowning Elites in Polish Proverbs and Sayings. So Katarzyna, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good afternoon once again. And yes, I would like to present the linguistic image of nobility as reflected in Polish proverbs mostly. The research material is derived from the dictionary by Samuel Adalberg, which is called Księga Przysłów, Przypowieści i Wyrażeń Przysłowiowych Polskich, published in Warsaw in 1894. The analysis encompasses over 500 proverbs, which reveal the attitudes of representatives of landowning elites. There are interactions with other social groups, and there are manners, there are behavior. So let's start with nobility. Nobility, according to Jan Stanisław Bystroń, was considered an innate trait passed on in the genes. It was believed that the gentry, nobility, and aristocracy, unlike the other members of Polish society, that is the bourgeoisie or the peasants, were descended from exceptional ancestors who came from far away. Moreover, there are representatives who were sometimes considered even physically different from other people. The supremacy of the representatives of the landed gentry was treated as a law established by God. The historian Jerzy Jedlicki uses even the word apartheid in reference to this situation. It is also reflected in the proverbs, as we can see. Children of noblemen by birth are also nobles. The power of a nobleman is given from God, and an eagle does not give birth to a pigeon, which also describes this belief that someone could become a noble only by birth. The state of nobility is genetically related to the state of chivalry, and at the root of its formation was the process of immunization of large landed estates of chivalry, which its representatives received in connection with their military duties. The ideal of a nobleman's life, therefore, was, or should have been, chivalry, called noble virtue, as Bystroń called it in his work. In theory, a noble title was deserved by a man who was not only a nobleman from birth, but also consistently practiced his military skills and in his conduct demonstrated the chivalrous virtues, like courage, bravery, nobility, and selflessness. And here we have some examples of proverbs in which we can find these remarks. Virtue is a trait of a good lord. A virtue makes nobles, not barons. One must know how to be a nobleman, and so on. The reality, unfortunately, was very often far from ideal. The social group of rich landowners is characterized pejoratively in numerous proverbs, and the virtue is described as scarce feature. And examples. The richest are now leading the way, the virtues are given them away. Or there is neither virtue nor modesty in court. Or, for example, it is harder to become virtuous than to become a great lord. Such traits as lack of empathy, stinginess, profligacy, vindictiveness, stupidity, failure to keep one's word are severely criticized in analyzed proverbs. For example, affluence is associated with debauchery. Do not rely on a great lord and an old handrail. There is a bustle at home and the money is gone. The richer, the stingier. So these proverbs show nobles' vices. After the formation of the noble state, the landowning elites gained more and more new privileges, starting with the historic Koszyce privilege of 1374, which created the subjective right of the nobility in the fiscal field, which was a precedent for later obtaining the same rights in other fields. This one and subsequent acts made the king dependent on the nobility, increasingly limited the monarch's power, and gave representatives of the noble state virtually unlimited freedom. The nobility was subject only to those laws which it had itself established, and it had complete authority over the subject people. As Reverend Wincenty Skrzetuski wrote, our peasants have no freedom because they are not allowed to change their lord or their dwelling, while the lord is allowed to give them away, sell them, swap them, move them from village to village, etc. They have no property because, not being masters of themselves, how can they be owners of property? They have no justice because they are not allowed to do anything under their own name, because our laws have not appointed them any court in which they could complain and reprimand themselves for the wrongs and annoyances inflicted on them by the landowners. This situation is also presented in proverbs. For example, the right of the rich happens to the detriment of the poor, or there is no law to oblige a lord, or the lord will never be blamed even if he does wrong. Adam Leszczyński lists three foundations of the landowner's power. First is bondage, second serfdom, and the third exclusive judicial jurisdiction, which allowed the lord to decide on the life and death of his subjects. The peasant's bondage was not only related to the economic aspect, that is, unpaid forced labor for the master. It also implied attachment to the land given to him by its owner. Peasants couldn't change their place of residence, couldn't seek better working conditions or a more benign master. Serfdom was an instrument of the nobles, power over the peasants, and its regularly increasing size resulted in the dissatisfaction of the subject and their hostility towards the landowners. And we have it in the two first proverbs, the example of it. Nie dba o chłopa, tylko o pańszczyznę, which is in English, he doesn't care about the peasant, only about the serfdom. Or the second one, the peasant asks the master, but at the same time he carries a stone behind his bosom. This very negative attitude caused by enslavement and exploitation affected the quality of peasants' work, of course. They worked reluctantly, they didn't care about the productivity and prosperity of the farms. Piotr Kuligowski stresses, there was deliberate destruction of tools, doing work inaccurately or incorrectly, or slowly or inefficiently. It is confirmed in the following proverbs. The third fourth and fifth one. Kazał pan musiał sam, the Lord order, and he had to do it by himself. He goes like a woman to work in the landowner's field, which means reluctantly. Or a peasant works well when you watch over him. Frequent escapes of peasants posed a serious problem for the landowners, who gradually became more and more frustrated with the lack of labor. The incentive to flee was the fact that the burdens on the same lands were very different depending on the landowner. Michał Rauscher describes the fleeing of peasants as the most popular form of their resistance to the lords, and this threat often made the lords less brutal and less exploitative of their serfs. And point 6 is an example of this longing for freedom by peasants. A sheep loves salt and a peasant loves freedom. In the proverb studied, however, frequent change of masters was not recommended, as there was always a risk that the new owner would turn out to be more harsh or more demanding than the current one. Examples. A peasant who often changes his master wears poor clothes, or he who serves many lords walks without shoes, and so on. The landowners accused their subjects of laziness, of theft, drunkenness, and rowdiness. Drunkenness was called a peasant disease, but at the same time, the nobility profited greatly from the consumption of alcohol by peasants, as the propination laws obliged the serfs to buy liquor in distilleries or taverns owned by the landlords. This emphasizes there were other accusations as well. The peasant was stupid, sly, insincere, wayward, inherently inclined to evil, and he had to be constantly watched over and punished with a stick. Persuasion was ineffective against people who were denied independent thought. The consequences of resistance, evasion, and attempts to incite rebellion were severe punishments that each landlord was free to apply, based on traditions that didn't derive from legal acts. Corporal punishment prevailed. Peasants had their hair pulled out, ears and noses cut off. Some of them were beaten to death. Sometimes death sentences were pronounced and carried out by hanging on the gallows. Rauscher stresses, until 1768, the only punishment for killing a peasant on one's own property was a fine. Apart from corporal punishment, there were also penalties, tributes to the landowner, and confiscation of household items or livestock. And here we have some examples of proverbs that expose these different forms of punishment. A peasant without the whip and serfdom is worth nothing. Killing a peasant is like killing a dog. Beat the peasant to the seventh skin, or he barely saved his ears. Jan Stanisław Bystroń wrote that the common understanding of the nobility's freedom was that it not only gave the landowning elites a wide range of privileges and rights, but also took off many of their duties, which often led to disregard for authorities, also royal, failure to carry out court rulings, and even criminal acts such as assaults, rapes, and rebellions. This unlimited golden freedom of the nobility, its consequences, and widespread indulgence for noblemen were also commented on in proverbs. For example, children, jesters, and great lords are allowed everything. Everyone indulges to the rich. The follies of the rich are regarded as wise. The rudeness of a nobleman is considered a virtue. The landowner is always right. Noteworthy are proverbs that emphasize the interdependence of lords and peasants. In the moral order, serfdom of the 18th century was presented as a transaction. The peasant gives crops and labor. The lord allows him to use his own land, gives farm hands and care, wrote Leszczyński. The overwhelming predominance of lords over peasants in this arrangement was for the landowners a reflection of the eternal world order. However, oppressed peasants were aware that the prosperity of noble families largely depended on their labor. And here we can see the proverb Nie ma chama, nie ma pana, which means no borrower, no master. Numerous proverbs illustrate the relations between the two social classes. Although those relations are not always described in a negative way, the pejorative assessment of them is definitely dominant. And here are some examples. The master depends on the subjects, and the subjects depend on the master. A generous master means a benevolent servant. With a stingy master, servants are thieves. Or the good lord is like a father. Analyzing the collected material, one can easily distinguish a group of proverbs that clearly highlight the contrast between landowners and peasants, covering various aspects of life, from daily activities, traditions, elements of spiritual and material culture, and differences in dining. And here are an example of such images. A peasant is made for work and a landlord for rest. You will know that a peasant at the job and the lord at the table. The peasant dies of starvation and the master dies of gluttony, and so on. One of the distinguishing features of the representatives of the noble state is the elegant clothes they wore, sewn from expensive and exclusive fabrics such as velvet, satin, or crimson. The colors of the outfits were also of great importance. And here are several proverbs that describe clothes of nobility. Your own crimson is more ornate than borrowed Goldilocks, or not everyone who wears cornflower blue is a nobleman. Velvets and satins do not make a man noble. The red and yellow boots to the table and the black boots out the door. We can see these red and yellow boots in the picture presented on the slide. Or virtue wears red. It can also be seen on the picture, in the picture where we can see these red parts of clothes. The names of parts of the nobleman's clothing were registered in Proverbs too. For example, choć bez kontusza, ale dzielna dusza. Although he doesn't have a kontusz, he's a brave soul. Kontusz as a symbol of nobility. Lepiej z Bogiem w kożuchu niż bez Boga w szubie. It's better with God in the sheepskin than without God in the shub. Shuba as an attribute of nobility, and the sheepskin, the clothes of the peasants. A cap on the head and a louse on the belly. A cap, czapka, also here is like a symbol of nobility. Hulaj dusza bez kontusza, szukaj pana bez żupana. Let's party with a kontusz. Look for a master without żupan. We can see żupan in the picture. The blue one is kontusz, and under kontusz, the man in the picture is wearing żupan, a red żupan. The contrast between the landowners and the peasants is sometimes highlighted in the opposition of the attributes characteristic of each group. For example, those who have manners can afford watches, skilled horses for the nobles and unskilled horses for wagoners, tin plates for the tenants, silver plates for the landowner. A peasant is born to plow, and a nobleman to wear a weapon. And finally, a saber for the lord and a pig for the peasant. An important component of material culture is cuisine and customs related to food consumption. The proverbs clearly show that the very important feature of Polish cuisine until the beginning of 20th century was the huge difference resulting from the economic division of society. The diet of the landed gentry and peasants differed dramatically both in terms of quality and in terms of quantity. Pan je kiedy chce, a ubogi kiedy ma. The master eats when he wants, and the poor when he has food. Groats for us, and the borscht for the master. What is penance for the rich is the feasting for the peasant. The meat for them, and the soup for us. Masters will eat cabbage with eggs, and peasants, like dogs, with pork fat. Numerous proverbs note the extremely strong desire to attain noble status and get into a higher social class, which was extremely difficult as the nobility tried to achieve maximum distance from the rest of society. Karol Powłocki notes, the social structure of feudal Poland was like a cauldron of hands, backs, necks, and heads. The whole, sometimes monumental effort of all those hands, elbows, backs, and necks was aimed at fighting servitude, which was pulling men down to the bottom. For the age, for light, this instinct to break out of serfdom smoldered in almost everyone. We can also observe it in several proverbs. For example, choruje na pana, he desperately wants to become a nobleman. Szlachcic po babce, which is not a real nobleman, a nobleman by grandmother. The same with a nobleman from Barcice, Mr. Łabaj's son, which also describes not real nobleman. A peasant wants to be a nobleman wants to be a king. You will always recognize a peasant even if he becomes a nobleman. Or the last one, a master from a peasant is the worst. An important element of the picture of the nobility is the issue of great stratification of this group. The internal structure of the noble state was very complex, and the differences in wealth huge. Andrzej Zajączkowski states, on the one hand, we have the Radziwiłłs, Potockis, Czartoryskis, Sapiehas, whose annual income amounts to millions of zlotys, and on the other, thousands of hamlets in which the standard of living was no higher than that of the peasantry, and in some cases even lower. Among the proverbs, there is a frequent references to the low-income nobility and the life difficulties of its representatives. For example, the ancestors will not help if you are poor, or the owner of great ducks and white crows, which means the very poor nobleman. The same with the owner of empty barns, wet meadows, and dry lakes. He himself is the master and servant. Or the last one, although he has 6 estates, he has nothing to eat. So there are many proverbs that draw attention to these poor representatives of the gentry. Some proverbs contain the names of villages and surrounding lands and expose their exceptional fertility and the associated affluence of the owners of these areas, or on the contrary, infertility of the land and the poverty of its inhabitants. And here we have some examples. Kto ma wejsce podolane, może siadać między pany. The one who owns wejsce podolane can sit among the noblemen. So these places, these villages were very, very rich, and it was good to live there. The one who has Bożejowice, Polanowice, and Markowice can call the king Amicze or Amice. The one who could have both księczyn I gaj, he would have paradise here on earth. And on the other hand, we have these poor villages. Z nitku nie ma pożytku. There is no use from Nidek. There is nothing from Witanowice. If you have Dobrojewo and Kwilcz, then keep quiet, nobleman. A special place in Polish paremiology is occupied by the representatives of Radziwiłł's family. One of them is the figure of Karol Radziwiłł, called Panie Kochanku, who was remembered as a very ambiguous and eccentric man. He was a favorite of the nobility, whose sympathy he gained through his extravagance and confidentiality. A less favorable picture of Prince Radziwiłł is presented in work by Jędrzej Kitowicz, in the subsection on the most famous drunkards in Poland under the reign of King August III. The author, Jędrzej Kitowicz, writes about Karol Radziwiłł as a debauched, indecent man, insulting others with his jokes. The author evaluates Karol Radziwiłł's morality and conduct. Quote, "It was nothing with him to shoot a man in the head like a dog, but such cases can be treated ordinary in the Radziwiłł's family." And here we have some proverbs that also describe this historical person. Król sobie królem w Krakowie, Radziwiłł w Nieświeżu. King is the king in Krakow and Radziwiłł in Nieśwież. Court with a decree and Radziwiłł with a musket. When you lie, do it like Radziwiłł does. Radziwiłł was happy to feast. He was really famous for his feast that he gave to the representatives of nobility.
Yes, Katarzyna, please conclude soon, okay? We are running out of time.
There are also other noble families mentioned in proverbs such as Sapiecha, Potockis, Czartoryskis, Ogliński, Rzewuski. They also describe the manners, the behavior of these lords. And finally, in several proverbs, we can find also less famous names, but their very presence in proverbs is the evidence of the significant influence of their owners on the community in which they lived. For example, Obaczyn co na to Czaplic. We'll see what Czaplic says to this, because Celestyn Czaplic was political activist and poet who was known in his community for his reliability and great knowledge, and he was often asked to be a mediator in arguments. Okay, and I'm going to conclusions. Since proverbs form a literary genre that is deeply rooted in folk culture, the image of the nobility recorded in them is primarily an image seen through the eyes of peasants. Collective memory of the landowning elites is complex and concerns various aspects of life in Poland in the 15th to 18th centuries. The main determinant of this memory is the nobility's idea of itself, its belief in its uniqueness, and the confrontation of these visions with reality. Great deal of attention is paid to the mutual relations between landowners and their serfs. Bondage and serfdom very often constituted a form of oppression, some call it slavery, which is also mentioned in many examples. Furthermore, the Paromians describe the way in which the upper class behaved, dressed, and ate in comparison with the peasant class. They also commemorate specific representatives of the nobility, highlighting their attitudes or character traits, as well as specific villages which were evaluated in terms of the standard of living they offered. And in conclusion, the landowners have been described in proverbs as a class of vain, conceited, immoral people, insensitive to the misery of subordinate individuals, treating peasants as soulless and mindless non-human beings whose destiny is to work exhaustively for a master's prosperity. Paromians commemorating truly noble, virtuous, and gracious lords are rare exceptions. Here is the literature that I used, and thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, thank you very much, Katarzyna. I am very pleased that we heard the whole lecture devoted to linguistics, because I think that at Genealogies of Memory conferences it happens quite rarely. And in your presentation we could see how much can be preserved by language. So it was, in this context, quite fascinating. But now let's move to our next speaker, who is Władimir Kananowicz, if I pronounced it well. Let me introduce you just very briefly. Professor Kananowicz is a historian of late medieval and early modern Eastern Europe, and he obtained his PhD from National Academy of Sciences of Belarus. And his research interests focus on many aspects of medieval and early modern society and culture. And the title of his presentation is King Mindaugo in Navarudak, an aristocratic social memory in contemporary society.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, sure. Dear Misters, ladies, participants, all guests of the conference, thanks a lot for your for the possibility to come to Warsaw to offer my paper. As it was already mentioned, my paper is devoted to a particular case of how aristocratic memories became so persistent in contemporary societies. In particular, my paper deals with a king with many names: King Mindaugas in Lithuanian, Mindaug in Belarusian vernacular, Mendolf in Germanic languages. And this person is now firmly established in contemporary historiography as the founding father of medieval Lithuanian polity. in contemporary academic discourse. It's undeniable. Mindaugas, Mindove, Mindov is a founding father of Lithuanian polity. But anyway,
for the presentation, you can change the slides.
Okay, thanks a lot. But anyway, in spite of this foundational role of King Mindaugas in Lithuanian history, his memories, his stories, this character is still very contentious, very contentious. In fact, there are a lot of documents concerning this personality in the Middle Ages. But some of them are recognized as falsified, another as suspicious, and most of them concerns Mindaugas' donations to the Crusaders, dating back to the 14th century. This fact made Mindaugas' documents very suspicious, which legitimized Mindaugas' donations to Crusaders. But anyway, in spite of written sources, there are another kind of social memory concerning Mindaugas. There are special connections of Mindaugas memories. Despite the contentious character of Mindaugas himself, his stories, however, provide specific places for crucial episodes of his reign. In particular, Nowagrudek in Belarusian vernacular, Nowagrudek in Poland, Nowagardukas in Lithuanian, Parva Nowagardia or Parva Nova Urbs in Latin, provides a primary space for commemorating a supposedly first Lithuanian king. You know, there is a famous mountain or hill called Mindaugas Hill at the outskirts of Nowagrudek, or in vernacular, Mindaugowa Gora. This site is commonly associated with king of Lithuania or Lithuania, Mindaugas. It's believed still now that Mindaugas was buried under this hill. There are another sites of commemoration of supposedly first Lithuanian king, including Kernov, northwest of Vilnius, also Aglona in Latvia, and to some extent Vilna, contemporary capital of Lithuania, of Lithuanian Republic. And my question, why the memories, social memories of supposedly first Lithuanian king is so attached to Nowagrudek? Why Nowagrudek holds an important place in sharing Mindaugas memories? Why Nowagrudek? What's the relation between supposedly first Lithuanian king and Belarusian or Black Ruthenian, according to historical terminology, place? What is this connection? What was the reason of this incredible marriage between first Lithuanian king and a particular, maybe capital town in Black Ruthenia, in Ruthenia Nigra, a vast area that includes now Nowagrudek, Slonim, Volkovysk, Grodno. It's a middle Neman area. You can imagine geography, regions, areas geography, south of Neman River, from Slonim via Novogrudek to Volkovysk to Belovezha, nearly. It was area. But this area still holds a lot of memories of first Lithuanian king. In second question, why Mindove's memories in general, and in particular, and aristocratic memories in general are so persistent, are so vivid in this particular area? What is the reason of this cultural phenomenon? To answer this question, let me take briefly an excursion into history. To begin with, the name of Mindova appears for the first time in Teutonic, Prussian sources in the second half of the 13th century. It also mentioned in Ruthenian, Galician-Volhynian chronicles, but without any connection to Novogrudek. According to Galician-Volhynian chronicle, it's Mindove's son, Duke Wojciech, who rules in Novogrudek, but no connection to Novogrudek from Mindove. Actually, the name of Mindove was nearly unknown in Lithuania, Lithuania in the 14th, 15th, until early 16th century. This name was totally unknown in Lithuania. Even more, Lithuanian plenipotentiaries during the negotiations with the Crusaders in the early 15th century didn't recognize Mindove as their ancestor. They refused to do this. They simply told, we don't know any Mindove. No of our ancestors bore this name. Maybe it was a special tactics during the negotiations, maybe, but I don't think so. They really didn't know Mindove until the early 16th century. And vice versa. The name of Mindove was very known in particular areas of former Teutonic order, especially in present-day southeastern Latvia, around Daugavpils, Dvinsk, or Dinaburg in German, in particular site known as Aglona. We will turn to Aglona a little bit later. So it was until early 16th century known nearly exclusively in memory in Livonia, but partly maybe in Galician-Volhynian chronicles, but with no connection to Novogrudek, to Black Ruthenia. But something happened in the 20th, 30th centuries of the 16th century. In recently created Lithuanian chronicles, somewhere around 1530, created under auspices of Duke Bishop Paul Olgimond of Galshany. Galshany, it's a small town in northwestern Belarus, along the Belarusian-Lithuanian border. Mindove imaged for the first time in Lithuanian chronicles. He appears there as the ancestor of Duke Olgimond Golshansky. And also he comes up as a grand. It was the first source where he came up as a Grand Duke of, as a Duke of Novogrudek. It's understandable because at the time at least one of Golshansky's exercised his prerogatives as governor in Novogrudek. And later, beginning from Maciej Strykovsky, a new story of Mindove appeared. In Strykovsky Chronicle, Mindove for the first time appears not only as the Duke of Novogrudek, but also a place of his death, of his coronation, baptism, and death is firmly established. It was Novogrudek, according to Strykovsky, where Mindove was baptized, coronated, died, and later buried. It's very interesting because quite recently Strykovsky declared something different. He advocated earlier for Kernave, Kernów in contemporary Lithuania, but later he changed his opinion he turned his attention from Kernave towards Novogrudek. Maybe because it's very interesting, amazing story anyway. In the 16th, in the 17th, 18th century, this historiographical version that Mindove was a ruler in Novogrudek. Novogrudek was a place of his coronation, baptism, and death was already well established in contemporary Polish-Lithuanian historiography. For example, 16th century historian Albert Vyuk Koilovich, in his two-volume Historia Lithuania, mentions that Mindaugas coronation take place in the fields of Novogrudek, in Campus Novogrodensibus, because the town did not possess at the time an appropriate building for royal coronation. It's necessary to mention that both Strykovsky and Koilovich were very attached to the family of Radziwiłł. Radziwiłł acted as their commissioners. And also, we have not only new, recently created stories, narratives of Mindove, but also a process of specialization of Mindove's social memories began. You know how aristocratic memory functions. It's a cultural phenomenon. Grand landowners used land in several different ways. They not only obtained incomes from their inherited lands, but they also used land, more precisely local topography, landscape, to fix their own memories, stories. Every forest, field, mount, hill becomes a site of memory, bearing a part of their family or personal memories. Using different, because of ancient mnemonic methods known as memory palace of lieu de mémoire, according to Pierre Nora. And in this way, ancient aristocracy, not only in our area, in our region, but elsewhere, used landscape to fix their memories, a procedure that enhanced memories. This method was first described by late antiquity philosopher Cicerone. Memory palace, indeed, I need to say, I meet this phenomenon also in the area of Novogrudek, especially at the time when many members of the House of Radziwiłł acted as Novogrudek chiefs or palatines. I mean, in the 6th, 17th, 18th century, many members of this house ruled in Novogrudek, including John Nicolas Faustin, George Radziwiłł, nearly entire 18th century. It was Radziwiłlian period, Radziwiłlian era in the history of Novogrudek. And at the time, Mindove's hill was first mentioned in local sources, in local regions. Chronologically, the first appearance of Mindove's hills, Mindovgava Gora, in local sources, legends, coincided with the rule of different members of Radziwiłł family in the city. Is there any connection between Radziwiłł's and memorial landscape around Novogrudek? I guess so. Because it's known that Radziwiłł not only supported numerous historiographers, writers, but they also largely contributed to the creation of local memorial landscape. You can see it's also a photo from 1930s. Novogrudek, Góra Mendoga, to po polsku. Here it's very important. It's a genealogical table of the House of Radziwiłł. However, it's not easy to distinguish, but you can. But believe me, in this table, Mindova, the name of Mindova is also present. Mindova is called as one of Radziwiłł's ancestors. Of course, not direct ancestor, but as a member of an indirect branch under the name Mendov. It's F at the end. You can see. 2 minutes. You see. So I suppose that it was the Radziwiłłs who accomplished a great work of memory in the area. They not only supported, they not only created and developed stories of Mindova, but also they contributed to the specialization of Mindova's memories in the area. In the land of Novogrudek was something kind of palace of memory, at least until the end of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. But what happened later? With the confiscation of hereditary lands by Radziwiłłs, this memorial landscape was partly ruined, and many memories were lost. Of course, many memories remained vivid, and some of them were persistent. This concerns also, you see, it's 16th, 17th century pictured drawing describing Mindova's coronation in Novogrudek. It's imaginative. It's also, but even after Radziwiłłs had lost their political power in the area in the 19th century, their memories were persistent. And memory of Mindova was among those elements of their cultural memory that survived until our days. Memories of Mindova in the area around Novogrudek were not only persistent and vivid, but they, until now, are largely exploited by new intellectual elites, mainly from peasantry. I mean, also Belarusian and Lithuanian historiography. In Belarusian historiography, it's nearly entirely accepted that Mendova's coronation might have taken place, namely in Novogrudek. Of course, Lithuanian colleagues contested this version. They advocated for Kernave as an alternative place for Mendova's reigning, baptism, coronation, and death. But there is also this, you see, Novogrudek memorial landscape, very classic landscape, easy to fix memories to this landscape. It's an imaginative picture of Novogrudek in the 16th century. It's a memorial desk commemorating Novogrudek, Mindog, established on the feet of Mendova's hill. But it's now Lithuania. Lithuania. This is Mindaugas Sameliškis. It's Aglona. It's also its monument devoted to Mindog, to Mindove, Mindaugas. Actually, now you have three alternative competing sites of memory: Novogrudek, Kernave, Aglona in Latvia. Three nations, three sites of memory. Maybe for another one would appear, Vilna. Now some memories of Mindaugas are attached by Lithuanian intellectuals to Vilnius. Bridge, Mindaugas Bridge, Mindaugas monument in the center of Vilna. So I just conclude. The case of king of supposedly first Lithuanian king Mindaugas Mindog provides an interesting case of how aristocratic memories may have been preserved in contemporary society. How this memories can be exploited by contemporary politicians and intellectuals. And finally, the last sentence. The memories of supposedly first Lithuanian kings are at present in constant process of being interpreted and reinterpreted, invented and reinvented, narrativized, even ritualized, etc., etc. Maybe in future we will see another versions concerning Mendova's history. Thanks. Thank you so much, and sorry for...
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was also interesting to see how aristocracy emerged as actors who created their own memory.
In our society.
Yeah.
And first of all, it's land that bear the memories of former aristocracy.
Yeah, they impose their own meanings on the landscape. Yes, this is very interesting.
Heritage, not only oral traditions, but first of all, land that still preserve memories of former aristocracy in the area.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Long story. I don't want to.
Yeah, we have no time to discuss in details at the right moment, but maybe later. So let me introduce now our third speaker, who is Péter Erdősi. He's an assistant professor at the Hungarian Academy of Sciences. He has been associated with many universities in Hungary, and his research interests include early modern history, historiography, Renaissance, Baroque cultural history, and urban heritage. And the title of his presentation is From Neo-Baroque Society to Baroque Heritage, Changing Perceptions of the Hungarian Autocracy, 20th and 21st Centuries.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and dear colleagues, I would like to express my gratitude for the opportunity of being here and speaking at the conference. And in my talk, I would like to examine the contested memory of the early modern Hungarian aristocracy. In this course is traced from the late 19th century. My focus will be on the 20th century, but I need to prepare the scene by having a look at the 19th century events. And a major factor, and this is, I guess, the key of the thesis, a major factor of the perception of aristocracy in cultural memory was the imagined or perceived link, association between the aristocracy and Baroque culture. And this link was rooted in a vision of history that saw the Baroque as a foreign cultural import and the aristocracy as a subservient agent of foreign interests opposed to national progress. The involvement of some Hungarian aristocratic families in the, quote, absolutist policies of the Viennese court between the 16th and 18th centuries was an important theme in 20th century historiography. Nationalist stances and confessional dissent and conflict combined to denounce Catholic aristocrats as collaborators with the ruling Habsburg dynasty. This criticism was expressed in the historical accounts of Baroque as a style of the aristocracy and the Catholic Church, a foreign cultural product dissonant with the perceived values of national culture. Oh, sorry. Obviously, this approach was, of course, biased. And this approach ignored the very fact that many aristocrats had made significant contributions to the development of national culture. And this exaggerated and negative view of the aristocracy as well as the Baroque, of course, no longer stands the test of historical criticism, but they are interesting from the point of view of the history of ideas, since they document the concerns and criticisms of the post-feudal survival of the power and influence of the feudal aristocracy within the framework of a modern democratic political system. It is also noteworthy how these views have changed or were changing over time. Thus, at the intersection of historiography and heritage studies, our analysis of the changing academic and popular perceptions of the Baroque allows us to explore the contrasting attitudes towards the surviving patterns of the aristocracy's impact on Hungarian politics, society, and culture after its decline. The negative attitudes against Baroque were linked to the Hungarian perception of the Habsburg court of Vienna, and this can be traced back to a key problem of early modern Hungarian history. The sovereign kingdom of Hungary ceased to exist after the disastrous Battle of Mohács in 1526 as a result of the Ottoman conquest of Hungary. The Habsburg dynasty gained royal power in the western part of the country, not occupied by the Turks, while in the east of the former Hungarian kingdom, the Transylvanian princes settled down with Ottoman support. The result was the presence of two opposing, rivaling courts, also associated with a confessional conflict between the Catholic Habsburgs and the predominantly Protestant Transylvanian princes. While historiography tended to describe the Transylvanian court as a receptor of the Renaissance and as an agent in its incorporation into Hungarian culture, it associated the Viennese court with the Baroque and the Catholic Church. For the strand of national public thought in the 19th and 20th centuries that associated Protestant grievances with those of the nation, the anti-Habsburg stance also gave rise to an aversion to Baroque culture. The end of Ottoman occupation in the late 17th century, the reunification of Hungary by the Habsburgs, and then the concomitant progress of the Catholic Church and the Baroque style, the Viennese orientation of Catholic aristocratic families, and the grievances of Protestants all made the 18th century a very important juncture for our topic. Although it can be argued that Hungary, which lost the Revolution and War of Independence of 1848-49, benefited from the establishment of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy in 1876, by reconciling with the Viennese government, its opposition kept anti-Habsburg sentiments alive. According to the art historian Ferenc Pulski, one of the authors of the representative book series known as the Kronprinzenwerk, the Österreichisch-Ungarische Monarchy in Wort und Bild, Hungarians in Transylvania rejected the Baroque, the art of the Counter-Reformation. Another author contributing to the same volume, Gyula Pasteiner, stressed the delay in the reception of Baroque, suggesting that this style, art and cultural style, was not received in the 17th century when it was emerging in Europe, but only in the next one, and only with the help of foreign intellectual capital. So the judgment of the Baroque was much more than a critique of style. It was also expressed in categories of political, social, and confessional oppositions. The themes of the Habsburg dynasty's rule in Hungary, its relationship with Vienna and Rome as Catholic strongholds, the courtly relations, and the authority of the Hungarian aristocracy and clergy, and the resistance to these, all influenced the historical depiction of Baroque. Anti-Habsburg sentiment in some sections of the society survived the fall of the Austro-Hungarian Empire and the dethronement of the dynasty. However, the period between the two world wars saw significant changes in the appreciation of Baroque. It was in the interwar period that scholars constructed Baroque as a distinct period of Hungarian cultural history. This change, of course, was due to an international transformation of perception and taste, largely following the lead of Wölfflin, the art historian, introducing the idea of eternal Baroque. The Geistesgeschichte paradigm of historiography has transformed the concept of the Baroque from an art historical category into a broader term of cultural historical significance. And some Hungarian researchers in this period have adopted this scholarly approach. In the light of new foreign research, it became clear to them that Baroque was a distinct stage in the history of European culture, obviously, and then they were now concerned with how to apply this category to their national history. So in the rewriting of Hungarian national history between the two world wars, Baroque was no longer necessarily dismissed as unnational. Its products, previously excluded from the national canon, were now revalued as important parts of it. But researchers have been now confronted with increasingly complex problems, particularly with the unity and the diversity of the period, its temporal scope, where it is in time, its political and social connotations. When should the Baroque in Hungary be dated? Who transplanted it? Whose culture was it? Was it majorized, or was it accompanied by the sense of alienation, maybe? Confessional differences among historians made this gradual acceptance conflictual, as shown by the debate between Gyula Szekfű, the influential Catholic historian of the interwar period, and his Protestant opponent, Elemér Május. The broad scope of Geistesgeschichte, enabling the construction of a cultural period, has tempted scholars to create a synthesis. In this process, an organizing principle, a general image, could be useful, around which the historian's narrative could be organized. Gyula Szekfű used the image of peaceful tranquility and equilibrium as such a principle in his work on the establishment of Baroque culture in the 18th century. In his opinion, the Baroque style adopted by the Hungarians did not carry the political ideology of the absolutist court of Vienna, but instead it expressed the harmony between the ruler and the society of orders. In a similar way, harmony was conveyed to the ranks of the society by the ideal type of a Baroque aristocrat who had authority and, in Szekfű's image, Szekfű's view, led the people without any coercion. This tranquility was shattered then, according to him, by the Enlightenment, when social struggle began. Szekfő's Protestant opponent, Elemér Május, proposed a completely different concept on Baroque. According to him, the Hungarian nation adopted Baroque earlier, so not in the 18th, but earlier in the 17th century, adopted it as a modern European tendency, and the spread of Baroque would have been possible without the Habsburg rule in the next century, but then the influence of the dynasty turned Baroque into an inflexible, rigid product. Hungarian resistance to Vienna ended up in a struggle against European culture, according to Május. Moreover, Hungarian aristocrats gave up the development of domestic culture for the benefits taken from Vienna and their own domestic courts on their possessions, which had previously played an important role in this field, in reception, in terms of reception of culture, began to decline now. The distance between the aristocracy, which had been devoted to foreign culture, and the declining lesser nobility, which had previously enriched culture together, this gap between the aristocrats and the lesser nobility was also starting to increase. The 18th century was no longer able to fuse foreign and Hungarian cultural elements, according to him. Their difference was also social. The aristocrats were primarily European, according to him, while members of the lesser nobility were primarily Hungarian. During the post-Ottoman reconstruction of the country, the alienating effect of the clerical and courtly Baroque on the people was for a time mitigated, at least, by the patriarchal care of the aristocrat who shouldered the burden of labor in reconstructing the country after the Ottoman conquest. But people were soon overcome by a Catholicism which delivered mechanical, festive sensations, and by an international Jesuit culture which had no direct contact with the people, in Május's account. Although the 18th century Hungarian aristocrat had the undoubted merit in the reconstruction of the country, when he was drawn to Vienna, he could no longer escape the fascinating charms of court life, dissolved in the international culture of the capital, the imperial capital, and forget the political vocation of his ancestors. In the culture between the two world wars, the Baroque became in vogue, but this phenomenon also had its critics. This tension was given a particular color by the interference between Baroque and Neo-Baroque. The term Neo-Baroque was used to refer to an artistic neo-style, especially in architecture, a revival of the Baroque style which was widespread in the art of late 19th century historicism. The style survived the turn of the centuries in Hungary and remained a feature of representative public and private buildings during the interwar period. It is from this survival that the second meaning of the word derives, coined by the same Szekfő, Gyula Szekfő, whom we have seen before, who turned the term Neo-Baroque into a powerful tool for depicting and criticizing society between the two world wars in his work published in 1934. He believed that the imitation of the Baroque forms in official architecture could not be accidental only. He looked for the social causes of this artistic phenomenon of imitation and found them in the servile imitation and in the empty respect for authority in the public life of the 1920s and 1930s. In his view, this deference was connected with the meaningless imitation of Baroque forms, a respect for form, externality, and authority which led to the perpetuation of mimicry, of lying. And Szekfő used the metaphor of neo-Baroque society as a counterpole to his own image of the 18th century Hungarian Baroque society. According to him, the authority of the figure of the Baroque lord in the 18th century was now distinguished with a capital A, in contrast to the lowercase authority characterizing interwar public life. So the term neo-Baroque, used in the context of social criticism, social and political criticism, which became fashionable in the 1930s, referred to more than the survival of the art form. It referred to concerns about the survival of the Baroque, which had an inherently dubious status for national history. It signaled concerns about the return and ossification in the modern age of forms and phenomena that had once passed away and had already become obsolete and empty. So the term neo-Baroque society became a keyword, a catchword in intellectual debates between the two world wars, targeting the authoritarianism of contemporary ruling elites, comparable to the dominance of the Baroque aristocracy, comparable but also contrasted, reproaching it as an obstacle for the modern democratic transformation of the country. Now, after World War II, despite the declared official antipathy of the state socialist regime towards an obsolete feudal society, in the relative ideological relief and thaw following Stalin's death and the revolution of 1956, the consolidation of Baroque as an accepted component of the country's cultural history and heritage continued, together with the gradual improvement of the memory of some representatives of the aristocracy, in a time by which most representatives of this elite group had emigrated from Hungary, were deprived from their own benefits or declassed. The negative perception of both the Baroque and the aristocrats of bygone times started to change into a more nuanced attitude. Though the scholars of the 1960s to the 1980s officially distanced themselves from the Geistesgeschichte paradigm of the interwar period, they went on with the process of establishing Baroque as a distinct period of Hungarian cultural history. Now they had to reconcile this ambition with the demands of the official Marxist historical narrative. For example, the eminent literary... Okay, thank you. For example, the eminent literary historian Tibor Klanicai, in a 1960 study of the emergence of Hungarian Baroque literature, created a new concept of Hungarian Baroque. He overrode the religious connotations that had previously influenced the interpretation, and now basically he claimed that Baroque was not associated only with the Catholic lords, but also with the Protestant nobility, in general with the domestic creative aristocracy. And basically he rejected the idea that Baroque was just a foreign import, a cosmopolitan trend, or a function of Habsburg expansion. So something was finally, or at least for a long term, settled. Baroque era was canonized, and the negative content of the previous link between national history, aristocracy, and the interpretation of the Baroque evaporated. And in the post-communist era, we observe how under the new concept, the newly emerging concept of cultural heritage, the former controversies and antagonisms surrounding the Baroque could be eased. For example, in the year of Central European Baroque, the year of the Baroque declared as such by the Central European Initiative, it was at the agenda to show the common Central European Baroque, and the historian Robert G. Evans wrote that it's time for Baroque heritage to take finally its rightful place in the culture of the territories once ruled by the Habsburgs. So after this, let me come to a conclusion. It is worth highlighting that after the regime change in Hungary, there is no large-scale return of the aristocracy, renewal of the public influences, and recovery of its assets. I think that finally, as a result of the 1960s and 1980s, Baroque has its position in national cultural history. So the ideological bundle or ideological shell or context, which was so obviously negative and biased, has evaporated. But it's a question of what contemporary Hungarian society will do with this new opportunity. Whether we can incorporate new meanings as a result of refreshed research into our knowledge. And the big question is, nevertheless, whether the resurgent interest in the aristocracy and the Baroque milieu will contribute to the consolidation of a new neo-Baroque society because of the reverence to the externalities of this culture. So such a consequence would be completely at odds, and this is my conclusion. Such a consequence would be completely in contrast with the devoted research and at the same time affectionate, ironic, and distanced portrayal of family history, aristocratic family history by a descendant of one of the most important Hungarian aristocratic families, the writer Péter Esterházy, who in his prose and most notably for our topic in his Harmonia Celestis, a set of numbered sentences from the life of the Esterházy family, described an archetypal father figure, quote, "My father, this grim Baroque lord who raised his eyes to the Emperor Leopold I, his face serious, though his glittering, squinting eyes as always betrayed him, and said, 'It is hard to lie, Your Majesty, when one does not know the truth.' And so he mounted his horse and rode off into the sensitive 17th century landscape." And this is my last sentence. How the memory of the Baroque and the aristocracy will evolve in the future can perhaps depend on whether contemporary culture is able to take the kind of initiative that Esterházy's work did, both cherishing a tradition and also rethinking, questioning a tradition. And perhaps the present text could also contribute to this process by providing some historical or historiographical support. Thank you so much for your attention.
Yes, thank you very much. I really like the last slide of your presentation with Péter Esterházy. I encourage everyone to read this book. Harmonia Celestis is a masterpiece of Hungarian postmodern literature. And if you think that Baroque belongs to the past or it is anachronistic to speak about it, you can also visit Budapest and see the renovation works in the castle. The whole castle hill is being renovated right now in a Baroque or Neo-Baroque style, which is a quite controversial initiative, I would say. Thank you once again for all of the presentations. And now I would like to give the opportunity to Elżbieta Kwiecińska, who will comment on all of the presentations. I will briefly introduce her. She's an assistant professor at the Institute of Slavic Studies at the Polish Academy of Sciences, and she holds a PhD from the European University Institute, Florence. Elżbieta, the floor is yours.
Thank you for your kind invitation. Thank you for your very interesting papers. What we can find in common is that the myths that are presented here tell us more about ourselves than actually about the objects they are describing. The panel was structured in a way that it combines Polish, Belarusian, and Hungarian aspects that reflect our mental map, what we can see above those myths, that they are more than about national myths. The first paper that presented Katarzyna Kuligowska lies very much in contemporary Ludowa Historia Polski, people's history of Poland, but it adds another aspect, which is sociolinguistic aspects, and this is, I think, what we can benefit a lot as from interdisciplinary research. As a historian, I would say it's a fantastic example of a history from below as a source, and it shows us the auto-stereotype of Szlachta that conflicts very much with what peasants expressed in the proverbs. And as we know, proverbs were the way where how the social conflict could be managed, and when it could not be managed by by peasants complaining themselves and receiving an answer. It was a way for them to show dissatisfaction or feelings. So my question is to Katarzyna Kuligowska, how to interpret this auto-stereotype, this conflict between auto-stereotype of Szlachta, which is a chivalry, and on the other hand, what you described from the Proverbs, which is complaint, right? And that this picture of the Szlachta is very much in contrast what Szlachta thought about themselves. So this is my first question to Katarzyna Kuligowska. And Władimir Kananowicz, while Katarzyna's Kuligowska paper was more like a deconstruction of the Szlachta image, Władimir Kananowicz provided us a construction of the myth. And while some sources are falsified, it's also telling why we falsify the sources. And in the local context of Nowochródok and the construction of the myth of Radziwiłł, it turned out to be important. However, the myths they appear, as Władimir Kananowicz said, it's very present in the local context. But my question is, what's the role of the myth of the Mandogas and in the context also of the Lithuanian Duchy of the Lithuanian Pass, and the Great Duchy of Lithuania? What is its role in the Belarusian diaspora? Because what strikes me is that Belarusian diaspora is rather of a democratic stance, while this is an aristocratic myth. The third paper, it was very particular to me, very interesting, because I was, as we are thinking about a mental map, I was thinking what kind of analogies I can find in current discussion in Polish or Ukrainian history. And it's hard to, we can find, but it's hard. And, the critique of a style as, being foreign in native, and the question of empire, nation, who is a traitor, who is not a traitor. I wouldn't say we have a critique of an architectural style as such an important debate in Polish or Ukrainian history. So I find it very particular, and the concept of a Baroque society. This is also very, very interesting, and the way how it was revalued in the national canon, and what we can find here is like a recovery and acceptance of this Baroque society. And my question is also about the contemporary, as it's for me hard to ask about the Hungarian sources. So in the current political situation and the question of aristocracy, is it debated as a political question under the Orban regime? So, or is that just a historical? Does it have as a meaning in the political conflict in Hungary now? So thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Elżbieta. And I would like to give the opportunity to our speakers to reflect on these remarks and commentaries. I suggest to do it in the order of your presentation. So first Katarzyna, then Władimir, and the last one will be Peter. Katarzyna, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the question. It is quite difficult to answer the question about this gap between the image of nobility that we remember from history and the emotions that appear in proverbs, all these fears, all this pain and misfortune that the peasants felt. I think that we can find the question in the fact that we all need national myths. We want to think well about our history. We all like heroes, and that's why we look at the Polish Szlachta. Well, we evaluate most of these people from historical point of view. We evaluate their work, their contribution to Poland as a state. But in fact, I think we talked very little about the real fate of the peasant during serfdom, and I think that last few or maybe a few years or maybe even more, it's the time when historians started to study this aspect of our past, of Polish history, and they started to draw attention to the peasants' fate and how the nobility really treated other people, how they looked them, how they tried to dehumanize the peasants. There are many books that have been published recently on that aspect. I think they will help to find the answer for many questions concerning this huge gap between the image of nobility and the image that nobility had itself, the evaluation they have for themselves, and the image that comes from the lower states experience.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Vladimir.
Thanks a lot for your question. Your question was, what's the role of Mindaugas, Mendova in contemporary Belarusian history?
Diaspora.
And diaspora. Yes, thanks a lot for your question. I need to say that the role of Mindova, Mindovk, Mindaugas in all languages is very important in Belarusian historiography, both inside Belarus and abroad, within contemporary Belarusian diaspora. Nearly all Belarusian historians whom I know, they agree that Mindovk was really baptized, coronated, and died and buried in Novogrudek. In Belarusian historiography and diaspora as well, Novogrudek as Mindovk's site of baptism, coronation, and death is well established now. Especially, of course, especially among diaspora, including also some Polish historian of Belarusian origin in Białystok, you know, maybe Professor Latyshonek from Białystok, who also advocates his story, but recently he began to revise his previous version. But I repeat once again, in Belarusian diaspora, Novogrudek as Mindovk's place of coronation, baptism, and death, and
so it's an identity.
Is well established. Uncontested.
Okay.
For most Belarusian historians,
Does it have an anti-Russian also aspect or not? No.
Because I cannot say so. I cannot say so.
Okay.
I cannot say so. Of course, Lithuanian historians are strongly opposed to this version.
It's rather a question of Lithuanian Belarusian.
Yes, it's a very strong controversy between contemporary Belarusian and Lithuanian historians. As for Mindaugas place of coronation, baptism, and death. It's the point that divides contemporary Belarusian and Lithuanian historians. Most of Lithuanian historians, beginning from Egidijus Gudavičius, Artūras Dubonis, grand specialist of Lithuanian Academy of Sciences, they say no, it's a myth. It's a myth. They advocate for mostly not for Vilna, but for Kernavę as Mindaugas in Lithuanian vernacular as Mindaugas place of coronation, baptism, and death. Even Lithuanian national holiday, statehood day, 6th July is coronated by festivities in Kernavę. So there is Mindaugas memory is a point where Belarusian and Lithuanian historians are posed.
Thank you.
In both historiography, the role of Mindaugas is very, very important. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. And now, Peter, if you are ready to answer the questions.
Thank you very much for the questions. It's actually two questions in one, and both are very stimulating. One track or one branch of the question is whether there is a major debate around Baroque or the survival of Baroque, and I would say this bondage between the academic reading of Baroque and political and ideological stances that characterize the 20th century are not really there anymore, I guess. Neither the Catholic, Protestant, confessional conflict is a major player in this debate with the ongoing secularization of the country. But what I guess is an important point to think about is what kind of Baroque is that we have at hand, especially what the popular perceptions of the Baroque are. It's so easy to associate Baroque with the externalities like this spectacle and the grandeur and even power. And I think power is a key moment in the understanding of this one. But on the other hand, on the other side of a gap, what I see as a gap, there is a multiple and diverse and ongoing research of Baroque art and Baroque literature, which of course produces much richer images, of course, disseminated among academic circles and not in more widely. So what I see here as a question is what kind of depth will be given to the perception of Baroque, especially in the heritage machinery of places heritageized. And the other branch or the other ramification of the question about whether the aristocracy and the role of aristocracy is still contested or debated. In the Orbán regime, I guess it is not so much the aristocracy that were. It's not so much the aristocracy which creates a field of debate, but I guess it's the various techniques of historical legitimation the Orbán regime uses to show itself as a restorer of peace, of normality. This is, I think, behind the major investment into the reconstruction of the royal palace in Buda Castle, to bring back the track of history after the communist period into the interwar period, representing the interwar period as the last moment of normality, as the last moment of peace before the war started. It's like a pre-war period idealized, and I guess in this effort, all kinds of layers of history are at play, and the Baroque homes of the aristocracy and the nobility are not an exception. And that's where I see debate in Hungarian society, because of course this is not accepted consensually or unanimously by the intelligentsia or society as such. So I'm not going into the details of to what extent the heritage protection system is weakened in order to give room to political and economic uses of architectural heritage. But I might allude to the fact that, which is a recent development, that after a serious effort of spending money into the renovation and restructuration, recreation of castles and palaces, such as the former palace of the aristocratic family of the Esterházy was made. So after this effort, there is a new turn in which seemingly the state has decided to give some part of national heritage into private hands, which then, of course, poses the question as to how the former homes of a former elite are reused in order to create a status symbol for a newly emerging elite. And then, if that's the case, again, the question can be formulated: what kind of tensions there will be between the heritage versions of Baroque culture and the academic knowledge on Baroque. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. We have still some time, so I would like to open the discussion. Feel free to ask questions to our speakers if you have any. I see here 2 persons.
Yes, thank you very much. It's a very interesting speech on the Baroque. Inspired me to the question what the other branches, the historical branches, the specializations, did they follow this pattern of Geistesgeschichte? Did they follow cultural history, or had all these branches, these academic subjects, had their own narratives? To my mind, it should be possible that there were competing patterns of narratives, and did a competition take place, or was it a orchestrated version?
So I said just to collect more questions. Here I see 2 persons.
Yeah, thank you very much. These were really very interesting presentations, and I would like to ask the first presenter that can you detect the presence of these proverbs even today in the contemporary society, or these are just historical in historical sources? It would be my question, and to my other questions to my Hungarian colleague. I also learned a lot from this presentation. But what do you think that if Gyula Szekfő start to use this neo-Baroque as a kind of criticism, as far as I understood well, couldn't it be a kind of memory game when he didn't use the neo-feudalistic as a kind of critic? Because if you say that it's a neo-feudalistic structure or style or something in Hungary, it could be a strong criticism towards Horthy or towards the own Hungarian system. If you say neo-Baroque, it's a kind of Habsburg-like, European, how to say, so it makes such a context that maybe it can ease the responsibility of the own elite a bit, or maybe, I don't know, maybe it's thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Bartek.
Thank you for the papers. I just have a short comment to Professor Kuligowska, because the last proverb that you mentioned was the one saying about how Piekarski was lying, and I believe exactly this one does not match your paper, because that refers to the tortures that he experienced after the attempt of murdering the King Sigismund III in 1620. So I think it's not about him as a gentry, but about simply the fact that he was tortured. Okay.
Thank you. Sorry, I have a question to Peter Erdősi. I would like to ask you about any expressions of this official hostility towards the Baroque heritage during the socialist era, and were there any expressions of this hostility in the form of, for example, destructions of some monuments of I don't know, churches, country houses, some Baroque buildings that were destroyed also because of their Baroque form, or these historical associations with this period in Hungarian history. So thank you.
Okay, so Peter, would you like to start answering questions?
Yes, thank you so much for every question I've been given. So for the first question, I think these are competing visions. These are controversies of the interpretation, but they are also consecutive to each other. So I guess the first big paradigm is to see Baroque only as a style of art, as an art style. In the 19th century, it was typical to, of course, interpret Baroque as a bastard Renaissance, and that was characterized. This idea was characterizing the late 19th century Hungarian art history, and then the Geistesgeschichte paradigm brought about the idea of the existence of a Baroque Geist, a Baroque spirit, or a Baroque mentality, which then helped the diverse branches of the humanities to cooperate. That was, I think, an important novelty to Geistesgeschichte paradigm, when you could think of the consonance or the unity of a cultural era, where you could study together the findings of art history and music history or literary history. And next we have the Marxist paradigm, which tries to give a social content. And the example that I refer to, Klonica is a fort. Tibor Klonica is a fort was an effort to somehow synchronize the study of form, I mean the aesthetic aspect, and the social aspect of the studies of the Renaissance. So I think they were competing versions, but finally even the Marxist paradigm gave up with the end of the communist period, and I think after which there is no major compulsory paradigm to which researchers are supposed to adapt their vision of the Baroque. I think it is the vision of Baroque as a European phenomenon, and now it is stripped from its confessional content. Obviously, that's what I sense. And the other question about the coinage of the term neo-Baroque by Gyula Szekely, this is very, very tricky, because this is a term that's used to criticize interwar period society, but it is also, in a way, a rehabilitation of Baroque in a way. And I think your point is very right, because Szekely had a major opponent in a debate about the very term neo-Baroque, behind which there was the content of criticizing interwar period and the idea of authority and the idea of a feudal society. He didn't use feudal. That could have been, or even was even used by Marxist historiography later. But László Németh claimed that basically by using the term neo-Baroque, Szekely tries to dissolve or evaporate his own responsibility in the ideological making of the interwar period. Because as I mentioned, and as you know it very well, Szekely was a major kind of official historiographer of the era. So László Németh, as a Protestant opponent of the Catholic Szekely, claimed that the criticism is just superficial, because by using this term, he wants to, hide his own responsibility in the making of the Horthy era. And as for the third question is concerned, it's not so much the deliberate destruction, but I guess neglect, which characterized the period vis-a-vis this architectural heritage. But neglect is also a broad term, because, well, the Palace of Gödöllő, which is close to Budapest, and it's a aristocratic home of the Grassalkovich family, and later dedicated to the wife of the Emperor Franz Joseph Sissi. And now it's a kind of a national lieu de mémoire again, that was turned into a Soviet barrack. So this kind of reusal, very creative reusal of the space, which is debated in many sections of the conference, was characterizing this scenery. But I would just mention one case which is about deliberate destruction, or at least the idea of destroying something deliberately. This is a Baroque church in Batyányi Square in Budapest, where a metro station was about to be built, and there was the official discourse that this is to be destroyed because, it is contrary to the expectations of the metro construction. But in an anecdotic way, in a memoir of a monumental protection expert, we know we kind of know that somehow an expected visit by Stalin was construed to legitimize the planned destruction of this particular church, which finally didn't happen. And I think this is partly due to the brave stance of the monument protection expert. So it's not so much the destruction that I would mention, but there was a sense of official hostility. And Klanicei, whom we just happened to mention, Tibor Klanicei, the literary historian, I guess in order to contrast this official ideological hostility against the legacy of the Baroque era and the aristocratic families, rather early in the mid-1970s, came up with the idea that now we are in the post-revolutionary situation. The revolution is won. And in a situation when the revolution is won, the leading group, the new elite, doesn't have to, fight against the remnants of the former elite. Therefore, and here comes the interesting, ingenious invention, therefore, we can enlarge the concept of national heritage. Now, it's not only the radical or the progressive trends that can be considered as part of the national, but a winning political power after the success of a revolution can give the obvious effort, can make the obvious effort to take everything as national. So this is a very interesting reinterpretation of the national heritage in a Marxist setting. And Baroque could kind of, be put under this umbrella concept of national heritage as early as in the 1970s, within the same paradigm of the official Marxist historiography, which was like a shell for many diverse historiographical efforts. Thank you very much for the informed question.
Yeah, thank you very much. And now, Katarzyna. So the question is whether this proverb is still used in everyday language. And if I may add one point to your presentation, I think that some of your proverbs you mentioned in your presentation could be easily translated into Hungarian language. Not all of them, but some of them. So I think that on the basis of these proverbs existing in various languages, you could even draw a kind of transnational history of aristocracy in our region, and I'm wondering what you think about it.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the question. Well, in fact, I think that just few proverbs we can still find in contemporary Polish language. Now I'm thinking about two examples. The first one is kazał pan, musiał sam, which means the master ordered and he had to do it by himself. And the other one, maybe pańskie oko konia tuczy, which means that the work is done well when the worker is watched over. I think that one could find some more proverbs that are still used or at least remembered by Polish speakers, but not very many of them are used in contemporary language. In Kamil Powłocki's book called Chamstwo, he draws attention to one more thing that still exists in contemporary Polish language. Maybe not now, but several years ago or some decades ago, when the parents wanted to frighten a naughty child, they sometimes could tell a son or a daughter, be nice, otherwise the bad man will take you. In Polish it is zły pan cię zabierze, which is also connected with the serfdom, when a nobleman, when the landowner could just take a peasant from the village to do some work for him. And so this was a kind of saying that could frighten a child. I think that parents nowadays do not use it, but I know that in Polish language it is still remembered. The next thing is the proverb about Piekarski. Of course, it doesn't have anything to do with the peasant's fate. I just wanted to show that there are some families of noblemen mentioned in proverbs. Piekarski was a nobleman. Yes, of course, he carried out an unsuccessful assassination attempt on the king, Zygmunt Waza III. He was probably insane. Some historians say that he was insane, and for this attempt, he was then tortured. He was subjected to many torture. But the main thing was to show that sometimes the families of not only about this very famous noblemen were mentioned in proverbs, but also some other noblemen were also recorded in proverbs, and that's why I use this proverb with Piekarski. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. According to our conference program, the coffee break has already started, so I suggest to continue our discussions, drinking a coffee or two. And let me once again thank for all of our speakers and presenters for this wonderful panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, hello. I would like to welcome you to the last panel today entitled Somebody Else's Heritage, Negation and Appropriation of the Land-Owning Elite's Legacy. The first speaker today in this panel will be Mikołaj Getka-Kenik, who is an associate professor at the Institute for the History of Science, Polish Academy of Sciences in Warsaw. He earned his master's degrees in history and art history, followed by a doctorate and habilitation in history. His research area includes the problem of the politics of art and architecture around 1770 until 1850, as well as heritage policies in socialist Poland 1945-89. He's currently leading a research project entitled Architectural Monuments and the Politics of History in Communist Poland, the Case of Kraków 1945-78, funded by the National Science Center Poland. He has been also a director of the Castle Museum in Sandomierz since 2021. The floor is yours.
Thank you very
20
much.
minutes.
I would like to use the... Yes, so thank you very much for inviting me to this great conference. The subject of my paper today is aestheticizing the class enemy, the musealization of feudal heritage in post-war Poland and East Germany. This paper aims to answer the question of how the Soviet bloc countries were able to reconcile the preservation of feudal heritage with their apparently anti-feudal historical and social policies. It examines the paradox by focusing on two examples of the aestheticization of this difficult heritage, Wawel Castle in Poland and Sanssouci Palace in East Germany. The takeover of private belongings of noble background was an important driving force behind the development of both national and local museums during the early years of socialist Poland. It was the period between the late 1940s and early 1950s. It was mainly a result of the agrarian reform of 1944 that concerned not only arable land, but also former residences and their movable decoration, paintings, sculptures, textiles, furniture, and other objects of the applied arts. Their musealization served to adapt this heritage to a new role by emphasizing its artistic value rather than socio-economic or political context, despite the fact that there were many Marxist scholars who studied them, so this subject, like the history of landed estates, peasant landowners relations, as well as feudalism in general. This practice of aestheticization provided fuel for official propaganda by creating the image of benevolent socialists who regained works of great national art and architecture from a narrow elite's hands and made them available to every Pole. This strategy, initiated by art historians and conservators during the first post-war years, impacted the subsequent development of museums in Poland. In 1946, art historian Michał Walicki, then professor at the Academy of Fine Arts in Warsaw, presented his concept of historic interior museums as separate cultural institutions in post-war Poland. The main goal of such institutions was to educate museum clients, meaning conscious recipients of art. And one of his motivations to propose this idea was the provision of artworks coming from the nationalized manor houses. Historic interior museums were also expected to protect particularly valuable examples of historic secular architecture, including, above all, feudal residences such as the Palace Under the Arms in Krakow, Potocki and Czartoryski palaces in Warsaw, Wiśnicz Castle, Białystok Palace, or Krakow Bishop Palace in Kielce, not to mention the former royal residences in Piotrków, Lublin, and Sandomierz. Walicki's concept was in fact quite original. There was no such institutions in pre-socialist Poland, although in some cases historic interiors were accessible to the public then. they, however, also served residential purposes, I mean in this interwar or pre-war period. It was the case of presidential or formerly royal castles in Warsaw and Krakow, the Palace on the Isle in Warsaw, or the then private palace in Wilanów near Warsaw. Walicki's post-war concept aimed not only at protecting this material heritage by providing it with an apparently safe art historical frame of reference, in terms of which this heritage was to be interpreted. His concept also served to adapt this heritage to the new social political situation in Poland by finding a new role for such buildings as objects of care and admiration. Walicki's idea, although published already in 1946 in one of the most important art historical journals, Polish journals, had already been implemented by the Ministry of Culture and Art a year earlier, thus in 1945. More precisely, its implementation was the initiative and responsibility of the Chief Directorate of Museums and Monument Protection, an agency of the ministry. The directorate was headed by art historian Stanisław Lorenz, professor at the University of Warsaw and director of the National Museum in Warsaw since pre-war times. During the initial post-war years, this policy found its most spectacular expression in the opening of a historic interior museum in Wawel Royal Castle in Krakow. Originally, however, the highest authorities of socialist Poland wanted to maintain the castle's previous residential function as the seat of the head of state. Soon, however, they changed their plans concerning the castle and decided to return it to the nation as the monument of national culture. This resolution, supported by the Chief Directorate of Museums, and consequently the Ministry of Culture as well, was a manifestation of the idea of the socialization of cultural heritage. It also justified the reuse of many historic noble mansions for cultural, educational, or official purposes after their nationalization. Former residences, like their movable furnishings, were to, quote, enter into the new social service, end of quote. The musealization of the state-owned Wawel Castle became an ultimate symbol of this transformation. Wawel Castle was consequently taken over by the Wawel State Collections of Art. It was a new institution directly subordinate to the Chief Directorate of Museums, although it had its genesis in the pre-war State Collections of Art based in Warsaw, but having had an important branch at Wawel Castle already in this interwar period. Before the war, the State Collections of Art weren't technically a museum, but a central government agency in charge of all the works owned by the state and decorating presidential residences. After the war, the Wawel State Collections of Art also served to protect the material heritage of old, monarchical and noble Poland. This was an exceptional situation in the 1940s and 1950s. The Royal Castle in Warsaw didn't exist then, due to its total annihilation by the Germans in 1944, while two other important former royal palaces in Warsaw, the Palace on the Isle and Wilanów Palace, the latter taken over by the state as a result of the agrarian reform, weren't restored after wartime destruction or devastation until the early 1960s. The first director of the Wawel State Collections of Art, Tadeusz Mańkowski, was an art historian who viewed feudal architecture, paintings, sculptures, fabrics, and other objects of the applied arts as examples of Polish national art. Wawel Castle, as the monument of national culture, was to be filled with this type of artworks, apparently absolved of associations with their difficult socio-economic background. Wawel Castle wasn't a historical museum, but an artistic one, focusing on visitors' aesthetic experience. However, the key issue was the nativeness of these objects, or at least their association with national history. The exhibition of historic interiors at Wawel Castle legitimized this heritage, even if they had no previous connection with this specific place. No element of the castle's historic furnishings survived in the state collection's possessions after the war. The artworks which Mańkowski acquired for Wawel Castle came thus primarily from private collections. Many of them were royal and aristocratic portraits. There were many ways of gaining them. Some were bought with funds from the Ministry of Culture, such as the portrait of Maryna Mniszek from the collection of Franciszek Salezy Potocki of Rutka, but then based in Krakow. Others were gifts, like the portrait of King Sigismund the Old from the collection of Ludwik Hieronik Morstin of Pławowice. However, most of these paintings became appropriated by the state as a result of the agricultural reform, or it is highly probable because they were provided by the ministry with no documented provenance. The case of the portrait of Stanisław Tenczyński from the collection of Adam Potocki of Krzeszowice was exceptional in this respect because it was confiscated as a result of its owner's attempt to smuggle it abroad in 1946. For Tadeusz Mańkowski, the interpretation of the legacy of feudal elites as national heritage served to preserve and justify the existence of Wawel Castle as an interior museum. He also presented the history of the royal residence at Wawel in such terms, drawing on the arguments of other, more Marxist-oriented art historians such as Tadeusz Dobrowolski. National art, having its distinctly Polish character, was to represent the true genius of the nation. Moreover, their existence and development apparently testified to the nation's cultural independence from Western influences. From this point of view, the elite context of such objects, both architectural and movable, was of quite minor significance. Owing to such interpretations, feudal heritage proved acceptable to the state leaders who sought to limit Western cultural influence on Polish society. Note, however, that the Chief Directorate of Museums came up with the idea of Wawel History Museum in 1947 that was established 2 years later. The aim of this institution was to present the broader context of the royal and noble heritage with the help of archaeological artifacts. The Wawel History Museum operated according to the principles of history of material culture, a new discipline analyzing past cultural phenomena, including art and architecture, from the perspective of historical materialism. History of material culture was a Polish response to the Marxist theory of history and culture. However, the establishment of the Wawel History Museum had no influence on the castle's interior exhibition in itself. It was still being enriched with new native early modern artworks throughout the late 1940s and 1950s. The director of the Wawel History Museum, Jerzy Szablowski, replaced Mańkowski in 1952 as director of the Wawel State Collections of Art and continued his predecessor acquisition policy. As a result, the permanent interior exhibition at the Wawel Royal Castle in the mid-1950s, thus during the Stalinist period, offered a wide variety of Polish and related to Poland paintings and other works of art originating from former manor houses. This attitude was characteristic also for museums that were established in other former royal or also aristocratic castles and palaces in the following years. It was the case of Wilanów Palace, Palace on the Isle, Nieborów Palace or Łańcut Castle. They were restored and opened to the public as art historical museums, focusing on the presentation of their sumptuously decorated interiors. The socio-political or socio-economic context of their artistic form was virtually non-existent in exhibition narrative. In Poland, there was no such museum as Feudal Museum in Wernigerode Castle in East Germany. It was a historic castle museum with a permanent interior exhibition that was supplemented with a narrative component interpreting the feudal heritage in a Marxist vein. However, the museum in Wernigerode Castle was unique even in East Germany. Other museums in former residences in this socialist country exemplified the above-mentioned art historical approach to feudal heritage. It was also the case of the Hohenzollern heritage. In socialist Germany, controversial wasn't only the feudal context of the Prussian monarchy, but also the role of this dynasty and the noble elite associated with it in the development of German imperialism. According to popular post-war opinions, it was one of the main sources of Nazism, also closely associated with the public cult of Frederick the Great. The aestheticization of this monarchical heritage apparently served to cleanse it of such disgraceful associations, while simultaneously providing it with a politically acceptable meaning. We need to remember that in contrast to socialist Poland, the royal heritage in East Germany was the subject of the state open hostility during the early post-war years. A spectacular manifestation of this attitude was the complete demolition of Berlin Royal Palace in 1950. A few years later, Potsdam City Palace suffered a similar fate. In both cases, however, these buildings were seriously damaged during the war, and therefore the state required enormous expenditures to rebuild them. Notably, the socialist authorities didn't decide to destroy a similar object that survived the war without or with only minor damage. It was the case of the Sanssouci residential complex in Potsdam. The two main buildings of this giant architectural ensemble, namely Sanssouci Palace and the New Palace, survived the war and became publicly accessible interior museums, being managed by the government agency known as the State Palaces and Gardens Potsdam Sanssouci. This agency was headed by art historian Willy Kurt since 1946. Kurt's viewpoint on the legacy of Sanssouci is best illustrated by his guidebook entitled Sanssouci, Its Palaces and Gardens, published in 1956. In it, Sanssouci is shown primarily as a great achievement in the history of Rococo and Romantic art. Kurt didn't ignore the role of Prussian monarchs in the complex formation, but he was clearly focused on artists, architects, sculptors, decorators, as well as gardeners. He emphasized the progressive nature of their works of architecture and decoration, which was especially characteristic of Marxist art history. For example, the interiors of Sanssouci Palace were, in his view, a prelude to the bourgeois interiors of the Biedermeier era. He wrote in a similar way about the progressive nature of the garden itself. Notably, Kurt explained to his readers that these great, timeless works of art were created at the request of feudal lords because such were the social conditions at the time. He suggested that this fact didn't affect their artistic value. In conclusion, he shared the following reaction, quote, "These were 3 generations," he meant the Hohenzollern family, that took part in the expansion of the palaces and gardens of Sanssouci over the course of 1 century. And each time they had the most talented and famous architects at their disposal. Their tasks were limited by the princely feudal environment of their clients. Apart from these limitations, however, the artists remained free in their creative power and strong in their rich imagination. Their creative powers were, regardless of the social order of their times, mutually connected with the national forces of German art. The land of the nation nourished their formal creativity. Moreover, the rare and ideal combination of art and nature, connecting architecture, painting, and gardening, is an example of the Gesamtkunstwerk. The discussed examples of Wawel Castle in Poland and Sanssouci in East Germany prove that aestheticization was an instrument of taming and adapting the feudal heritage to the post-war socio-political conditions in Central Europe. In socialist interior museums, the elite heritage was universalized as an integral element of the national artistic legacy and the property of the entire nation or society. The art historical framework neutralized potential controversies, considering the public value of buildings and their interior decoration in safe isolation from their difficult socio-economic context. However, it seems that this attitude had a lasting consequence for the future of historic castle and palace museums, as well as their social resonance. Contemporary interior museums in castles and palaces still are predominantly art historical institutions. In their promotion, exhibition, and conservation policies, they are focused on the artistic value of their properties, seen as their most significant asset. This tendency influences the way in which their historic creators and owners are presented by such museums, as above all great patrons of art and architecture, thus those whose personal artistic fascinations and aspirations enabled artists to contribute to the development of art. It seems then not surprising that historic interior museums, despite their public status and potential authority, do not engage in current public discussions about the historical role of the Polish nobility or landed class in general, inspired by the so-called plebeian turn in Polish zwrot ludowy. In my opinion, they are just unprepared for this debate on any side or even more as a mediator. They were established to salvage rather than problematize this heritage, and so far they apparently haven't faced any real necessity to redefine their mission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Now the second speaker is Władimir Karalenak. He earned his master's degree from Belarusian State University. His professional focus revolves around museums situated in former Radziwiłł residences. He has been working at the National Historical and Cultural Museum Reserve Nieśwież from 2013 until 21 and has been employed at the museum in Nieborów and Arcadia since then. His book Nieśwież Palace Park Ensemble, The Gardens and Parks, which was published 2018. He has published this book in 2018 and has authored several articles on the history of the Radziwiłł family and its heritage. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So here you can see the main residence of the Radziwiłł family shown on the map, provide a clear illustration how influential its members were in the 16th, 19th centuries. During this period, the political map of Central and Eastern Europe changed frequently, but the Radziwiłłs maintained the privileged position by owning several details. Four of these, Nieśwież, Owika, Klecka and Dawid Grudek, ended up within the Russian Empire after the partitions of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, while the Przygodice detail became part of the German Empire. Also, the legal status of these lands no longer allowed them to function as states within states, states within a state. The Radziwiłłs continued to play a significant role in public life even after the abolition of serfdom, when state institutions became more active. They remained not only employees, but also took responsibility for the social sphere. For example, even after the abolition of serfdom, the Radziwiłłs continued to build hospitals, but medical care was primarily directed at employees, so hired workers and staff and their families. As for religious service, the Radziwiłłs funded the construction of Catholic churches, Orthodox churches, synagogues, and mosques, and these buildings were often adorned with the Radziwiłł family symbols. It is important to note that this was not always purely charity. In the 19th century, the construction of places of worship for the local population in Russian Empire was a formal obligation imposed on landowners. The fate of the churches built by Radziwiłłs was mostly unfortunate. During the Soviet period, were often used for industrial or agricultural purposes until complete despair and were destroyed. I would like to mention that in the 19th century, aristocratic elites, due to the matrilineal policies, were largely supranational. The emergence of national states with their historical canons became a challenge for aristocratic families like Radziwiłłs. A sort of black legend for the Radziwiłł family was created by Polish Nobel laureate Henryk Sienkiewicz. And actually, literature became a popular source of knowledge for the people and shaped a specific image of the aristocracy in 20th century. After the fall of the monarchies, to which they had served as vassals for centuries, the aristocracy faced the challenge of finding a new identity, interest in a new ideology, nationalism, replacing nostalgia for the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth with dreams of creating an independent Polish state. Based on personal memories and journalistic articles, one can trace the phenomenon of family legend, memory of transformation, and reassessment of past under the influence of changing. A particular significant topic is the Radziwiłł's family work with historical memory. In addition to publishing memories, they contracted historians to write family chronicles and historical essays. Some members of the family even attempted to understand independently which people lived on the lands of the former Grand Duchy of Lithuania, from which the Radziwiłłs trace their origins. Konstanty Radziwiłł, Leon Radziwiłł, and another Leon Radziwiłł wrote articles about Belarusians, while the son of the last Owyka feudal holder, Stanisław Radziwiłł, even prepared and published a PhD dissertation on Ukrainian history at one of the Swiss university on the eve of World War II. In his work, he paid particular attention to the roots of conflicts between the people of Eastern Europe. In the 20th century, after the collapse of the three empires and the formation of Polish Republic, the Radziwiłł family coined a special term for their identity: Byzants of the borderlands, żubry kresowe. The capitals of the feudals, Nieswież, Radziwiłł Monty, Mańkowice, and Owyka, became the last refuge of the aristocracy on the border with the Soviet Union. The expansion of the Soviet Union, the Soviet state led to a significant part of the Radziwiłł's cultural heritage falling under the jurisdiction of the Ukrainian, Belarusian, and Lithuanian Soviet republics. Under the circumstances, the slogan "Peace to the hearts, war to the palaces" reflected the trend of repurposing cultural monuments, which resulted in the neglect of the aristocratic traditions and ethos associated with this place. Most members of the Radziwiłł family were citizens of Poland before the war, except for Konstanty Radziwiłł, whose estate in Towarny was located in the Lithuanian Republic, of which he was a citizen. So, like many others members of the Polish aristocracy, the Radziwiłls were able to emigrate to countries in Africa, North and South America, and Western Europe, or after being interned and imprisoned, they ended up in the Polish People Republics. A unique case is that of Konstanty Radziwiłł, who became a Soviet citizen after the annexation of Lithuania. His daughter, who worked at the Adam Mickiewicz Museum in Paris, discovered traces of her father in Central Asia. According to the documents, he was referred to as a former prince, now a laborer of the East. The fate of the owners of the residence, I must to say that residents were dualistic palace park complexes, opposite which were agricultural and industrial buildings, mainly distilleries, livestock farms, fish farms, and sawmills. So the fate of the owners of the residence was as follows: they were forced to leave their ancestral lands through the nationalization of property and repression. In this process of forming both national and supranational Soviet identities, the role of the aristocracy, which had lived on these lands for centuries, was minimized and portrayed negatively. Additionally, great attention was paid to the renaming of place. The first mass renaming of urban toponymy in settlements associated with the Radziwiłł family occurred during the Russian Empire. For example, one of the many towns named Radziwiłł main Radziwiłłów. It was a lot. So one of these was renamed Chotimsk. This protest reflecting the diminishing role of the noble families of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth in society continued during Soviet times, with the renaming of streets and localities, among other things, Radziwiłł Monty, it's like Radziwiłł's Hills, the capital of the Kletsk fetails of the Radziwiłls, was renamed Krasnaya Zvezda, Red Star. So, what happened to the architectural heritage? A lot of distilleries and fish farms were not shut down, but since that time they didn't connect it with palaces, residents. So the palace were given new functions after the owners were expelled. After the war, it was mostly schools. Here you can see one of these palaces. You can see school in the former Radziwiłł Palace in Połoneczka. The palace park was turned into a sport ground and a garden where students learned to grow vegetables, flowers, and other crops. A similar fate befell the palace in Radziwiłł Monty. And let me quote a fragment from the memories of a student who attended this school. So it's from his memories. They moved the school to Radziwiłł Monty, to the Prince's Palace. We entered the school through the main entrance, where there were columns. Some of the old teachers stayed, and some new ones arrived. We came in and began recited Our Father, Our Lord, as we did before war. And teacher said, "Children, quiet, there is no God." How can there be no God? We didn't understand. So he said, it's like, in Russian, it's like a song. So he said to the children, please repeat, Soviets give us candies. So we repeated it, and then suddenly candies rained down from above. Now say, God, give us pie. But no pie came. So there is no God, but the Soviets are here. The next day we came again, and again said, Soviets give us candies. But they didn't have candies for us for every day, so they just say, quiet children, quiet. So this is one of the curious aspects of the Soviet Union anti-religious policy. I already mentioned that church that after falling under Soviet control were repurposed for industrial and agricultural purposes. And this was accompanied by the destruction of burial memory, as the churches were often surrounded by graves and had crypts. One of the rare exceptions was the Corpus Christi Church in Nesvich, which became an important stop on tourist routes. Today, the church and the Palace Park complex of the Radziwiłł family are listed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, as a unique complex. During Soviet times, the church continued to function, but there are numerous memories from Soviet tourists who visited Nesvich and were shown the church script with sarcophagi containing the mummified remains of the Radziwiłł's family members. So the buried bodies essentially became exhibits. This was, in a way, the price for keeping the church in Nesvich as a functioning Catholic church and in Belarus, and for some time it was the only one Catholic church in Belarus and Soviet Republic. The palace in Nesvich was converted into a sanatorium, and along with the park, so it was recreation function, but under the influence of communist ideology, the historical discourse developed certain approaches and methodological guidelines for dealing with the cultural memory and heritage of the vanished aristocratic elites. The Radziwiłł symbols were removed, In Star Hall, here you can see in Star Hall, instead of the Radziwiłł's eagle, paints an image of Pavel Nahimov. On the grand staircase, portraits of Alexander Suvorov, Mikhail Kutuzov, and Alexander Nevsky. They were added to the 18th century frescoes. And actually, it's funny because all of these guys were representatives of noble families, dukes and princes, but they were heroes of Russian history. While aristocratic palaces were often repurposed as educational institutions, castles often used like psychiatric hospitals. One such psychiatric hospital was established in Ołyka Castle, and it was the first psychiatric clinic in Volhynia. The first staff members of the hospital were engaged in repairing the castle and adapting it to the specialized needs of the psychiatric clinic. So the restriction of historical science based on Marxist-Leninist principles and rethinking of the entire historical process of the development of nations were the result of methods first applied in the Belarusian Soviet Republic and the Ukrainian Soviet Republic. And these methods were then transferred to the territories incorporated into these republics after the World War II, as well as to the Lithuanian Soviet Republic, the Polish People's Republic, and Czechoslovakia. I would just say that in the 19th century, Radziwiłł's have very interesting matrimonial politic. So in 19th century, strongly related with Radziwiłł's Clary Unteraldringen family. And in memory of Alphonse Clary Unteraldringen, he wrote why it was the same. So in the Soviet Union, Radziwiłł's were aliens, and in Czechoslovakia, Clary Unteraldringen's German family, German nobility, also was an alien. So officials at this time divide aristocracy. I show you. You can see Russian aristocracy on the territory of Nesvinsk Sanatorium. So historical representatives of Russian aristocracy were acceptable on the territory of Belarusian and Ukrainian Soviet Republic, but not like Radziwiłł's. And it's in Polish People Republic, Radziwiłł's were acceptable. So maybe not like heroes, but it was a part of Polish history, and in the territory of Poland, it was not unwanted heritage. So it is worth noting, but that despite this, Radziwiłł castles and palaces began to be recognized as architectural monuments. For example, Ołyka Castle was assigned to the protection number 117 in 1963. So another question: what happened to the art collections? The collections were partially preserved but removed from the former residence. The Radziwiłł's legacy still form a basis of the Volyn regional museum, the National Art Museum in Minsk, and other museums. And museum workers in this museum have the same problems like museum workers in Poland museums. it's about provenance. So in Poland, museum also not a lot of information about items about collection, former collection of German aristocracy from the northern and western part of modern Poland. So were the same in this Ukrainian and Belarusian museums. Museum workers have not a lot of information about these items. So in Poland, it was a little bit different. So as I say, Radziwiłł was a part of Radziwiłls were part of Polish history, and a lot of palaces, residents were preserved as symbolic elements of Polish society, memorial heritage due to their importance for historical meetings and events, including visits by guests of the Radziwiłls. For instance, the composer Frédéric Chopin, who spent less than 2 weeks as a guest of the Radziwiłł, saved the palace in Antonin with his name. Here you can see another topic. Radziwiłls return. A lot of Radziwiłls return to Poland, to Polish, Poland, Polish Republic, but several of these representatives even get some flats for former palaces. So here you can see Warsaw Palace of Janusz Radziwiłł. He returned after prison. He returned in 1949. In 1947 in Poland, he lived in Warsaw. He get a flat for this palace. He gets a flat, small flat for this palace, and Lenin get a museum. In this former Janusz Radziwiłł palace was a museum of Lenin at the Polish Republic time. And last topic, Nieborów Palace. This is also Warsaw Palace, Museum of Lenin. And last topic, it's Nieborów Palace. Together with surrounding park and the park of Arcadia, it became a branch of the National Museum in Warsaw since 1945.
Okay.
Here
could you please come to the conclusions?
2 minutes. Okay. 2 minutes. That's important.
One.
Here's the one. Okay. Here the mystification of the interest took place, presenting visitors with the lifestyle of aristocracy and showcasing the efforts in building art collection. So, but it's forgotten why it was a museum. Part of this palace, actually a significant part of this palace, it was occupied by the creative work center, Ośrodek Pracy Twórczej. So during the World War II, Nieborów became a refuge for many scholars and cultural figures. During difficult times, a proximity to Warsaw became especially important after the Warsaw Uprising of 1944, when the city was left in ruins. So thanks to Janusz Radziwiłł's contacts with members of the intelligentsia, including the director of the National Museum in Warsaw, Stanisław Lorenz, the palace became not just a museum, but a survival, a living. It was a living. It was a residence, aristocratic residence. So a significant part of Janusz Radziwiłł's staff became employees of the museum, and scientists and artists essentially continued to live the aristocratic life in the Nieborów residence, where everything was left in its place, and the staff continues their work. Thus, a new institution with a new staff was not created in empty walls. Only the owners changes, but not the way of life. So this is, I must stop. It was another example how it looked like after the Second World War. it was also possible because Radziwiłł viewed Neborov not like a source of money, but primarily a place to preserve the memory of the family and their collections of paints, sculptures, and furniture. So many of the items were displayed in exhibitions at the National Museum in Warsaw before World War II, and I think it's one of the aristocratic residence, which still like aristocratic residence after the Second World War, but of course it was placed for new owners and new guests, not aristocracy, old aristocracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I would like to recover my notebook. Thank you so much. And I'd like to introduce the third speaker, Jakub Wiśniewski, who is a civil servant working in government administration since he started his career path after completing his first study, that is political science, in 2010. Since the first year of his study, he is interested in the so-called crossroads of the theory of politics with public policy, including cultural heritage protection policy and collective memory. 2019, he graduated from law faculty. Throughout his work life, he has been associated with the Ministry of Culture and National Heritage. In his work so far, he has been mainly involved in the development of strategic documents at a ministerial and governmental level within the jurisdiction of the Monument Protection Department in which he works. Contacts concerning the implementation of the international law conventions of the United Nations Organization for Education, Science and Culture, including above all the World Heritage Convention 1972. He was also engaged in preparing two last versions of the National Program for the Protection and Guardianship of Monuments. Okay, the mic is yours.
Thank you a lot for the invitation for today's conference. So the topic of my presentation, my lecture, is the totalitarianism against the Gentry heritage, the politics of communist regime in Poland towards minors and minor complexes, and its comparison to the Third Polish Republic. The point of departure for this reflection is based on four distinctive attitudes to the past. Two matrices for this division are as follows. The former one, presented in Alexis Tocqueville on Democracy in America, is an opposition between the modern society, called the Democratic Society by Tocqueville, and the aristocratic society. The latter one originates from the modern history of political theory. This matrix is a kind of outlook on the past resulting from the description of the political system. Generally, this division is as follows: the democratic state versus the totalitarian state. And the first matrix, there's the aristocratic one and the modern one. The aristocratic attitude to the past defines society as a chain of all members of the community, from the lowest social class to the highest group. Each member of the community is attached to some position in the well-established political and societal order, grounded in the legitimized system of rules and traditions. Traditions shape his or her moral horizon, each member of a community. Each individual has obligations related to role. People lived in this order are the organic whole, parted into smaller but natural groups with the preeminent role of family. Family is the first and foremost point of reference. the source of sense and recognition. This order needs to be set, and after that to conserve hierarchy and to create a habit of never-ending return to the past, to legitimize and constantly restore the order. What is worth noting in this attitude toward the past is the factor of historical change is connected with a great person, a great man who changed the course of history. The subject of the history in this manner is a gifted individual, not a social class, or even more typical for modern determinist history, objective social powers, human conditions, etc. Historical in this point of view also do not accept the opinion that a human collective has no chance to reverse back the course of actions because of a blind but powerful necessity. This necessity champions human fate due to its external character. People who live in a particular time and place do not obtain any instruments to change it, even to control it. This remark leads us to the reverse of the aristocratic attitude to the past. The modern one, called by Tocqueville the democratic one, is based on the notion that any person cannot change the order of the world. Hence, the key subject of the past is an abstract social class. In a historical explanation, the crucial role plays a concept of general clause. During the research process, modern historians seek the general clause which could explain a course of events. This manner of analysis put pressure on such categories, characteristics of nation or different collective, physical conformation of the country, the genius of civilization. General categories. The modern attitude to the past, created by new historians, borrows the logic of research from the nature sciences. The individual anymore live in traditional structures which mobilized them to a common contribution in many fields on behalf of a god, of a sovereign, or a monarch. Those points of reference were vividly presented in a public sphere, consisted many symbols of an established order. Churches, abbeys, town halls, towers, castles, palaces, and royal gardens, etc. In the modern age, the factor of mobilization changed to an abstract imagination, which was the trigger to build a new mass communities. On the other hand, the modern outlook on the past is related to the concept of independence for another individual who broke traditional bonds, for instance, obligations within the family, and has full sovereignty in shaping his position in society. The next matrix, the democratic one and the totalitarian one. More significant for our endeavor is the distinction between democratic outlook and the totalitarian one. The democratic attitude to the past embraces a basic respect for the diversity of proofs of past which survives until nowadays. The main purposes of the government is to take care of all the pieces of evidence of history. Democratic policy towards the past is aimed at heritage protection. The term heritage means products of man or nature which have exceptional cultural or scientific value for humanity. In reality, this hard task can be carried out only to some extent. It is certainly true that public administration in a democratic state possesses restricted means. The general rule characterizing in the democratic state is the lack of favoring some historical period or particular origin of the heritage in the process of its protection at the expense of others. Nevertheless, the past is subject to constantly changing interpretation. Even more important for our subject, it is obvious situation due to its substantiability is the totalitarian attitude to the past. To illustrate it most suggestly, I would like to use a quotation from George Orwell, 1984. The party, this is quotation from Orwell, the party said that Oceania had never been in alliance with Eurasia. He, Winston Smith, knew that Oceania had been in alliance with Eurasia as short time as 4 years ago. But where did that knowledge exist? Only in his consciousness, which is in any case must soon be annihilated. And if all others accepted the lie which the party imposed, if all records told the same tale, then the lie passed into history and became true. Who controls? Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, who controls the past? Run the party slogan, controls the future. Who controls the present? Controls the past. And yet the past, for of its nature alterable, never had been altered. Whatever was true now was true from everlasting to everlasting. It was quite simple. All that was needed was an unending series of victories over your memory. Reality control, they call it in newspeak, doublethink. This fragment of George Orwell work reflected the basic feature of the totalitarian state. By I mean instrumentalization of the past to invent the history, which could serve for the government legitimization. Even though the total state conducts at the very site professional research, the purpose of it becomes the eradication of uncomfortable facts, people, events, or ideas that do not fit to the official version of the political order genealogy. Whatever the unwanted legacy had a dangerous potential to form opposition or to undermine the official system, the government would erase this subversive element of the past. And now the minor, a victim of the totalitarian modernity, the next part of my presentation. From the transformation of knighthood into gentry during the late medieval and early stages of Renaissance, a manor served as a management center for the landed property, but it was meant that the state of play was maintained till to the end of the Second World War. An insight into production specifics of the basic institution of economic life in the Polish countryside is provided by analysis of parcelling products from the period of the 1944 land reform. The most general division of types of properties embraced agriculture ones, industrial ones, forest ones, with the gardens and forest nurseries, or without additional specialization. The landed properties have specialized sections, inter alia, fish ponds, lumber mills, hop fields, mills, brickyards, lime kilns, breweries and quarries, sugar factories, distillers. During the 19th century, universal, this is the one of the most important facts, the universal enfranchisement of the peasants occurred, and as a consequence, economic position of the traditional gentry became weaker. After regaining independence, entering in force new agrarian regulations, parcellation of private property and auctions of in-depth estates led to further decrease of the landed property. Finally, in the interwar period, the proportion of land owned by landowners stood at 25%. Before this period, it was 30%. That time traced back to the 19th century transformation from the feudal economy to a market economy. Traditional landowners became a neo-landed gentry, consisting not only of members of hereditary nobles, but also the new people who used the new economical and social conditions to build their fortunes. On the whole, before the Second World War began, there were approximately 19,000 manors in the Second Polish Republic, 4,000 left in the Soviet Union after the Second World War. With reference to Maciej Redel, the class of landowners counts about 250,000 people, including those who lived in towns and maintained contacts with their relatives staying in the family nests. During this evolution of the political system of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the gentry residence expanded its function and became the carrier of cultural values. The Polish political nation required a unifying, mobilizing reservoir of rules and norms. Conveying those rules needed to create means to disseminate them to the gentry. The vehicle of this dissemination were texts of culture, paintings, books, sculptures, stylish furniture in the late period, photographs, also jewelry, the historical weapons of war, etc., which filled the interiors of manors. In general, the manors was a symbol of family, tradition, and belonging to the landed gentry. As a result, it emerged into the constantly growing and living treasure, where family heirlooms, writings, works of art, and decorative arts were collected. Regarding the traditional patriotic role of the landed gentry, a political nation during the Polish, Lithuanian, and Lithuanian Commonwealth, their houses functioned in the next centuries as centers of patriotic life for the whole Polish society. Apart from that, the manors played the role of cultural and educational institutions. So I think I don't have much time. Okay. So maybe I start with only a couple of information about nationalization of the land ownership. So The manifesto of the Polish Committee of National Liberation, a Soviet-backed administration, was the first such an open enunciation of the communist political force program. It is Polish abbreviation of this structure, PKWN, and this is some quotation from this manifesto. The PKWN will immediately set about realizing in the liberated areas a wide-ranging agrarian reform that will accelerate the reconstruction of the country and satisfy the age-old urge of the Polish peasantry for lands. So, in view of carrying out a broad agrarian reform, PKWN issued a decree of 6th September 1944 on the implementation of the agrarian reform. As a general purpose, the decree was introduced to complementing existing farm with less than 5 hectares of agricultural land and creation of new independent farms for landless laborers, agriculture workers, and small tenants. This decree generally ended Polish traditional of Gentry nationalization, embraced whole land ownerships. According to the statistical yearbook published by the Statistic Office in 1949, all the qualified properties that have 100 hectares or 50 hectares of agrarian land. All properties located in so-called the area of the former Poland were parceled out. The landowners as a social class connected with particular occupations, property, and styles of life were annihilated. And also minors and minor complexes, because from the number of 15,000 of minor in central Poland, so-called former Poland, before the Second World War, till the beginning of the 21st century, after collapsing collapse of communism, we had only 3,000 of minors and minor complexes. So the number of 80% ended ended their life. What's more, some, for example, quotation from report, the report of the state expropriations and what furnishes also cultural goods were in the miners' equipment. That was Kamionna Świętokrzyskie region. 11 beds, 11 nightstands, 34 armchairs, 34 tables, including coffee tables and desks, 12 couches, 14 wardrobes, 2 sideboards, for bookcase, 14 lamps, 3 mirrors, 1 dandy-pat piano, 30 paintings, 18 pictures, a couple of yearbooks of journals. On the whole, members of land parceling commissions and civil servants, because it was was some kind of official process, agrarian reform. Faced the loss of the landowners' material heritage in the interiors of manors, interiors of manor complex, estimate at 50% of cultural goods. Stefan Iwaniak underlined that the survival of the landed Gentry heritage was possible only thanks to a great commitment of representatives of museums, libraries, and archives, but also other members of the intelligentsia. And the last very short part. 100 years after regaining independence, the president of Poland, this is commitment of Third Polish Republic to manors, to manor complexes, issued an ordinance dated April 20 of 2018 year on the recognition of the Kossuth Manor Park complex as a monument of history. This is the highest legal form of legal protection of monuments in Poland. According to Para 2, Kossuth Manor became the monument of history on the grounds of its artistic, historical, scientific, natural, and intangible values, a nationally representative example of an alcove nobleman's mansion, which is the most characteristic type of Polish landed residence of modern time, a cultural phenomenon with the rank of a national symbol, deeply rooted in the native tradition. The monument of the history was the only symbolical but rehabilitation of manor and manor complex, manors and manor complexes in Poland. Unfortunately, only symbolic one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, the last speaker before the comment is Salvius Kulevicius, who defended his doctoral dissertation in humanities at Vilnius University. Since 2016, he has been an associate professor at Faculty of History at Vilnius University. He is a member of several expert cultural heritage institutions in Lithuania. His research interests are theory of cultural heritage, history of cultural heritage protection, cultural heritage, and memory. He has been researching the topic of reconstruction of castles, issues of the memory and images of manors in modern Lithuania. And please stick to the 20 time limit because we have very limited time now. Thank you.
So, in 1940, the Soviet Union occupied Lithuania, and in 1941, they, with help of repression, started to change the social structure of Lithuania. By that time, the nobility had been a living phenomenon and had formed a distinctive community. The Soviets destroyed this phenomenon, which existed in Lithuania for almost 500 years. Manors, buildings and sites, were left without their real owners. The new Soviet order also rejected identities and memories that had been in existence before. Of course, there could be only one type of identity or memory, the one that was formulated and approved by the Soviet ideological machine. But there were only a few exceptions. One of them was hostility to the nobility and the manners. It became one of the few topics of the early pre-Soviet national Lithuanian identity which suited the Soviet ideology. So, what kind of hostility it was? What were its roots and manifestations? In the second half of the 19th century, a modern Lithuanian nation started to form. The Lithuanian language, Lithuanian rural culture became main cause of this identity. Another one axis of the identity of Lithuanians was antagonism towards the Poles and almost everything what has mark of Polishness or was somehow related to it. There was a whole complex of reasons for the formation of such attitude. Political, two modern nations, Polish and Lithuanian, were being treated in a single space and they had to compete for that space. Self-defense, the Polish culture, which had a more solid foundation, posed a threat to the young national Lithuanian culture. The former was dangerous rival. Actual, the loss of Vilnius region in 1920, that was a tragedy for Lithuanians, and manipulation. An enemy and a sense of threat was needed to concentrate the nation. Such realities of the second half of the 19th century and the first decades of the 20th century helped to arise a myth of a Poles as an internal enemy of Lithuanians. The Lithuanian nobility became an absolute example of the embodiment of Polishness that posed a threat both in the past and present. It was enough for the nobility to take over the Polish language, live the Polish culture, to be identified with Polishness. The community, which once was a Lithuanian origin, became alien to modern Lithuanian. Homes of nobility, manors, also became aliens. They were regarded as nests of the Poles in Lithuania. Here's some illustrations, postcards from interwar period. So you can see a symbol of Vilnius, Lithuanian symbol of Vilnius, tower of Gediminas castle, and between Lithuanians and the castle we can see the imagination of Poles, like snake, like one domestic animal, and so on. And another one postcard connecting Poles and the manors. You can read the text. Several cliches have formed through which the history of the nobility and manners was viewed. 1. The Lithuanian nobility have lost their Lithuanians. They are denationalized. They were and are dishonest and immoral, and they oppressed and abused their serfs and peasants, owners Lithuanians. Various folklore and historical narratives illustrated them and speed on the masses. For example, about ordering a serf to climb a tree and cuckoo when the noble and his guests amused themselves firing at him. About the manor house that sank underground because of his sins. About a wicked noble who was struck by lightning, and so on and so on. Such was the Lithuanian manor narrative. It demonstrated the manor turned into an alien and hostile world to Lithuanians. After 1980, when Lithuania created its own state, these narratives were filled with economic and political oppression against the Lithuanian nobility and their manners. During the first occupation of Lithuania by Soviets in 1940 and 1941, and during the Soviet reoccupation of Lithuania after 1944, a new Soviet explanation appeared explaining why the nobility and everything related to it is alien and have to be regarded as negative. Early hostility was of national or nationalistic nature. Nobles were treated as Poles and as enemies of the nation and the state. Now this hostility has resulted from the idea of the class struggle. Nobles had to be disliked as a class of the rich which exploited people. This truth about the serfs and peasants exploited by nobility was very well known to Lithuanians before the Soviet occupation. So there was no need for the Soviets to invent anything. The only thing for them to do was to take over what had been in existence before and to direct all that in necessary direction. Some quotations from pre-war period and the Soviet first occupation in 1940. Also, it should be noted that antagonism to the nobility and the manners during the Soviet era became and was virtual, directed against no longer existing group and its culture. But the created images were rooted so strongly and were so effective that the moaning of the manor serfs could be heard if it were happening right now. However, during the Soviet era, the disfavor of manners in Lithuania became even greater. We can even talk about some kind of fear of manners subject or about some kind of taboo. The people in South Lithuania were not even always brave enough to say word manner in a public space. For example, in public articles or public discussions, to avoid the word a manor homestead, different wordings were used. For example, a homestead ensemble, the palace ensemble, and architectural ensemble. Instead of manor park were used a natural ensemble, a park territory, and a collective farm park. But there was no single standardized word. It seems that people using these alternative words felt that there was a good tone to avoid this theme, and everyone implemented that good tone in his or her own way. But at the same time, there were people who did not want to deny the manners. So the determination of fear not to mention the manner was not universal. Another example was museum exhibitions in the former manners. Such exhibitions were started to be arranged just after the war and Soviet occupation. Creating museums in the spaces of former manners didn't bring back the theme of manners itself. They developed new themes and meanings instead. One of the trends was to dedicate the exposition of the memory of some historic figure. Usually, they were Lithuanian national writers or enlighteners. According to the Soviet view, they were considered ideologically acceptable or not so dangerous and were allowed to be included in the pantheon of the Lithuanians to be remembered. Their connection with a particular manner was not accidental. They were of noble origin or maintained relations with the nobility. The later facts, however, were passed over in silence or distorted. For example, stories about the famous Lithuanian writer Žemaitė, who was born into the family of poor nobles and lived in various manners, always began with the following words, quotation, "An ordinary peasant who lived a hard and cruel life of a woman of the post-serfdom village." The historical environment and material links of the manners usually played the role of the dumb background in such exhibition. With the creation of such a museum, the words the manor or palace disappeared. They became just a house museum. In the former manners, other topics, which have nothing in common with the manners, were raised. In almost all cases, they served as silent walls or shelter for an exposition. For example, in 1953, an exposition of the Amber Museum was opened in 2 halls of Palanga Manor House. Since 1968, one more exhibition dedicated to Lithuanian folk art has been displayed in the same museum. So, amber, folk art, but not manners. The interiors of the historical house were hidden behind the equipment for an exhibition. The former Tiškevičių Manor House became Palanga Amber Museum, and park was given the name of Palanga Botanical Park. The concept manor disappeared again. So, some more views from exhibition in former manor houses. The past related to manners was mentioned in these museums only episodically. The content of these narratives were always the same. The displayed equipment for whipping visitors were told about cruelties and brutality of the landowners. Near the fine furniture, about exploitation of the people and orgies of the nobility. One more strategy used when works of art furniture that earlier belonged to manners were exhibited was abstraction. It was said that there were illustrations of the history of art or applied arts, but its memorial origin or context was passed over in silence. In general sense, what is declared as a cultural heritage is regarded as value or valuable and makes a sense to be remembered. However, the manners and their content, its former owners, history, and culture were treated as evil rather than a value. If there is something to say or remember about them, it's the negative things done by the nobility, like exploitation of people. However, in the Soviet Union, material relics of the manners still were treated as a cultural heritage. And such tendency was a real paradox. This was also the case in Lithuania. Between 1951 and 1957, manor houses in Apytalukis and Palanga were put in good order with the aims of reconstruction and restoration. These cases testify to the fact that manor relics were already started to be treated as heritage. Also, in 1973, the list of cultural monuments of the Soviet Lithuania appeared. 69 complexes or objects whose name contained the word manor were included therein. Previously mentioned, a negative concept of the manors itself could not become the basis of recognizing the material relics of manors as culture heritage. It's clear. So they had to represent something else, but not the manor, culture, and history itself. In this case, we have to understand the Soviet heritage system and Soviet heritage logic. According to Soviet order, relics of the past were treated in few ways. In one case, they could be treated as ideologically dangerous and due to this were destroyed, or efforts were made to make them forgotten or invisible. In other cases, if relics corresponded to the definitions of international or national, they were recognized as heritage. International, this means that the heritage is socialistic, both in its external material form and in its content and meanings. Such a heritage was the most desirable and convenient for the Soviets and best able to embody their interest understanding of history and culture. National means that who has a national form, but at the same time can embody a socialistic content. At least something in them had to confirm or testify to the ideals of socialism. This category took a less important place in the Soviet hierarchy. So, if memorial relics could be treated as a heritage, they had to represent something else, but not as the manor, culture, and history itself. Previously mentioned, the list of cultural monuments of the Soviet Lithuania clearly showed that what interpretations of the manners or rather devaluation of the phenomenon of the manners itself are acceptable. According to Soviets, cultural heritage was divided into 5 types: archaeological, architectural, art, historical, and urban heritage. These types were something more than just typology. Heritage was attributed to one or another type depending on its value. If the object was attributed to architectural monuments, it meant that it had an architectural value. This means that they can be valued and spoken about just with the framework of architecture. 69 complexes or objects related to manners were included in the mentioned list, and 63 of them were attributed to architectural monuments, 63 from 69. 3 to historical monuments and 3 to historical and architectural ones. So, relics of the manners were just an example of architecture history, but not an evidence of political history or national history. In this way, the Soviet historical discourse was protected against the possible abundance of objects related to the pre-Soviet times and other classes, and at the same time against the inconvenient topics. So, possibilities for manor relics to become heritage were determined by artistic feature alone. And only few buildings of the former manors were assigned to historical monuments, and only due to the revolutionary or progressive events that took place here. Some communist committees were located, some communist meetings was held there, and so on. But architectural perception of manors prevailed. So, and it was how the manners heritage, got their socialistic content, and at the same time a right to exist. They lost their own original content, but such was the price. And there is a quotation from heritage system documents, and it's quite interesting document because it includes all understanding, solidly thin understanding of manorial heritage. Another topic is the reconstruction of manorial heritage. In addition to the usual criterion of authenticity, there were some more special trends. One of them, the present-day pragmatic priorities gained an advance over heritage authenticity. This manifested itself especially clear in many parks reconstruction projects. Parks as example, as part of manners. The park as it was inherited, or as it was characterized in historical sources, was not acceptable. Its relevance and value were directly associated with the possibilities of its current adaptation and uses. Parks were turned into some kind of science of well-being and care of Soviet people, and it was followed by reconstruction of historical places and turning it into a place of recreation, healthiness, or amusement. It was placed above the heritage values, even if the park was officially recognized as heritage. The expectation was that such parks face massive visiting. Here troubles with old parks started. Due to their origin, they were unable to accept large masses of people. So the Party of Manor, and it's a back plan. You can see equipment for realistic Soviet people. Another trend, new modern structures appeared in spaces of the former manors. So new ideological accents also find their place. Cemeteries and memorials of the Soviet soldiers of World War II were built in the manor parks of Kretinga, Terespolis, Zhagare, and others. These elements had to modernize and take over spaces of the former manors. To overtake them through signs easily recognizable to Soviet man and testify who owns them today. Sovietization of historical spaces was going on. And the last topic, New Horizons. Position with respect to manners began to soften at the very end of the Soviet era and after the 1990s, when Lithuania's independence was established. In 1992, the first legal act devoted especially to the protection of manor heritage was adopted. At that time, number of manor farmsteads and buildings in the official heritage list jumped from 128 to 789 in one moment. The early architectural definition of manorial heritage was replaced by the concept of the manor as a separate and original type of heritage. So now it's not architectural, it's manorial heritage. At the time, initiatives came from a heritage conservation discourse, but it was still far from collective memories or images. However, changes began to take place there too. The year 2010 can be considered a conditional date when a new memory of manners took place in the minds of Lithuanians, replacing the narratives that dominated in interwar and Soviet Lithuania.
Thank you so much. Now I would like Małgorzata Łukianów to say a few words of comments. She holds a PhD in sociology and is working at the University of Warsaw. Her research focuses on memory studies, sociology of culture, and social change. She has published works examining the relationship between memory and identity in post-war Europe, including the edited with Anna Wylegała and Sabine Rutar volume No Neighbors' Lands in Post-War Europe, Vanishing Others in 2022. She has also written on social protests in Poland, including the studies of far-right movements Her current project analyzes memories of post-migration communities and the post-imperial heritage in Poland.
Thank you so much. Oh, yes, it works. So, as it was mentioned, I'm a sociologist by training. So let me add a bit of sociology and the social layer to this historical discussion, and I promise I will be brief. In this last session on nobility and landed gentry, this session inevitably led us to consider the legacies of non-democratic settings, especially when examining palaces, manorial economy system, alongside with communist structures. This juxtaposition raises critical questions about how the legacies of both these non-democratic establishments continue to be represented today, especially in the context of late capitalism and democratic societies. As it seems, this heritage of a manor, of a palace, concentrates various historical injustices, non-democratic legacies, and various national traditions. And as it was highlighted yesterday more than once, again bringing up topics related with heritage of landed gentry is met with maybe silence, confusion, discomfort. So perhaps the time has come, together with the museum turn in memory studies and in looking at the past, how exhibitions in museums are formed, to discuss what is the place of this heritage as lieu de mémoire of the region of Europe. And this is also to remind that in Nora's concept, the lieu de mémoire is not only a physical space or a building, but first and foremost a symbolic setting and a symbolic field for a given group. And the presentations we just had highlighted this complex interplay between historical narratives and the economic and political transformations that have shaped the understanding of heritage. The palace, once a symbol of power and tradition, serves as a poignant reminder of how these legacies have been reinterpreted through various political lenses. And by examining the manor's role within both historical contexts, its function as a center of landed property management and its subsequent transformation under communism, or perhaps to become a passive relic of a social order that does not exist anymore. So, moreover, I think in examining the legacy of communism, it is crucial to recognize that the regime's relationship with history was not merely one of a total suppression, but also one of a selective appropriation. And exhibiting and aestheticization that was discussed serves as a prime example of this process. Communist authorities reconciled anti-feudal ideologies with the preservation of noble legacies by emphasizing artistic value rather than socio-economic connotations. And then the collapse of the communist system and the Soviet bloc, instead of broadly and liberating the issue, further complicated understanding of these legacies. So in democratic societies, transitioning from democratic regimes, there emerges a need and a subsequent struggle to reconcile past injustices and present realities, the modern attitude towards heritage, characterized by a focus on the historical accountability, evolved into a more nuanced approach that seeks to integrate diverse narratives. So this could raise questions for modes of exhibiting, for example, on the one hand, injustice of expropriation, and on the other hand, injustices faced by the peasantry. And the question is, to all of us, I think, so is exhibiting diverse representations already something democratic? And now a few questions quickly to presenters, and starting with Mikołaj Getka-Kenik. Well, your research is a fascinating journey into how one can aim to achieve certain objectivization of heritage through art, but still transform it into feeling of admiration in the established institutions. Institutions that you mentioned. So, in this sense, what was defined in the policy, for example, of Walicki, you discussed as particularly important is by no means, I would say, an objective category in this sense. So if you could elaborate a bit more, what was particularly important in this case? So was it monarchical, royal? Maybe there was something beyond this. And quickly to Władimir Karalenak. So you discuss here a vast portfolio of property. So this is not one milieu that we can discuss within one context. So what came to my mind when you mentioned about Kresowe Żubry as a own name for the Radziwiłł family, I thought that today the word Kresowe is broadly problematized. So this is deconstructed a little bit, and I was wondering how can we apply this deconstructive lens to properties located in very different geographical locations? So can we use one scheme to think of it, and not only those estates of the Radziwiłł family located in the east, but also in the western parts of Poland with a very different context. Jakub Wiśniewski, so you brought George Orwell to discuss before 1989. I think this is not a common reference when we discuss manners. But I was wondering about this transition you mentioned from the Polish People's Republic to the Third Republic. So would you call this transition a rupture, something radical, or something slowly evolving, rather evolutionary? How would you? So this is like an invitation to think about the process, the whole dynamics. How would you call it? And finally, to Salvius Kulevicius. I'm sorry. Thank you. So again, and here you talked about how art was aimed to be objective, and this goes against our intuitions today about objectivity, non-political dimension of the art, and the nexus of the class structure and the national ethnical composition. What drew my attention was those myths you referred to. So to the Polish gentry as cursed, wicked and sinful, and I think these metaphors are very interesting from the cultural perspective, to call something wicked or weird or sinful. And I was wondering about a certain genealogy of this narrative, where it came from and how it was utilized in this post-feudal landscape a bit more. So thank you very much. That's from me. I'm sure audience has many more questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I would like to ask the speakers, maybe as they were speaking, to answer the questions. I would just add one more to Professor Getka-Koenig, namely, to what extent were the discussions on the to what extent did the discussions on the national style after 45 continue the discussions on the same topic, in fact, that were very vivid in the interwar period? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. If I'm not mistaken, you are asking about the meaning of this.
Category of importance, as it was referred to. So how importance post-war was defined to protect.
So yes, so of course my cases were royal residences, Wawel Castle and Sanssouci, and especially in the case of Wawel Castle, Wawel Royal Castle, this royal background was actually seen by those curators and directors as an embodiment of nationality in the past, in the very distant past, and the history of the Jagiellonian kingdom or Vasa kingdom was seen as a predecessor of the modern state. So they treated or tried to present this heritage as a national heritage and also a heritage of the state. And this is also evident in the way in which, for example, the Jagiellonian legacy and the Renaissance legacy was presented in not only in permanent but also in temporary exhibitions. In 1953, there was a great exhibition on the Renaissance culture Culture in Warsaw, in the National Museum in Warsaw, and it was also co-curated by the director of the Wawel State Collections of Art, Jerzy Szablowski, and there was such a notion that the dissemination of the Renaissance in the countryside or in smaller towns was a reflection of the growing power of the state. And that the development of the Renaissance was actually a result of the centralization of the state, and of course it was presented as a very positive phenomenon in the national history. So this is an example of how they understood this heritage, or at least how they tried to present it in the public and also to their superiors, to the Ministry of Culture and the government, because both the Wawel and also it was the case of Potsdam of East Germany, there were of course state institutions directly subordinate to the government, not even to the provincial administration, but directly to the ministry and to the government. And this second question, yes, that's right, that there is connection, because Tadeusz Mańkowski actually participated in the interwar period as a professor of art history in Lviv. Participated in such discussions, especially about the problem of Sarmatism, and because he was a scholar of Sarmatic material culture, he specialized especially in the history of textiles. And Oriental textiles, and yes, so we can see that his engagement, if in such discussions about the Polish early modern culture and the significance of the Sarmatian heritage from the interwar period, it also somehow influenced the way in which he still understood this heritage, which he was then in charge of, because in the interwar period he was just a scholar, just someone who was a university professor with no, with no power, with no institutions. He wasn't a director of any important institution, but just after the war, he became the director of actually the most important museum of this Polish-Lithuanian heritage in socialist Poland. Yes, thank you.
Yes. So now, Władimir Karalenak, please. Oh,
could you repeat, please, the question about the same question?
No.
Do you want me to repeat the question?
Yeah, please.
Okay, I was wondering if we consider such a vast legacy that spreads from the west to the east, and thinking about deconstructing certain geographical categories. So when thinking about the legacy of Radziwiłł, so can we use the same optics and lens to think about the place of these estates, whether they're located in the Western Poland, today's Western Poland, or what used to be and today's Belarus and Lithuania? So what's your take on this issue?
So yeah, it's true. Radziwiłł had a lot of palaces, residence, not only on the territory of modern Poland, but also on the territory of Commonwealth. So now it's Lithuania, Belarus, Ukraine, and also they had a palace in Berlin, and actually they sold this palace in 19th century, and it was Reichskanzlei, so Chancellor. It was residence of Chancellor, and actually on the territory of this former Radziwiłł residence on the ground on Bunker died last Chancellor of Germany, Adolf Hitler. So another palace of Radziwiłł in Warsaw still used like residence of President. So if we speak about using this residences were different. So part of this residence is museums, part of this residence are hotels, restaurants, and residence of President of Poland. But almost maybe 16% or 70% is ruins. So if we speak about pieces of art, a lot of pieces of art, a lot of collection now in the private collections and in central museums, like in Warsaw, in Minsk, in Lutsk. So it's not only about difference between West and East. It's also about of this legacy, and this legacy not only on the territory of Eastern Europe and even in Asia. So some of Radziwiłł's portraits, for example, Rubens, now in Tokyo, in Japan, from Radziwiłł's collection, or some tapestry in Asian, Russian museums. So maybe Neberov, it's the last of residence of Radziwiłł family, where the style of living still remain during the Polish People Republic. And now Museum in Neberov collaborated with Maciej Radziwiłł, so we present his collection, Radziwiłł's collections, on museums, because this center, culture center, now closed. Środek, it was now it was a place. Now it's a place for exhibitions. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Wiśniewski, would you like to react somehow to the comment?
Yes. Generally, I think we can describe it as evolution of public memory, but also public attitude to minors and minor complexes, and it just began in 1990. I have it in my notes, the new version of the first article of the law on the protection of cultural property and museums. Generally, provision of the first article defines cultural property as a national wealth that should be protected by all citizens, also with minors and minor complexes. Before, it is only description of the historical value or artistic, aesthetic value, not obligation for nation to protect all kinds of heritage. It is symbolical start of different point of view. But this is only what I can call a public statement, because it is not internal social awareness, social memory, because topic of my paper is connected only with this public attitude for it. Thank you.
Okay, so the final answer is yours.
So maybe I could add or illustrate with one detail about construction of the Smiths. In Interwar here was organized an oral history research, asking people who still remembered serfdom times, and the question was how it was and what was your relation with nobility. And later, using this interview information, was prepared a book which became quite systematic book. And my colleague from Lithuanian Institute of History, Nagiras Mačiulis, compared these interviews with the final book, and it's quite interesting that, for example, interviews, live memory of people, they wasn't so bad about relations with nobility. So as it appeared in the book which was printed in Interwar Lithuania, and as I mentioned, it became a systematic book.
Okay, so we have 2 more minutes. All right, 2 questions, 3 questions, and that's about it, I think. So, yeah.
Cezary Lusiński, I got a question for Mr. Salvius Kulevicius. Why Lithuanian patriots, in last hand, trying to redevelop Lithuanian nationhood in last 140, 150 years, elected to be so radical in rejecting your own elites because of the fact that, that they switched at a certain stage from Lithuanian to Polish as their first language. I could just compare with other nations in your position in Europe. Irish, they did not reject their own elites to this extent, simply because they switched to English or to French when emigrated, or English because of English domination. Czechs, whose elites also switched to German, did not reject their elites to this extent. Ukrainians, whose elites switched to Polish, just like yourself, and also switched from Orthodox Church to the Catholic Church, which is not, which is just an additional factor, did not reject their elites to this extent as you did it. And I remember my first visit to Vilnius when I was really shocked, and that the perception of Lithuanians was just that the Poles were more dangerous for Lithuania than Russians or Germans. I do understand you might prefer Germans as like protectors, those who provide with help, because you know, try to be realistic. I mean, just like redeveloping simple language to the level of literary language, it was a patient toil in case of Czech, Irish, Ukrainian, Lithuanian. You have to borrow words, expressions, notions, just to bring it to the level that it would be a literary language. But you know,
excuse me.
But
let's
just
give the chance
for
the others as well.
Okay.
No, well, let's collect. So, Anna, please do ask the question.
Okay, I have 2 questions that are more directly related to this session. So, also one question to Salvius. You mentioned 2010 as kind of the marker date. Why and what happened exactly, and what's happening now? I know that your paper was devoted to the earlier period, but it would be fascinating to learn more about what's changed and why. And to Władimir Karalenak, I want to kind of follow up Małgosia's question about, but more directly, because you mentioned what was happening in Lithuania, Lithuanian, Belarusian, and Ukrainian Soviet republics. So my question would be, was there any kind of strict difference between the politics in the Soviet republics? So was the attitude of the Soviet authorities towards the material heritage of the Radziwiłłs different in Soviet Ukraine than in Soviet Belarus, because this is what happened according to the Catholic churches, for example, which were distracted en masse in Soviet Belarus, but were not distracted in Soviet Ukraine. So was there any kind of difference in policies between these two state republics?
Only a short remark to Professor Gettke-Koenig's paper, and I think I cannot. You could not be satisfied to have invited me if I did not do this remark. East Germany appears in your title, and this is geographically right, but I think that the coming GDR is a much more appropriate expression for what happens in Sanssouci and in Wernigerode. For all this museum policy is very close connected to the enforcement of the coming GDR. It was founded in 1949, but it took till 1952 that the centralization took place. All the former states were disappeared, were abolished, and the rulers in Berlin tried to establish a new ruling system, and these former states, to abolish them was a great part in enforce a new system. And if you concentrate on Potsdam, and you know that it's not possible to reinstall the former Prussian legacy, so to say, for this was abolished by the Allies, who had this law against the Prussian monarchy. The way to present in Potsdam a new heritage, so to say, was a reinterpretation of the king, who was in the focus. This was Frederick II, the Great, and he was, so to say, undressed his princely identity. He was interpreted and presented as a bourgeois. And this is very interesting because he was not longer a prince. He, in Sanssouci, in the small scale castle, he presented his Enlightenment circles, and that was presented as bourgeois. Yeah, and I think that is crucial.
We have to finish, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. But this is, I think we cannot speak about Eastern Germany only speaking about Berlin and Prussia. We must accept that there's other countries like Saxony and others too. So I would encourage you to be a little bit more precise.
Thank you. Maciej, the Polish Gentry Association. One question to Mr. Wiśniewski. He was telling about protection by the government, by government bodies like Ministry of Culture, to the manor houses and other gentry sittings. Excuse me, but this is beautiful theory, what we was talking about. The reality is absolutely different. I don't know whether you have been yesterday at my speech when I was still showing the examples of a beautiful palace, extremely valuable from the Polish culture, let's say, point of view of Polish culture, which is 20 years in the hands of private person, and neither Minister of Culture or any other body does absolutely nothing to to do anything. He should be punished, the owner of that, or should be in prison probably, but the law is not acting at all. There is no, in this case, there is absolutely not invalid. If you could show me one example of action of Minister of Culture when a valuable palace or manor house is ruined by private person, after 10 years, let's say, they have their 4 years to do something, but this is absolutely not invalid. Of course, I know this is a question which I know the answer. And one question, probably not question, but simply remark to Professor of Vilnius University, because I would expect from the professor of Vilnius University to do some analysis of what's going now as well, contrary to what politicians are doing. Because the analysis from the professor of the university, I understand, should be much close to the truth. Mr. Luszyński was telling about that as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, so please, I would ask you for brief answers. So would you like to begin?
Yes, I can start so shortly. Before I mentioned a few reasons why such view of Polish nobility appeared in Lithuania, but I think that the most biggest role why Lithuanians before took such radical attitude to Poles was Vilnius, loss of Vilnius region. Because Lithuanian, before 1980s, Vilnius imagined as their capital, as the main symbolic town, main symbolic place. And after 1980s, 1920s, all generation or few generations grow with a politic of interwar Lithuania, which dreamed about getting back Vilnius, as they thought, and with hate to Polish. So this appeared of this one. Back to question what happened in 2010 and what is the current situation. I'm very happy that situation radically changed, and there are a few causes. Before, Lithuania had a few, let's say, theory about grand narratives. So, and two grand narratives speaks about golden ages of Lithuania. Is golden age connected with pagan time, pre-Christian time, and golden age connected with grand dukes, for example, Vytautas the Great. And in both narratives, who caused the end of this golden age? Poles. The cause of Lithuanian Christianization with Jogaila was Poles, but after 1990s, new grand narratives started to form. Lithuania changed his way from nationalistic to European way, and with all narratives we couldn't go to Europe. And this new narrative appeared about 2000, and idea was so that Lithuanian way is Western way, and Lithuania had only one window to Europe, is Poland and Polish culture, and it totally changed evaluation of understanding of Polish role in Lithuania. So, and this opened way to as understanding of Polish influence, and at the same time to understanding of man's heritage. They now are not something enemy for us, and totally changed understanding of nobility. Now they are not our enemies, it is nobility of Lithuania. So, and there was another one quite interesting reason what changed understanding. I can say it's industry of heritage. So many manors appeared as museums, as places for amusement, and they changed understanding of masses what can be in the manors. But I made this research, and it's quite a big topic, but I think it's not enough time for it. So,
yes. Thank you for the question. I need to stress that my paper wasn't expected to be a general analysis of the musealization of former feudal residences anywhere. And there are on these examples presented by me, so Wawel Castle and Sanssouci complex, are only case studies of this practice of aestheticization, but of course it can be also seen in other, or was seen the practice in other places in those countries. For example, in Poland, the above mentioned Palace on the Isle was intended to be the palace of the museum of the Enlightenment culture and especially Enlightenment art. And in socialist Germany, it was, for example, the case of Moritzburg Schloss. Schloss Moritzburg, that in early 1950s in Saxony was transformed into the museum of the Baroque art. So the same intention or the same policy, cultural policy, was actually also in different places in both countries. But my paper was focused on only these two examples, and I didn't want to use the name of the German Democratic Republic as much as the name of the Polish People's Republic, because both processes or the process or the practice actually started in 1945, so in the period when actually these countries didn't exist. So maybe it would be better to use the name of Socialist Germany. Not Eastern Germany, but it was because Willy Kurt, so the author of this concept of Sanssouci as a actually quite example of how the German national art developed and progressed during the Rococo and later Romantic period, actually started his work as a director and also as a scholar of this heritage in 1945. So a few years before the establishment of the German Democratic Republic. So thank you.
So the question was different between Ukrainian and Belarusian. Soviet republics at this time, so it's in the topic of Radziwiłł's legacy. So as I said earlier, in Polish People Republic accepted Radziwiłł, in the Soviet Union not accepted, like in Czechoslovak not accepting Clary und Aldringen, German nobles. So Ukraine and Belarusian, it was the same. Because government want to vanish memory about the Radziwiłłs, but maybe from the 18th started it was a little bit different. I speak about I tell you about these mummies, about sarcophagi with mummies of Radziwiłł family, of member of Radziwiłł family. So I think since this time, Belarusians used this topic like Egyptians. So in Egypt, Egyptians used topic of ancient Egypt and ancient buildings for tourism purposes. So it's like this, and it's funny. Maybe 10 years ago, I was in Museum of Kościuszka in Myryczowszczyna near Kosovo. So it's not only about Radziwiłł's, and in this museum of Kościuszka, the guide tell us about Kościuszka, and she tells so many good about the Kościuszka, and actually it was look like I think 50 years ago the guide in Museum of Lenin speak about Lenin in the same way. So it looked like she found this guide text about Lenin and just used a new surname, just very the same way. And Ukrainian. Maybe in 2016 I was at first in Owika conference. Owika, it's a small village, maybe now it's town. Actually, it's village with castle of Radziwiłł family, where in Soviet time was a psychiatric clinic, and in front of very beautiful church, parish church. So, but in this village lived people, different people, not like before the Second World War, and it's Ukrainians. Now it's in this village lived Ukrainians, and after the conference I heard that two guys speak about this conference and tell to each other that it's not our history. Why we must to hear this in our village? So now I think I think it's changed, and the Ukrainians I think the same way like Belarusians use this or want to use this legacy for touristic purposes, and it's one way because castles, manors, and palaces. It's just beautiful, but small part of legacy. All of the palaces. It was just a part of residence with agricultural part, with industrial part, something like that. So even in 19th century, Radziwiłł's, like other aristocracies, had a lot of problems with heating and other problems with these palaces. Now, these palaces didn't have land. Now these palaces don't have land, don't have industrial part, and don't have agricultural part. So they need a lot of money for heating, for example. And touristic purpose, it's one way to save these buildings for other generations.
Okay, Mr. Wiśniewski, would you like to respond?
Yeah. So I would like to answer. I got to know your book about minors in Poland, and generally speaking, I mentioned about legal issues and legal text, but generally after a couple of years in Ministry of Culture and National Heritage, I have also opinion. So we must have more specialized public policy programs for different categories of monuments, like manors, and also for different categories, kinds of owners, because for example, manors have special problems in conservation, in restoration work. So I think this is for me, this is next step. I also said this is very long story of public evolution from the 90s. So this is my this is my answer for you. But I got to know this a problem, for example, of Domus Polonorum society. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, so at this point I would like to thank our wonderful speakers and the discutant. And let's move further questions to, well, not even break, but to the foyer. So thank you very much again and see you tomorrow.